Our country is resilient.
Yeah.
And we've overcome these challenges in the past. I've been through two significant ones. And what's important to know is that together for all of the right reasons, we can force Republicans, because of the power of public sentiment and being on the right side of the issues important to the American people, to come to their senses, hopefully sooner rather than later. Come back to the table. Let's negotiate a bipartisan agreement that reopens the government, but does it in a way that respects and protects the American people. So thank you both. I'm now going to hand it off to Congressman Joe Morelle, but I look forward to being in close touch with both of you and, of course, the American people as we move forward through this challenging moment.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Congressman Joe Morelle, representing New York's 25th District, here in Washington, as probably as this airs, probably having just gone into a shutdown of the United States government brought on by Republicans' demands that health care insurance be cut for millions of Americans, continuing the health care crisis that they began with the big ugly bill passed and signed into law by the president on July 4th. So to help me sort of unpack this and understand what's going on and some of the other ramifications of what we are about to experience, I'm joined by Lisa Gilbert. I'm very excited, the co-president of Public Citizen, and delighted to have you here under unfortunately difficult circumstances, but you've been a great friend. And I thought what we could do is just start by letting people know a little bit about Public Citizen and the work that you do.
Well, first, thank you so much for being here with me. This conversation is so important. Just the fact that we are experiencing a shutdown that was wholly unnecessary is troubling for the American people that we represent. Public Citizen, for anyone who doesn't know, is a membership-based organization. We have over 1 million members around the country, supporters who are thinking right now about what the ramifications are going to be. Our mission at Public Citizen is to take on corporate power. So we do that in a host of different ways. But right now, as we think about what this shutdown means and who it's benefiting, it's clearly those corporations and the richest among us who don't care about how regular people are going to experience this moment.
You know, it's a great point. And one of the things that I think is really somewhat challenging for just average people is to kind of understand what it is when we're talking about government shutdown, the process here. You know, one of the things that I find interesting when I go back home in Rochester and when I'm talking to many groups is you hear of CRs, which mean continuing resolutions. You hear of appropriation bills, reconciliation. And after a while, I think it's so confusing to people. And, you know, my goal is always to try to reduce it down so that, I mean, you still get the point of it. I call them spending bills. I say you can call them different things, but this is effectively how we you know, how we run the government, how we spend money on things. But you just made, I think the essential point is if you're trying to understand this, you know, what's the main operating principle here? What's the theory of what the president has done? And I think you just summarized it. It really seems to be just doing anything he can to help millionaires and billionaires and the wealthiest of Americans.
I think that's right. And I think you're also right to point out the jargon of the moment. And it is easy to break it down. Budgets are the expenditures of money, right, how the government takes care of regular people, how it funds agencies and programs and policies that we all depend on. Right. And so short-circuiting that process, however they do it, is a problem. And as we've seen, you know, they've been doing it throughout Trump's time in office. Right. They've been clawing back money that you all, you know, Congress has appropriated. They're trampling all over your power of the purse. Right. And as they do that, they're showing their priorities, that they don't care about the money and where it was supposed to go, right, which is to regular people. You know, this moment is more of the same. Yeah,
it's really interesting. And thank you for that, because, you know, when you look back at the history of the founding and back to 1787 with the new Constitution after the failure of the Articles of Confederacy, that Article 1 was what the framers decided the first part of the Constitution deals with the Congress, which at the time and continues to this day, the House of Representatives directly elected by the people. The Senate is now, it wasn't back then. But members of the House who run every other year closest to the people are supposed to be able to represent the interests of the people. And the two things, and many things that the founders gave to the Congress, but two primary things is all legislative responsibilities and prerogatives lie with the Congress. And the second that you just referenced is the power of the purse. I mean, the decision to do appropriations, which is spending bills, a fancy way of saying it, really resides with the Congress. The president has a role in that he or she has to sign appropriation bills, does not have a line item veto as we have at the various states and in New York, including in New York. But those two powers, the founders felt so strongly, had to reside with the body that was closest to the people, that really reflected the will of the people. And boy, are you concerned? I'm sure that the million people that are members of Public Citizen are concerned about that power and the dynamic that's going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, our members and people across the country are incredibly concerned with this authoritarian slide that we're seeing. I mean, this trampling on this particular prerogative of Congress is just one in a litany. You know, they are trampling on free speech. Everybody out there saw what just happened to comedians. They're also issuing executive orders to try to take power of speech away from nonprofits. They're attacking judges. They're attacking members of Congress who are trying to do oversight of ICE. It's this kind of sad
And the president
list.
also ordering the prosecution
Exactly.
of high-ranking officials, such as James Comey, who headed the FBI under Trump, which is an irony that seems to be lost on everyone. I mean, it doesn't, Donald Trump, consistency is not something he seems to be particularly interested or bothered by. Right, exactly. But before we get in, because there's a lot of ground to cover, and I do want to talk about sort of this feeling that there's a great deal of corruption going on now in government, people losing faith in the institution. There was an interesting New York Times poll this morning that showed concerns about democracy now outweigh by, I think, 15% people's concerns about their economic well-being. The first time that that's ever happened in polling. And I think they interviewed like 1,300 people. So this is not a small group of Americans that they surveyed. But I do want to get back to the shutdown and the reason for it. And, in the so-called, well, we call it the big ugly, it's called reconciliation, but it was a spending plan that spans a decade, right? And it's a relatively unusual device. But in that, 13 million Americans will lose Medicaid coverage or Affordable Care Act coverage. It is breathtaking how much the Republican Party is willing to expose people to healthcare crises without any way to pay for it. Is that not extraordinary?
It's extraordinary and it's appalling. And obviously the choices they're making here yet again to not correct some of that horrifying healthcare attack in this bill, as Democrats are demanding, just yet again shows how off their priorities are. When people think about how they're spending their money, what their costs are, healthcare is often the number one concern. People who are living paycheck to paycheck, or even if not, medical bills are so extensive. Pharmaceuticals are so expensive. Even a single hospital visit or ambulance ride can put people over the edge. And so none of that is taken into account when the Republicans are thinking about fixing the problems as Democrats are. And that is why this demand is so relevant and why I think you all are making it now.
Right.
And actually, I'm quite interested, as you think about this moment, why is now the right moment to fight back? I mean, they've been doing this through the whole Trump term.
Yeah.
Why now?
Yeah, I think it's a great point. And I recall, having some degree of disagreement with my friend, Senator Chuck Schumer, who I've known for decades in New York politics and is a great friend. And back in March, when the Senate decided to go their own way and to continue the year-long continuing resolution from last year, which I should just hasten to say, a continuing resolution for people watching who don't even know what that is. It's simply we couldn't get an agreement on a spending bill, so you just take the prior year's spending and sort of shift it forward. That's what it's supposed to be done. I think they played around a lot with it last March when they did it. So I think Senator Schumer thought this was the right thing to do, and fellow Democrats. But I think what they've seen in the intervening 6 months is, first of all, no goodwill from the administration. They don't follow through on their commitments. They unilaterally, we believe unconstitutionally, hold back money that Congress has appropriated, along with the president's signature, by the way. And there just seems to be no limit to how much destruction. And I think in our mind, like, we've reached a point that we're either going to have bipartisan government going forward, or we're not, and it's going to be on the Republicans then to go it along. I mean, they control the White House, they control the House of Representatives, they control the United States Senate. To some degree, they seem to control the United States Supreme Court. So they want to do it their way, and I think our opinion is, well, we're not going to aid and abet the pulling away of health care for millions of Americans, not helping to lower costs, which, by the way, Donald Trump said was the thing he was going to do first, lower costs for Americans. That's not happening. So I think this is the decision. It's like, okay, we've had enough. We're not going to do this anymore. We're not going to violate the things that we value and care about. And look, you know, it's really interesting that for every family has had some kind of health care crisis. That's I often talk about, I lost my daughter Lauren to breast cancer 8 years ago. When you don't have your health, or your children don't have health, there is nothing more devastating in your life than that. And on top of having to worry about the care, the quality of care, and whether it's a chronic illness, an acute illness, but then having to pay for it because you're not sure whether you can afford to be sick, is an awful, awful thing, and a horrible burden to place on people. And I find it extraordinary that the National Republican Party's, one of their central tenets seems to be, let's strip away as much health insurance as we can from millions of Americans. And back to what we talked about earlier, all in service of giving billionaires tax cuts. It really almost defies any explanation. And oh, by the way, I think that's why the Republicans are going around lying about what's even in the bill, right? I mean, I think that says a lot about what their rationale is, and frankly, the fact that they're embarrassed by their own legislation.
I think that's certainly true. I think there's no defensible rationale for what they are doing, what they have done, how they think about healthcare, and how they try to pivot away from it, as you were just saying, is a clear example of how they understand that there's nothing they can say. And it's a consistent dodge with President Trump. When they don't want to talk about what they're actually doing, they try to confuse and obfuscate. And in this case, they're trying to pretend that this will somehow push transgender care across places where it's not welcome. That's so far from the point, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And
or illegal immigrants getting
Exactly.
Medicaid, which we're not fighting for at all. We're fighting for the American people and American families. I thought it was instructive. I think it's Lisa McCain, who has a leadership position in the House on the Republican side, instructing, it's been reported, instructing her colleagues not to talk about health care.
Right.
Because they know it's a
They have
losing
nothing to
issue.
say.
And that's what this fight is entirely about. It's also interesting. So people will say, well, why don't we kick the can down the road, which is sort of Congress's favorite way of doing anything, right? We'll not deal with it. Let's deal with it in 3 months or 5 months. But the truth is, insurance premiums are being set right now. Mm-hmm. And open enrollment and the decision that people have to make about insurance products, health insurance, is being decided now. So kicking the can down the road simply means that if the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act go away, or the tax credits go away, families are going to be left with an insurance product where the premiums skyrocket mid-year, and they're going to have no recourse at that point, which is why we're demanding we have that conversation now.
That's right. I mean, that's the urgency. We know that insurers are prepared to send notices out to say exactly that premiums are going up. It is an emergency, and punting it in any way means we get closer to the deadline and closer to Americans going over the cliff and not being able to afford their care. It's just unacceptable. And once again, it shows their prioritization. It was an emergency. They had to use, the big ugly bill, the reconciliation moment, to try to give tax breaks to their rich friends. Yeah. But it's not an emergency when we're talking about Americans' health care.
Yeah, and I'll just say this as I say this all the time back home, just as an aside. The Republicans during the big ugly were demanding that people on Medicaid, who largely like a vast majority of them work or go to school. So, but they have these new requirements on people. You know, the people who are struggling the most now have to meet new bureaucratic requirements or work requirements. But I thought it was instructive. If you're a billionaire, to get your big tax break, you didn't have to do anything. You don't have to create a job. You don't have to invest in a factory. You don't have to do a thing. We're happy to give billionaires tax cuts and tax breaks in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to do nothing but to get health care. If you're destitute, if you're struggling, if you have illness, you have to do all these additional things. I mean, I don't even know how to explain it.
We can't, and
Right.
that's why we are
Right.
on this side of the discussion.
I feel bad for poor Alice who fell down the hole and ended up in Wonderland, because I feel like that, this disorienting feeling of like none of this makes sense.
Yes. And I think, all of this is also within the context of no deal, really is worth the paper it's written on, no appropriations, if they can simply claw it back at any moment. And Russ Vought, head of OMB, for folks listening, has made it crystal clear that they are perfectly comfortable continuing to impound, pull the money back, or illegally rescind it, and that just means that it's all the more important that Democrats fight now, because we can't trust that even if we did kick the can, that it would be dealt with and that deal would be upheld.
Yeah.
And I'm interested in your take on that. If there are guardrails that we need to put in place to stop that kind of clawback from continuing to happen.
Well, we certainly need to work through that. I mean, at the end of the day, these are hard people to trust. This is a little bit like Lucy in the football and Charlie Brown, who, for some reason, continues ultimately to be persuaded that he's going to kick the football, and Lucy, as is her nature, pulls the ball up. And I kind of feel like that's the Republicans. We're going to continue to violate agreements. We're going to continue to, withhold funding that we've already agreed to. We're going to, violate every agreement we make. But you should trust us, which is really kind of an odd thing to ask. But hey, Lucy does it, so apparently the president thinks he can get away with it as well. And I think that's why in this moment, I think we almost have no choice, sadly. And what I find interesting too is, and I may have said this, but the notion that Democrats should blindly just follow the Republicans when we don't agree with anything they've done over the last 7 months. We think they have hurt American families. They have stripped health care away from millions of people, nutrition assistance away from women and infants and children and senior citizens and veterans. All are taking the brunt here, and that will become clearer and clearer over the next several months. And yet somehow we're supposed to just go along with it. And I remember saying to some folks back home, why would I vote for this? There's literally nothing that I agree with in this proposal. Why would we do that? And yet they're unwilling to negotiate anything. It's like, well, we're not going to enter into a bipartisanship, any bipartisanship, or into a compromise discussion. You should just do what we say.
Right.
Like, really?
And the optics of the moment as well. I mean, the way they are staying at home, hiding at home and not here when we are we have just shut down. I mean, that says a lot about how they're prioritizing coming to the table, actually taking steps to fix the problem that's before us.
Yeah. What are you hearing from folks, Becca? I mean, you've got 1 million people. That's quite a few people to listen to, but give me a sense for what people are saying to you and to your organization.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. It's some of what we talked about earlier. The context of the moment, per the article you referenced, people are really understanding the authoritarianism we're just embroiled in right now. They're seeing attack after attack, whether it's on Judge Dugan in Wisconsin, or it's on a particular nonprofit, or it's people being disappeared from the streets, or militarization, here in D.C. or L.A. or Memphis or Chicago. It feels like one thing after another, and I think people are experiencing this inflection point within that context. They are feeling like enough is enough. It's time to take a stand. Yeah. And I think there is actually some understanding, maybe coming out of the last budget inflection point we experienced in the spring, that this is a moment where Democrats have some leverage, where 7 votes are needed in the Senate, where there's a 60 vote threshold. And so we should push back because we're experiencing this democracy slip in a way that's painful, and we want to fight.
The interesting thing, too, the way to resolve this is really to pass the 12 appropriation bills that make up
That's true.
Government spending. I mean, we sort of lost. That's the fascinating thing about Washington. I hate to say this. I've been here 7 years, so I'm sort of a veteran now, but I'm still mystified sometimes at what passes for common sense or conventional wisdom here. It'd be like, well, why don't we just do the 12 appropriation bills that make up, do a budget, right? I mean, I think it's funny, when I came out of state government in New York, we went a long time without passing budgets, but people would yell at you at parades and say, go back to Albany and do the budget. You don't see that. I think it's just become so mystifying to people. But it does bring up a subject, and I know we have in our last few minutes, we're talking a lot about sort of corruption and the loss of faith that so many Americans feel in their government. I think which has given rise to Donald Trump on some level is because he appeared to people to be not of Washington. And, so it's just interesting. And we're now engaged in conversations with organizations like yours about how do we restore that faith and what are the kinds of things that we do to give government back to the people so that they really feel as they're being listened to. And I wonder if you have any thoughts about that as we move forward on this project.
Yeah. Such a good question and such an important project. So just want to say thank you for taking that on, because I do think that regular people are mystified at what is happening here in Washington, and they don't necessarily see it as a Republican or Democrat issue. They sort of say a pox on both your houses and everything is corrupt and nothing can get done. And so really showing them that there are solutions to the problem of corruption is key. And there are solutions. There are ethics remedies and policies we can put in place. There are restrictions on how lobbyists can engage. There are things we can say about how corporate money is disclosed or used or allowed, whether members of Congress can trade stock and when they have inside information. There are solution after solution. It's just a question of pushing them and prioritizing it. And I think Democrats doing so really shows what side of the ledger they're on when it comes to defending democracy. And so it's just so important that you all are taking it on.
So it's interesting. I had almost more of a focus group. I joined up with Civic Genius, it's part of the National Civic League, came up with this idea. We had 700-800 people applied to be part of what was essentially a 50 group last week in Rochester. Nice. And they chose by lot the people who had wanted to be a part of this. And it was very representative, so the same number of Democrats and Republicans as the district is. Because sometimes town halls, people who are more engaged come, and it's hard to get a representative sample. So anyway, we had this, and we talked a lot about the subject of how to regain trust. And it was very interesting. Clearly people feel like many of the people that represent them in the House, the Senate, and the White House, that they come to Washington maybe with the best of feelings and intentions, but somehow get into a world here that they end up being self-dealing and helping themselves as opposed to the people back home that they represent. It's really one kind of tragic that that's happened. And to your point, I don't think this is a Republican or Democratic feeling. I think it's kind of broad spread, and I think the New York Times poll that I referenced today sort of teases that out. And the question of how to get back to people, how to get them. Yeah, I don't know that Congress has ever been that popular. So let's be honest, as an institution, I mean, we are sort of, by our genetic predisposition as Americans, don't try. That's how we got started in all this with the British back, 2.5 centuries ago. But it's really troubling that they just think as institutions, their government no longer reflects their concerns. And we really, Leader Jeffries has been talking about this. I get the chance to mix in and talk to my colleagues about how to prioritize it. But boy, we really need to get back to a point where people have confidence that the decisions being made are being made on their behalf and not on the behalf of people in Washington or wherever else. You mentioned corporations, et cetera. I mean, the infamous decision by the Supreme Court on Citizens United, which equated corporations with people, and free speech, they translated into money. So, I mean, the literally billions of dollars now being spent that's not even disclosed in some cases in our political debate and dialogue. It really has to change. And you guys have been at the forefront of this.
That's right. Ever since Citizens United, so 15 years now, which is
know.
sad to say. Public Citizen has been working on a constitutional amendment to overturn the decision, thinking about disclosure remedies with you and many of your colleagues up here, thinking about ways that the Securities and Exchange Commission can rein in corporate spending. There are a lot of solutions, but we need the political will and the ability to move them. And I think even more important than the policy remedies is explaining to people that there is a plan, that at the next opportunity moment, it will be a priority, and that we understand that it is hard to do everything else, the economic remedies, the things that fix healthcare, all the policies that we all want, until we deal with the overwhelming amount of money in politics and the corrupting influence that it has.
It's such a good point. I mean, I look at the tragedy in Michigan last week in the Mormon Church. It's just one tragedy after another that deals with guns, and yet and while public opinion polls would have you believe that 3/4 of Americans think background checks are a reasonable thing without a violation of the Second Amendment, and yet in talking about it, the influence of the gun lobby in this space has made having that conversation almost impossible. You can't even do that. You can't even do research on gun violence as a health issue in the United States because Congress blocks it, because the gun lobby is so powerful and it's their influence of money.
That's right. That's right. And I think it comes back to where we are with this shutdown inflection point and why it feels so important to fight right now.
Yeah.
It's showing where we stand. It's showing that we care about the health of regular Americans, and that if there's a point of leverage, you'll be seizing it because, it's just too important not to, when the backdrop is this corruption and this authoritarianism that we've seen from the administration. There have to be people standing up for what regular Americans care about and what they deserve.
Yeah. And I think to your point, regular Americans immediately care about lowering costs, healthcare that works for them as starters. So that's why this fight is so important. It's funny, and I'll just say this in closing, and thanks for being here and not only engaging in this conversation, but all the work that you and your organization does. But, people have said to me repeatedly in the last few days, how does this end? First of all, if I knew, I probably wouldn't be in this job. I'd be, in Vegas or something. But I do think I think it's going to end, and I don't know whether it takes 7 hours, 7 days, 7 weeks, but at some point, I truly believe this, that the Republican Party will come to the realization that, yes, Americans like health insurance that's affordable so they can protect their families, and when something happens, they know that they have an opportunity to go to a doctor, go to a clinic, instead of the alternative, which is overcrowded emergency rooms and rural hospitals that fail and community health centers closing, and then there's nowhere to go. And that, by the way, affects not just the uninsured, it affects people on Medicare, Medicaid, and who have commercial insurance, because backed up emergency rooms and hospitals that can't take anybody because they're so overfilled. So I think it ends when they come to the conclusion that they're wrong and that the American people actually care deeply about this, and that the American public is not willing to trade health care for families for tax breaks for billionaires. And when that realization comes, which I think will be a shock to some of my colleagues across the aisle, but it's coming, and then I think then perhaps we'll have break in the Trump fever. Maybe people will start to go back to sort of common sense and decency and bipartisanship. I can only hope.
Well, I share that hope, and I really appreciate being here with you, and also everything you and your colleagues are doing in the fight, and the leader is doing in the fight.
Well, thank you. Lisa Gilbert, Public Citizen, thanks for all you do. Thanks for being here and taking time out of your schedule, and thanks for being in the fight with us.
Thanks.
So this shutdown is different than other shutdowns, and I'll talk about the shutdowns that I've been in. When I first got to Congress in 2013, there was a shutdown in September of that year, or October that year, and it was all when the Republicans wanted to reverse and cancel the Affordable Care Act. That was all about taking away a major benefit and help to the American people. The Democrats stood united with President Obama, and that shutdown eventually ended without the Affordable Care Act being canceled. And the second one I've been through is in a situation when Donald Trump was president in December of 2018. Donald Trump surprised Republicans on the Hill. We thought that we actually had an agreement. Mitch McConnell, the Republican leaders at the time, the Democrats all thought that we had an agreement, and then Donald Trump blew it up. And it was all over a border wall that the American people did not want to fund. Donald Trump and his campaign for the presidency said that Mexico would pay for the border wall. Turns out the border wall was going to be paid for on the taxpayers' back. And, Democrats didn't want it. Actually, Republicans didn't want that either. But Donald Trump drug us into one of the longest, shutdowns in American history, 35 days long. Eventually ended, when I recall, that air traffic controllers who weren't being paid, they just, we saw LaGuardia Airport and I think then Atlanta, the Atlanta airport was having trouble staying open. Flights were being canceled in huge numbers. Donald Trump basically caved. This shutdown, I want to point one more thing out. When Democrats had the presidency, when they had the House of Representatives, and when they had the Senate, same rules that we're playing by now, we didn't have a single shutdown. Not a single shutdown while we controlled all three branches of government. Democrats worked in a bipartisan way in the Senate, and we were able to get funding bills done. But I want to just point out now that we're in a situation, unlike 2013, unlike 2018, in 2018, going into 2019, the Democrats controlled the House of Representatives, and that's when Trump attempted to throw us into the longest shutdown in history. In 2013, Democrats did not control the House, but was controlled by Republicans. Republicans used their position to shut down the government to get their way. What's different about this shutdown, this is about healthcare. This is about canceling the irresponsible, unfair cuts that Donald Trump and Republicans have made to healthcare. They've made it to Medicaid. They've made them to the enhanced premium tax credits, which allow 21 million Americans to afford health insurance. And they are raising costs through healthcare, raising costs through giving Donald Trump blanket authority to move forward with all of the tariffs, which are also raising costs. Democrats, we're fighting to actually cancel these stupid cuts. We're fighting to lower costs for Americans, and we're also fighting to protect everyone's health care. Donald Trump's leadership is beneath that of any president that I've seen in my lifetime. I've never seen a president so publicly crude to use the F word to go tell Democrats what they can do. This is what a very petulant, immature teenager or even a 2-year-old would do. How the Brits portray and characterize Donald Trump with this huge balloon of a baby in a diaper. This is Donald Trump, uncontrolled, not in control of himself, and irresponsibly unleashing, emotions among the electorate and dividing Americans to get his way. And I want to take particular aim at an incident that occurred that happened on the day that Leader Jeffries and Leader Schumer go to the White House along with Republican leaders to have a discussion about the budget deal. And Donald Trump puts out an AI, an artificially, something generated by artificial intelligence, where you can make it look like somebody is saying something when in reality it's artificial intelligence that's been used to make a completely fake video. So what am I talking about? Well, they have Chuck Schumer standing right next to Hakeem Jeffries, who has been photoshopped to look like he's wearing a sombrero and a serape. And they have Chuck Schumer saying things like, nobody votes for Democrats anymore, and that in order to get votes, that the Democrats are trying to get health insurance for illegal aliens. Well, look, it's in law. It's in law. It's always been the law that undocumented immigrants are not eligible either for Medicaid or for the enhanced premium tax credits that help 21 million Americans afford health care policies on the health exchanges. This was a bald-faced lie, that somehow undocumented immigrants get these taxpayer-funded benefits, and that somehow the Democrats want this to happen. One, doesn't happen in law, and two, the Democrats in no way have ever proposed doing this, and nor is that part of our agenda. But it is Donald Trump's agenda to use racism to distract the American people, to divide the American people into a false issue. It is a false issue that health care is somehow going to be funded by the American taxpayer and it's going to benefit non-Americans. This is Donald Trump appealing to racism, appealing to lies in order to hide what he's really up to. And what is he really up to? And what are Republicans really up to? Well, they very much want trillions of dollars to go to billionaires and the very wealthy and the corporations. They want to fund these tax breaks, trillions of dollars of tax breaks, by cutting health care for everyday Americans, cutting Medicaid, the largest cut to Medicaid in the history of the United States. That's going to be 15 million Americans that are being pushed off of Medicaid. We're also talking 21, well, let's just say really more like 19, 20 million Americans that are probably not going to be able to afford their health insurance policies that they are, that they're paying for with the help of tax credits that help them afford it. These tax credits have been eliminated by the big ugly bill, which is now the big ugly law. The Medicaid has been severely cut back by $900 billion. But let me restate this again. Donald Trump is trying to make Americans angry about a lie that he's telling, to cover up for the fact that what they're really up to is funding billionaires with tax breaks that he's made permanent. I am just, this makes me so angry that he's trying to make the American people mad at lies that he's telling, to avoid the American people getting mad at him and the Republicans for taking away health care from the American people who need it. What leader takes away necessary health care from millions and millions of Americans? If you add the 19 to 20 million Americans that depend on these enhanced premium tax credits, and the 15 million Americans that are no longer be able to be on Medicaid, we're talking, 35 million Americans that are going to be shorted or without health care, people that are going to be put into medical debt. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars if you're not insured. With tens of millions of Americans potentially at risk for bankruptcy or just crippling debt, this is not good for the future of our economy. This is madness. This is insanity. This is gross incompetence. And I just want to repeat it again. Donald Trump is resorting to racism and lies in order to distract the American people, to distract his own voters. I mean, his own voters tend to come from rural communities, from states, red states that have large rural tracts where hospitals that depend on Medicaid are going to close, where there are federally qualified health clinics that are going to close. So, his own voters, a huge number of whom depend on Medicaid, a huge number of whom depend on receiving the premium tax credits, the enhanced premium tax credits, to afford the ability to buy health care. These are the very people being hurt. And what's Donald Trump's go-to? It's racism, it's distract, it's scapegoat immigrants, it's scapegoating undocumented immigrants who don't receive these benefits. And Donald Trump wants to make people think that they are, and they don't. But if the truth be told, Donald Trump and his ICE goons have gone after immigrants who work, undocumented immigrants who work, and very often these undocumented immigrants pay taxes through ITIN numbers, through Social Security. They're actually paying taxes into the American Treasury, into our Treasury, for benefits that they won't benefit from. They are contributing to America, and there's no way in which they are able to use those benefits. They don't qualify for them. And finally, there are two more groups of people that are being hurt by Donald Trump's lies, and the Republicans that are complicit in those lies. Donald Trump is also hurting people on Social Security and Medicare. Let me dial that back. Donald Trump is hurting people who depend on Medicare, because all these cuts that he's made to Medicaid still did not pay for the trillions of dollars in tax breaks that Donald Trump and Republicans made permanent for the billionaire class and for the uber wealthy corporations. And because of that, the big ugly bill has put us into enormous future debt, which triggers cuts to Medicare. How much? We're talking $500 billion over 10 years. If Congress doesn't cancel these cuts, if Congress doesn't cancel the huge number of dollars that are going to the tax breaks that have been made permanent. But I want you to know about some other group of Americans, and that's veterans. Donald Trump and the Republicans, they could have extended the authorities that we pass every year around this time that expire at the end of September. Authorities which ensure that veterans who are facing mental health care, severe mental health care crises in rural areas. We're talking authorities that do a number of things that prevent homelessness, to keep veterans off the streets, get them off the streets. These authorities expire at the end of September. Actually, the VA has the money. They have what's called advance appropriations, but there's no authority unless Congress passes these authorities. They could have done this separately, as we usually do. They could have put a separate bill onto the floor before we left, on our break, but they decided to bunch it up into the big funding bill known as the CR, the continuing resolution. And so they're going to falsely say that Democrats are causing veterans to suffer. It's a lie. It's a bald-faced lie. They could have passed these extensions of authorities without having to bunch it up into the continuing resolution. But let's go back to these enhanced premium tax credits that 21 million Americans rely on the exchange. Let's say it's 19 million Americans rely on. 21 million Americans actually buy their health care from the exchanges, but 19 million Americans depend on these enhanced premium tax credits. 600,000 of that 19 million, 600,000 Americans are veterans. Not all veterans get their health care from the VA. About half of the 20 million veterans in our country actually are enrolled and are eligible for VA care. Veterans also depend on Medicaid and the health exchanges to buy their health care. So veterans, were not exempted from the onerous, ridiculous work requirements that is imposed on Medicaid. And so many veterans about 10% of veterans depend on Medicaid. Or 10% of those who are on Medicaid, they're veterans. So veterans, 500,000 veterans, I think the vast majority of which depend on the health insurance exchanges and the premium tax credits that 19 million Americans also need. And so what are we seeing? We're seeing tax premiums, these tax credits. Without the tax credits, we're going to see premiums increase for these Americans. They're going to double, sometimes triple in cost. And that's going to make healthcare less affordable. The pool of insured Americans is going to shrink. And whenever that pool of insured Americans shrink, that puts upward pressure on health insurance for everybody. So don't think that this is going to leave anyone unscathed or untouched. This is incompetent rule by Republicans and Donald Trump. So Democrats are fighting for canceling the terrible things in the big ugly bill. We're for canceling the cuts to the enhanced premium tax credits, canceling the cuts to Medicaid, canceling the cuts to education, canceling the cuts to America's veterans. And we're for lowering the costs, not giving Donald Trump a free pass to impose tariffs on anybody he wants at a whim. That increases the prices for a whole host of things. And finally, we want to protect your health care. We want to protect everyone's health care. Donald Trump and Republicans, are bent on serving the rich, the billionaire class, people who don't need it, and they're looking to take away, necessary health coverage for Americans, and they're doing nothing to improve the cost of living crisis we're in. Democrats are for, canceling the cuts, lowering costs, and protecting.
It's a good group. Yeah, really good group. All right. Good morning. It's a high honor and a distinct privilege to stand here today with members of the House Democratic Caucus, who I want to thank for their grit, for their strength, for their intellect, for their heart, for their soul, and for their fight on behalf of the American people. We are in this fight until we win this fight for their people. I want to thank Teresa from the great state of New Jersey, Tony from the great state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, as well as Catherine from the great state of Ohio, for their presence here today, for sharing their stories, for being here on behalf of more than 300 million Americans who are having to deal with the Republican health care crisis. Mr. President, allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm the House Democratic leader. Our caucus is 217 members strong. We serve in a separate and co-equal branch of government. We don't work for you, we work for the American people. We are fighting to lower the high cost of living and to protect the health care of everyday Americans. And Mr. President, the next time you have something to say about me, don't cop out through a racist and fake AI video. When I'm back in the Oval Office, say it to my face. Say it to my face. House Democrats are here on duty, fighting on behalf of the American people, ready to fund the government in a way that lifts up their Democrats are on duty. House Republicans are on vacation. Amen. Shame on them.
For being on vacation all across the country and across the world on the eve of a government shutdown.
We're on duty. They're on vacation. They're on vacation because they'd rather shut the government down than protect the health care of the American people. That's unfathomable. That's unacceptable. That's unconscionable, and that's un-American. Do your job. As opposed to being missing in action. Now we'll hear from everyday Americans whose health care has been under assault by Republicans who have enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, triggered a possible $536 billion cut to Medicare because of what happened in their one big ugly bill. Hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health clinics are closing all across America, in rural America, in urban America, in the heartland of America, in small-town America, in black and brown communities all across America because what of Republicans have done in terms of this health care crisis that they've created. And in just a few days, notices will go out to tens of millions of Americans because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, which will result in tens of millions of Americans experiencing dramatically increased premiums, co-pays, and deductibles in an environment where the cost of living is already too high. Our position is a simple one. Cancel the cuts,
lower the costs, save health care. That's what this fight is all about. We're here, we're ready, we're willing and able to find a bipartisan path forward to fund the government in a way that actually meets the needs of the American people in terms of their health, their safety, and their economic well-being. But here's what we're not going to do. We're not going to support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people. Not now, not ever. We are here to lower the high cost of living. We're here to cancel the cuts. We're here to lower the costs. We're here to save the health care of the American people. And our promise to you, America, is that we will always stand up for what is in your best interest, to make your life better, to ensure that in this country, when you work hard and play by the rules, you can afford to live the good life for yourself, for your family, and for your children. And we know that an important part of that is protecting your health care. So we're here to protect your health care today, protect your health care tomorrow, protect your health care this week, protect your health care next week, protect your health care this month, protect your health care next month, protect your health care this year, protect your health care next year. We will protect your health care at all times and defend your health care until victory is won. It's my honor and privilege to now yield to the whip of the House Democratic Caucus and a champion for women, children, families, and the American people, the Honorable Katherine Clark.
Good morning. We thank Leader Jeffries. Our caucus stands with him because he is standing for the American people. And the American people are asking, is this the golden age that Donald Trump promised? Medicare about to be gutted by $500 billion with a T dollars. Nearly 20 million people about to lose their health insurance. Cuts to Medicaid that are already shutting down hospitals. Nursing homes are closing. Premiums are about to double. And the notice is go out tomorrow. Working people can't afford that. Small businesses can't stay open with costs that are exploding around them. And with all the damage that they are doing, you would think Republicans would at least show up for work. Well, we'll tell you what, Democrats are here. We're here to keep government open. We're here to keep hospitals open. We're here to keep children insured. We're here to keep health care affordable. We're here to lower costs for the American people. And Republicans may have skipped town, but you know who always shows up? Moms. Moms like our next speaker. Teresa Luoni is here to share what this fight means to her family, because moms are feeling the pain right now. Moms don't know if they'll be able to afford that next visit to the pediatrician. Moms-to-be can't even find an open maternity ward near their house. And Republicans think they should just foot the bill, $15,000 to pay for their own delivery. Moms who are horrified that 40% of the kids in this country are at risk of losing their health care. So, Teresa, we thank you for being here on behalf of all moms, for showing up, for speaking out, and for sharing how these cuts will impact your two boys. Teresa.
Good morning, and thank you, Leader Jeffries, for standing with families like mine today. My name is Teresa Luoni. I'm a single mother and full-time caregiver to my twin boys, Dylan and Max, who are both profoundly autistic. For us, Medicaid is not an abstract policy or a line in a budget. It is a lifeline that makes it possible for my children to live with dignity, safety, and the chance to grow. My boys are 13. Medicaid covers the doctors, therapies, and specialists that my boys depend on. But it also helps with the most basic, essential items that families like mine could never afford without programs that the Democrats are fighting to protect. It helps pay for formula to supplement my son's restricted diet, diapers for my other son who has not yet gained the skills to use the bathroom independently. These are not luxuries. These are everyday necessities that allow my children to survive and have some stability. And my family is not alone. Across this country, thousands of children in special education rely on these funds so they can access their education, so they can have aids, therapies, and the supports required by law to give them a fair chance in the classroom. Without Medicaid, those children would be shut out of opportunities that every child deserves. My sons are proof of what's possible when children with disabilities are given support. Max, though he is pre-verbal, has taught himself math skills and how to read using closed captions on YouTube, and he's a true tech whiz. Dylan, my nonverbal son, is one of the most empathetic souls you could ever meet, with a smile that can brighten anyone's day. He loves to help with chores, especially landscaping and gardening. With the right supports, every person has gifts to contribute to our society, and I firmly believe this. Making healthcare inaccessible to vulnerable citizens doesn't just endanger their lives, it stops their futures and the contributions they could make to our communities and our country. Disability is not something that only happens to other people. It does not discriminate. It affects people of every gender, every color, and every political affiliation. It can touch anyone at any time, whether it's a child born with autism, a neighbor who develops a serious illness, or an adult who has been in a life-altering accident. The truth is, unless you are in the very top % of income earners in this country, no working class or poor person could possibly afford all the care that is required to survive, let alone thrive, when disability is a part of their life. That is why I'm here today. As a mother, my passion is to fight for a country where every vulnerable community, families with disabled children, seniors, people with chronic illnesses, or those living in poverty, has health coverage that is accessible and affordable. Medicaid is not charity, it is justice. It is the guarantee that we do not abandon people who need the most care. I am proud to stand here with Leader Jeffries and everyone who is working to protect and expand Medicaid, because protecting Medicaid means protecting families like mine and protecting the very values of compassion and fairness that we say this nation stands for. Wow. And now we're going to hear from Tony.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'd like to thank Congressman Jeffries and all the members of Congress who have given me this opportunity to travel from Pennsylvania to share my story. Again, my name is Tony Gonzalez, and I live in Indiana County, Pennsylvania, with my wife and my daughter. My youngest daughter, Amber Gonzalez, is with me to help lend her daddy some strength and comfort during this time. Roughly 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with stage 4 thymic carcinoma cancer, and I'm currently being treated for the cancer and receive chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and radiation therapy regularly. Fortunately, I've been able to purchase affordable health care through the Pennsylvania State Health Insurance Coverage Marketplace called Penny to cover my cancer treatment. Right now, I have a gold plan that has a low premium, all thanks to the ACA subsidies, otherwise known as the Enhanced Premium Tax Credits. But even with this low premium and the enhanced premium tax credits, my individual out-of-pocket maximum is still $7,500. Between my wife and me, the total out-of-pocket cost is $15,000. With my cancer treatment, I end up meeting my out-of-pocket maximum every year, and the costs do add up. I'm a full-time college professor for a small college in the Pittsburgh area, but I admit with some embarrassment that I struggle to even pay most of the co-insurance as part of my out-of-pocket responsibility. My wife also has chronic illnesses and is not able to work, so we really rely on the coverage to keep us in the fight for our lives. The enhanced premium tax credits are so critical to help us afford our health coverage. Without them, our monthly premium would jump from $234 to around $450 a month, which would put us in further financial strain, and we really already break even just as it is. We want to be responsible and pay for our health care, but if premiums go up or we lose the enhanced premium tax credits, we'll have no other choice other than to drop our coverage altogether or purchase a plan with a higher deductible and out-of-pocket maximum that won't meet our needs. I hope and pray that these subsidies don't go away, because if they do, we'll be forced to compromise paying some bills and run the real risk of medical debt. I'm not the only American facing these challenges. My circumstances are not unique, and I'm not alone in this health battle. Members of Congress, I and millions of Americans implore you to extend the enhanced premium tax credits before it's too late. Thank you for your time. I now yield to Catherine for some remarks. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Catherine Henderson, and I'm a surgical oncology nurse at The Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center, James Cancer Hospital. I am also proud to say that I am a member of the Ohio Nurses Association, where I am the Health Policy Council Chair, which is an affiliate of AFT. I am here today because I can't remain silent when it comes to protecting my patients and their health. I am here today for my colleagues, near and far, who have committed their entire careers to a cause greater than themselves. Here are the facts. This summer, Republicans in Congress and the Trump White House enacted a big, ugly law that slashed Medicaid and ended health care tax credits for working families, all to fund tax breaks for the wealthy. And the result? A full-blown health care crisis. Up to 15 million people could lose their coverage. Hospitals and clinics will be forced to close or cut essential services. And even those with insurance, like me, will face higher premiums. It could literally mean choosing health care or rent or groceries. And hospitals aren't just health care, which we all know is a fundamental right. They're economic anchors. When a hospital or clinic closes, the whole community feels it. The ripple effects, jobs disappear, schools and small businesses also suffer. The impact here is clear. If this crisis isn't resolved, these places increase burdens not only on patients, but the remaining communities to provide care where the capacity and nurses are already stretched thin. At the James, we take care of patients from across the country. Without insurance, I worry that someone's mother or father or other important family member would have to forego preventative treatment or further cancer treatments. Regardless of your political party, Everyone knows that cancer doesn't discriminate and early detection is life-saving. In other words, no one will be spared from this hurt if Congress fails to act. Now we face the looming threat to shut down the government and lay off workers rather than working together to protect Americans' health care. Republicans control Congress and the White House. If the government shuts down, it's because there was a choice made. One that prioritizes politics over protecting health care and keeps our costs from rising. Our country, our patients, nurses, and families deserve stability, health care, and dignity, and we're going to fight for it. I urge Republicans to do the right thing. Work across the aisle to find a solution, one that protects health care, lowers costs, and keeps the government open. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Catherine, for framing that discussion and ensuring that we talk about your patients, the people who you serve and see every day. Thank you, Tony, for sharing your story and being honest about the decisions that families will have to make about whether to carry forward with their health care costs, whether to pay their health premiums, or make difficult family decisions. And Teresa, thank you so much for taking care of your kids and being the anchor in the family that they need. When House Republicans passed their big ugly law, it was the biggest health care cut in the country that we have ever seen. And the fallout was immediate and it was swift. Hospitals and clinics across this country began closing. Patients started facing longer wait times and travel times. Healthcare workers began losing their jobs, and costs started to go up for everyone. At a time when Americans continue to struggle to afford everyday needs because of Donald Trump's tariffs, Republicans voted to take health care away to make it an expense out of reach for so many. Damage has been done, but Republicans can still change course. Republicans control the House, they control the Senate, and the White House. They could act right now to prioritize the health care of the American public. That's why Democrats are in town. That's why Democrats are here. We're ready to work in a bipartisan way to keep government open, to lower costs, and to save health care. For months, we have been sounding the alarm that the Republican healthcare crisis that has been manufactured by House Republicans needs to end. Democrats know that unless Congress acts right now to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, the dual health care and affordability crisis will continue to get worse. These credits make health care less expensive for millions of Americans when they otherwise wouldn't be able to afford it. Democrats are giving Republicans the opportunity to do the right thing, a second chance to fix the crisis that they've created. Unfortunately, it seems Donald Trump and his Republican henchmen are hell-bent on pushing us toward a government funding shutdown rather than saving health care for their constituents. We implore our Republican colleagues to change course. Abandon that approach. Put people first. Cancel your vacation. Cancel your vacation. Cancel these cuts. Lower costs. Save health care. Work with us. It's what the American people want. We will continue to work to ensure that Americans have the health care that they deserve. the health care that they've been promised, the health care that they have come to expect, so they don't have to make difficult decisions that affect their families, that put their communities in jeopardy. So healthcare clinics don't close and more hospitals don't close their doors. That's what we're fighting for. If this shutdown continues, this will be on the Republicans. Republicans in the Senate, Republicans in the House, Republicans that occupy the White House. This is a shutdown they will own, and the American people are paying attention. I'm so proud to stand with our House colleagues to demand that House Republicans cancel their vacation, cancel the cuts, lower the costs, and save health care. Thank you so much.
right, good evening, everyone. Good evening. We're going to get this started. So if everyone who is here wants to join in. My name is Kristen Kroll, and it's an honor and privilege to be here. I'm the director of Fair Share America, and we are here tonight standing in solidarity with millions of Americans who are again facing losing health care coverage. I wish we didn't have to be here. I wish that we did not have to be standing outside of our house, the people's house, demanding that they confront us and look at us while again the Republican trifecta is set to throw us under the bus. But here we are. Last time I was in Washington, D.C., right on the steps, was only a few months ago. And we were standing up to protect Medicaid and the health care coverage that tens of millions of Americans rely on. And this week, a little over a week ago, a young man who relied on Medicaid, whose mother stood on this stage and told her story, died. And his name was Tucker. And so, to every member of Congress that we elect and send to represent us, our lives are at stake. We're not here to play partisan politics. We are simply demanding that you fund the health care that we deserve. We're not asking for charity or pity or handouts. We go to work, working people in this country pay our taxes, and what we've watched over the last months is this Republican trifecta take trillions of our tax dollars and hand them away to the billionaires. So that's what tonight is about. This is another moment in the fight. We are going to stand in solidarity all across the country and to say, hell no will you take more from us to enrich your billionaire donors and friends. Hell no will we take more of this. And so to everyone here tonight that is standing in solidarity and watching our government, be on notice that we, the American public, are not backing down from this fight tonight or ever. Tonight is also important because it's about our families. It's about our communities. And it's about real American faces. That we are not bargaining chips, we are not numbers on a spreadsheet, and we are not disposable. And so it's very important and very fitting tonight that our first speaker is someone who's going to share with us what is at stake for him and his family. So Tony Gonzalez has traveled from Pennsylvania. He's been making his case, making our collective case today all over Capitol Hill, all over Washington, D.C. And so it's a great honor and privilege to stand with Tony and his daughter and his family and all of you where we say, look us in the eye and stop using us as bargaining chips. So Tony, I want to welcome you to the stage.
Thank you, Kristen, and thank you, everyone, for taking the time out of your days, your busy lives, to come here and advocate for health care, for the stipends, for people to live. So I personally want to thank you for coming out here and doing this for us. So thank you again. Kristen mentioned this was about family, and I have my daughter, Amber Gonzalez, up here with me. If you heard my discussion and my statement this morning in the press conference, I was diagnosed roughly 2 years ago with stage 4 thymic carcinoma. It is a very rare cancer. There's only a few hundred cases, according to my oncologist, of this a year. So they're very uncertain on how to treat this. And mind you, I was a very healthy individual. I ran 6 days out of the week. I could do chin-ups and pull-ups that outpaced the laziest high school student in our area, okay? I can outpace my daughter, Amber, on a 5K hike in the forest, okay? And I did everything right. I was eating right and doing whatever. And unfortunately, illness, as has been spoken, does not discriminate. And unfortunately, I was diagnosed with cancer even after doing everything right, and wanted the opportunity still to work. Before being diagnosed, I was working as an adjunct professor. I love my job. I love my career. I did not want to give that up. And so I looked to, before being diagnosed, into the Affordable Care Act, and the plan that we have in Pennsylvania is called Penny. And I was able to find an excellent plan and to try to help support my family and buy health care at the same time. I received subsidies that helped offset that cost. So it allowed me to maintain work, to maintain treatment, and start this difficult journey, because I want to be there for my family. I want to be there for my wife, who is also suffering from chronic illnesses. And I want to see my daughters continue to grow up and lead their lives. And I want to be there. And I deserve health care. All of you deserve a health care plan. Now I'm faced with a very difficult situation. If these subsidies go away, I now have to think about, okay, I have a budget that I have down to a science. She's seen it. She's going to shake her head, okay? And do I look at compromising my food bill, which, by the way, because of inflation, and we're not going to mention who is responsible for that, but we see that inflation, we see food bills, we have utilities, we have a mortgage, okay, we have insurances, we have vehicles, just like every other middle American family, okay? And we're trying and we're struggling. My wife can't work, and so it's upon me to maintain that. When these subsidies go away, if they go away, I'm now faced with, okay, do I go out and try to maintain part-time work, contract work, to try to make this work? But my oncologists are screaming at me saying, Tony, you need to work less. You need to focus on your treatment. This is not going to work unless you give it a chance to work and get better, because cancer is going to catch up with you. And so I find myself in a catch-22 and thinking, I need this health care plan. I need these subsidies. If the rich and the Republicans can go out there and have money for tax cuts to buy another yacht, to go out in space, why can't I at least have health care to address my needs, my wife's needs, and maintain a lifestyle that we deserve as an American family? So my message is this, and I challenge all the Republicans and to you, Mr. Trump, if you are watching, if you do not do this for us and millions of Americans, if this disease takes me because I am unable to maintain my health coverage, my blood is going to be on your hands. It is my prayer that all of us will continue to strive to maintain health, that we might maintain our health coverage, our insurances, and maintain these subsidies so that we can continue to contribute to American society and become the citizens that we're striving to become. But we need this in our lives. We need these blessings to help us to grow as Americans so that we can achieve and continue to contribute to our societies and our communities and to our families who deserve us to be there with this health coverage. I thank you for your time. God bless you. Thank you.
over the last 9 months, we've been fighting, and we've been in the trenches. And when the Republicans were advancing the one ugly bill, the Democrats stood strong, and they stood united with the American public, and they stood united with us. And so it's a great honor tonight to have champions among us and to remind ourselves that while we rail against the Republicans for abandoning us, we have to also celebrate those who have stuck their necks out, those that have hung in this fight, and those that are continuing to go in and negotiate and fight on our behalf. So it's a great privilege and honor to be on the stage tonight with a bunch of our champions, and I'm excited to turn it over to Representative Greg Casar from Texas. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. I'm Greg Casar. I'm proud to represent the heart of Texas, and these House Democrats are ready to fight for an America that workers can afford, an America that is not run by the billionaire class, an America where health care is a basic right. And these Democrats have been standing strong, so I want y'all to give it up for Congresswoman Tlaib, Congressman Pallone, Congressman Garcia, Congresswoman Barragan, Congresswoman Kelly, Congresswoman Randall, Congresswoman DelBene, Congresswoman Ballant. Let's hear it, y'all. Come on. Congressman Foster, Congresswoman Sewell, Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz, Congressman Thompson. I think I got them all. I said Foster, but we can clap for Foster again. We're ready to fight to make sure that everyday people don't have to check their bank account on their way to the doctor. We're ready to make sure that our constituents don't have to figure out how to pay an extra $10,000 a year out of their budgets for health care just so billionaires can get another tax break. That's what this fight is about. People can talk about cloture and continuing resolutions. This ain't about that. This is about whether this government is for everyday people or for the billionaire class and their puppet politicians. Democrats want to keep your government open and keep your life affordable. Republicans want to shut it down to cut your health care. This should not be a partisan issue, because when I talk to everyday people in Texas and across the America, people agree that it does not make sense for John Cornyn and Ted Cruz trying to make it so a family of four has to pay, and we've got the numbers, $9,381 more a year for health care in Texas. Is that right? No. Is that right? No. Republican Speaker Mike Johnson is fighting to make sure that families in his district have to pay $11,000 more a year in health care. Is that right? No. Is that right? No. So what are Republicans doing? Are they here in D.C. to explain their positions? No. Are they here in D.C. to make a deal? No. No. House Republicans have gone into the witness protection program. They're on vacation with their billionaire donors somewhere. There are more mentions of Donald Trump and the Epstein files than there are House Republicans here in D.C. today. So when people ask who's to blame for the shutdown, I think it is crystal clear. Crystal clear. Now, I want to address the state of the Democratic Party a little bit, because not everybody wants to talk about it, but I think it's important to talk about it. There are, of course, millions of people that see how Trump is the most corrupt president in American history, how he's robbing people. But folks want to know who the Democrats are, what we're willing to stand for. And it's no secret that at times we've been divided. At times there's been questions about what we're willing to stand for. But thanks to your organizing, thanks to your pushing, for the first time in the Trump administration, House and Senate Democrats have stood united and have given this answer. This week, unlike Republicans, Democrats are willing to stand up, fight back, and make sure workers can afford their health care rather than making sure that Jeff Bezos can afford another jet. How about that? How about that for a Democratic Party? And I have one more word for y'all as organizers, and less for the cameras or the media or anything else. I know that things feel very discouraging right now. It can feel like we are helpless. And I know that even when we win this fight on health care, that we will not have stopped all of Donald Trump's wannabe authoritarian and dictator ambitions. We've got some real work to do. So when I feel helpless, when I've been having a hard time, I look to folks that have been in situations like ours. I just got back from visiting with leaders from all over the world at the United Nations, including with some Latin American leaders who in their own countries in the 70s and 80s dealt with military dictatorships with a much tighter grip on their governments than Trump has on ours. And their message to me and to all of us was very clear, which is this: just like in life, in this work, there are no shortcuts. There is no simple solution to this. You cannot just take the elevator to the place we all want to go. You've got to take the stairs, step by step by step, house meeting by house meeting, electoral campaign by electoral campaign, advocating, knocking on doors, talking to your neighbors, rally after rally after rally, step by step, until we bring along hundreds of millions of Americans who are sick and tired of this wannabe dictator and are ready to look out for one another. Because they're in it for the money and for the power. But we are in it for each other, and we're in it for the long haul, and they cannot take that away. Not now, not ever. We are never giving up on this country, because this is our home, this is our fight, and our vote, while it is for your health care, is also a vote of confidence in each and every one of you, because no politician is going to be here to save us. It's going to be you all staying united, talking to everyday people until the day is won, and we're going to get there. And nobody knows that better than our Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi, who's just joined us. Let's hear it for Speaker Pelosi. Thank you guys so very, very much. And next up, we're hearing from Senator Merkley. Oh, sorry. Is it Merkley or Pelosi? I'm not allowed to pick up here. Also, we have been joined by one more new House Democrat, the first ever Latina elected from the state of Arizona. Adelita Grijalva is here with y'all. And a round of applause for Congresswoman Maxine Dexter, new member from Portland. Thank you guys so much.
Why don't you go ahead, Nancy? Nancy, why don't you go ahead? Nancy, why don't you go ahead? Okay, I'll jump in here. Oh, my goodness. The progressives from the House side are giving us the right story. Are you behind them? Now, I see a sign right over here that says the rich get richer while we get sicker. Can you bring that sign on up here? I like that. I don't like what's happened. I'll tell you that. We've had 9 months of Trump, and it's made us sicker and poor. 9 months of being sicker and poor. Tariffs that are raising the cost of everything, like a sales tax across America, and other provisions that are, well, this destruction of health care. Well, I have a question for you. This is a philosophy the Republicans are putting forward, and the philosophy is families lose and billionaires win. Do you like that philosophy? No. How about hell no? Hell no, that's right. And it's like, well, we'll take child nutrition away. Why? To finance tax cuts for billionaires. Is that right? And we're going to destroy Medicaid, whenever my state, the Oregon Health Plan, to do tax cuts for billionaires. Is that right? And we're going to run up $30 trillion of debt over 30 years, compromising all the programs in the future for families. Is that right? So we're here to say fight matters. And in a normal year, a fight over policy matters. But we're not in a normal year. We're in an authoritarian takeover, a strongman state, and it's going to be up to us to carry the fight to save our republic. Are you in the fight? Yeah. We heard what President Trump is doing with the generals. He said, here's the thing. There's an invasion within. What does he mean by an invasion within? He means those of us who disagree. Are we going to stand up for free speech? Yeah. Free assembly? Yeah. Freedom of the press? Yeah. Damn right, because that's what it is to be an American. What Trump is doing is destroying our Constitution and the separation of powers. And we know that when this happens around the world, there's three things. The first is there's a rubber stamp Congress. How about we elect a Congress that's not a rubber stamp for President Trump? And the second thing is a Supreme Court that delivers more power to the executive than the Constitution provides for. How about we have a Supreme Court that honors the Constitution? Yes. And the third challenge is a president who is authoritarian impulse and wants to be a king. You know, our founders were very concerned about the president being a king. You know, the Supreme Court said, hey, we found this invisible ink in the Constitution. That invisible ink says the president is not accountable to the law. Anybody else find that invisible ink? No. I can't find it. And then you combine that with the power of pardon, and we have a whole executive branch, a whole entire executive branch above the law. We are in big trouble in this fight right now. Healthcare over billionaires. We have a much better plan than families lose and billionaires win. And it's this: families thrive and billionaires pay their fair share. Let's restore health care. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Don't you want to go next? No, just go. Amy Klobuchar's up next. All right, Amy.
I will defer to the speaker. Okay, all right. Well, thank you, everyone. And we are here from the Senate, fresh off our vote, where we are standing up for the American people when it comes to health care. We are here today for one reason, and that is that Republicans have created a health care crisis in this country. And by the way, to our colleagues on the Republican side who we would love to have join us on our legislation, ironically, a week ago we had many more votes on ours than they did because they decided to go home, not to mention what they've done in the House. We're standing with the people. And when they say they need an off-ramp, I say to them, an off-ramp? My people are standing on a cliff right now. They're standing on a health insurance cliff as they look at what's happening. Kaiser report today, doubling of the premiums with the Affordable Care Act. There are moms trying to figure out if they're going to have cancer trials for their kids because of the NIH frozen funds. Time and time again, healthcare matters to the people of this country. And when I hear them say, oh, we'll look at this in December, we'll look at this in January, this is not a December thing, this is not a January thing, this is a now thing. This is a now thing. The other thing we know about them is they are going to rubber stamp what Donald Trump wants. So the reason that Leader Jeffries and that Leader Schumer were so focused on getting that meeting with Donald Trump is not because they wanted to see the gold in the Oval Office, okay? It was because they know that if they even make an agreement with their Republican leaders, he can just come in and change it the next day. So that is why it is so important that he lead. He prides himself in the art of the deal. And it's time for him to deal with us on behalf of the American people. So when you look at what he did after that meeting, that offending AI-created video that he put up, to me, I was like, let's just say bad sign, okay? He was not taking this seriously at all. But you know what? Those deepfake videos, people know what they are. But you know what doesn't lie? Their grocery bills don't lie. Their electricity bills don't lie. And their health care insurance bills don't lie. So that is why we are united on this. We are moving forward. They need to come to the table. They run the White House. They run the House. They run the Senate. And they need to keep this government open and work with us. Thank you. No, Susan DelBene, hero.
Thank you, Senator. Hi, everyone. I am Congresswoman Susan DelBene from the great state of Washington. And it is an honor to be here with all of you because the way we make a difference is by sharing our stories and using our voices and standing up for our communities. That's exactly what you are doing. Thank you. Across the country, Americans want to see us protect their health care. Across the country, people want to see the premium tax credits extended. Red districts, blue districts, people want health care, and it is important if we are going to be representatives of our districts. That's our title, that's our job, that we are all standing up for health care, for our communities. It is a sign, not a surprising sign, that we are here and House Republicans are nowhere to be seen at a time when they could be here working to make sure that we protect health care for the American people and keep the government open. What a concept. We could do that. But it takes leadership. It takes people coming together and prioritizing working families first, not billionaires. There is no one who has been a bigger champion for health care across this country. There is no one who has done a more important job to make sure that we are working in D.C. for the people across the country so that every family, every child, every member of our family can grow up healthy, can have great opportunity, can have access to affordable quality health care in their community. It has been tireless work on her part that has brought us to where we are today, and we're going to continue not to fight, not to go backward, but to go forward and build on that. Please join me in welcoming the incredible Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Susan DelBene. Susan is the chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. And you know, the antidote to all ailments is to win the election. Yeah. Win the election. Yeah. Susan, thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Okay, a couple things. We recently celebrated this year we celebrated the 15th anniversary of the Affordable Care Act. When we passed it, we did so without one Republican vote. They do not believe in taking care of the American people. We did it with so many of the Democrats who were up here. They took a tough vote. And then when what's-his-name became president, he said, President Obama was so much a part of this. He said, Obamacare sucks. Forgive me for quoting the leader of the free world. Obamacare sucks. I said, there's some things around who suck, but it's not Obamacare. It's not Obamacare. It doesn't suck. It cures. The only reason we could pass the bill in the first place and save the bill for scores of attempts of those to undermine it was not with our inside maneuvering, but with the outside mobilization, yes. As you said. Know your power in this. When they went after us with his, sucks thing, we had, it's so appropriate for him. He's so distinguished and all that. So anyway, when we had this challenge in 18, when he was going to repeal and replace with I don't know what, but nothing. So when he had that, in order to save the affordable care, protect our care, all these organizations who are gathered, all of you here today, went out there and mobilized. The outside grassroots mobilization, it's everything. We had 10,000 events across the country where people told their stories. They didn't talk about provisions in the bill, and they didn't talk about politics, Democrats and Republicans. They talked about, my baby was born with a heart condition, with $2 million in charges, and again, no lifetime limits, all lifted, all the steps of that. Okay. My mother had breast cancer. My husband had a stroke. They told their stories. Nothing is more eloquent to the American people than the voices of their own constituents. And they heard these stories in their own districts. Nothing is more eloquent to a member of Congress than the voice of his or her own constituents, as I said. That's right. And so they told these stories, and they saved the Affordable Care Act with the help of Senator John McCain, and we're so grateful to him for that. So I say to you, know your power in this. I always say to members when they want to run, people want to run, I say, know your why. Yes. Know why you're running, because this is a rough terrain. And it has to be, you have to know why you're here so you can take the heat. My why was that 1 in 5 children in America lived in poverty, went to sleep hungry at night. I couldn't stand that as a mother of 5 myself. So what I do is I judge everybody. What are you doing for the children? Yes. What are they doing for the children except to hurt them if they are sick, and to hurt their families that they live in, and to help their grandparents even, because Medicaid covers much of the cost in our country for long-term health care for seniors. So this is about the children and their families. It's about the Republicans. Imagine, they're religious people, you know, they're so religious. I say you pray in church on Sunday and you pray on people all the rest of the week. All the rest of the week. All the rest of the week that you would take food out of the mouths of babies. Yeah, 2 days ago, or was it yesterday, was the 48th anniversary of our food programs. 48th anniversary, Jimmy Carter signed the bill. They're taking food out of the mouths of babies and putting it to billionaires' checks for stuff they don't even need. That's sinful. That's shameful. That's preying on people during the week as they hypocritically say they're religious people. So anyway, a lot of the members in the Congress who voted for this bill had to suffer through the misrepresentations of it. Almost 80 times they voted to take it down, and then when Huji became president in his foul language, he got a lesson. And the closing, I'll end the way I began. We won that election 2018. We won 40 seats, 31 of them in Trump districts. And you know what our message was? Protect our care. Protect our care. Protect our care. So are we ready to protect our care, win the election? Thank you all for your outside mobilization. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to our members. Thank you all. Now it's my pleasure to yield to
Catherine Clark.
Oh, Catherine, I thought I was going to yield to Pete. Okay, our leadership has been so remarkable in all of this. Hakeem Jeffries, who will soon be Speaker Jeffries in just a short period of time. Our chair of our caucus, Pete Aguilar of California. And my pleasure to bring to the podium and yield to the distinguished House Democratic Whip, Catherine Clark.
All right. You are a beautiful sight. Oh, and you are showing exactly who has the power in this fight. The people have the power. So let's say it a little louder, just in case our friends decide to come to D.C. and want to hear us. So who has the power? We do. Who has the power? We do. Who has the power? We do. You bet. The people have the power, and I don't have to tell you how much is at stake right now. And I know each and every one of you has a story, something that is fueling you to be here, to stand up, to speak out. And I am hearing these stories every single day. And we are so grateful to the storytellers who are here, to the ones we have heard from in our home communities and in testimony here today. And as a mom of three, I have to tell you, it's the parents whose stories really get to me. Working parents who don't know what they're going to do if the Republicans dismantle their health care. Imagine being a billionaire. Think about that for a second. One of the richest people to ever live. And telling millions of parents, you don't deserve to take your kid to the doctor. Imagine sitting on a fortune built by working people and telling them you don't deserve peace of mind. Imagine having multiple yachts and homes and telling pregnant women you don't deserve maternity care. It is a shame, and it's a kind of moral bankruptcy that we're up against. That's the kind of petty greed that we are dealing with. And do you know what it costs to keep a child on Medicaid? $10 a day. $10 a day. That's it. So should we be handing that $10 to Elon Musk? No. Do you want to give it to Jeff Bezos? No. Do you want to put that $10 towards creating the first ever trillionaire? No. No, we don't. We want to give that $10 to a newborn and build a healthy, happy future. That's what we want to do. That's the investment we want to make. And we're here to say, let's invest more in our future. Let's invest more in children and people who need health care. And how about we have billionaires actually pay their taxes in full? And how about we stop rewarding, through our taxation system, the hoarded wealth of a very few? Yes. How about we start rewarding the hard work of the many? Yes. We are not going to back down from this fight, and we are in this with you because our lives are on the line, our children's lives are on the line, and we know this: when the people fight, we win. Yeah. Thank you for being here.
I'm good. Thank you so much, Whip Clark. Let's give Catherine Clark a round of applause. You're fighting. She is always fighting for us, and on behalf of the Democratic colleagues, I'm chair of the Democratic Caucus. We are so pleased to be here with all of the organizers and all of the volunteers who helped put this together. Thank you so much. We are in debt to you for keeping this issue front and center. Every Democrat up on this stage feels a deep sense of obligation and responsibility to look out for the health care of the American public. Members are coming in and out, but I did want to call attention. Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Bill Foster, in addition to Nancy Pelosi, they voted for the Affordable Care Act, right? Every member up here has a responsibility to defend the Affordable Care Act, and that's what we have been doing for our tenure in Congress. There's no doubt about it that we are in a full-blown health care crisis in this country because of Donald Trump and his Republican henchmen. Their first major bill that we all talked about, and we told the American public what it would do, but it produced the largest cut to health care in American history. Just let that sink in. And we told them that this was going to be shameful. We told them that this was wrong. We told them that this was going to hurt people, and they didn't listen. They didn't listen to you. They didn't listen to your stories. They didn't listen to us. Instead of protecting your health care, they're gutting it. Instead of looking out for your well-being first, they're putting their rich and powerful friends ahead of us. Instead of lowering your costs, they're raising them. Instead of funding government, they're on vacation right now. Well, Democrats won't stand for that. That's why we're doing everything in our power to prevent Republicans from doing even more damage by engaging in their dirty government funding bill. While Republicans are missing in action, Democrats are here. We are working, and we are looking out for you and the safety of your kids and your communities. And we know the real consequences of this moment. We know the inaction of this moment, and we are so thankful to be in this fight. We are so thankful to have your back and to put healthcare front and center of this fight for the American public. We know that coverage will lapse, hospitals will close, premiums will skyrocket if we don't do anything. And that's why all of us are here. That's why all of us are speaking with one voice to protect our communities. You deserve better, and that's what Democrats are fighting tooth and nail for. Thank you so much for having me, and I'll turn it back over to Kristen.
Thank you so much. Can we get one more giant round of applause and thank you to our Democratic champions, ladies and gentlemen. We got two stories. All right, we're getting our act together up here. We're welcoming some other brave women and storytellers because, as everyone has said, this is personal. This is personal for all of us. And right now, while this Republican trifecta further enriches the billionaire class, most Americans have less than $600 in their checking account. If the Republicans allow the subsidies to expire, we know this further drives up our costs. Medical debt is one of the most serious and scary things a family can go through. And for many of us, including myself, this is personal. 20 years ago, as a single mom,
It was one $886 dental bill that sent my family into a downward spiral. First, the lights were turned out. Then my car was repossessed. And ultimately, we lost our home to foreclosure. And I don't say this because I want pity. I say this because those in power often make us feel ashamed. They make us feel that it is our fault. When the truth is the system is so rigged for working people right now that it is not our fault. And so tonight we're going to shed some light on what working families and real people are enduring in this country. So give a round welcome to Kara, who comes to us from Milwaukee, my home state, and other brave women, and we're going to share some more stories. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you for having me. My name is Kara Pitt-D'Andrea. I run a mid-sized, small, nonprofit child development center in the city of Milwaukee. Thank you. Yeah, Wisconsin. I'm here with Main Street Alliance, who is huge advocacy for supporting small businesses like the one that I run. And if any of you know what it takes to run a small business, you know it is not for the faint of heart. And we make decisions every day to serve our community in ways that big businesses cannot reach, will not reach, are simply unable to by the rules that they are bound to. Serving in the nonprofit industry, we make choices. And part of my choice and my ability to do that is that I have the Affordable Care Act. My health care is through the marketplace. And I've been able to bridge the gap of perhaps the private sector would provide and commit myself to my community because of the ACA. And it feels a little bit like we should stop calling them Republicans and Democrats and start calling it the party who cares for the majority of the Americans and the party that does not care about us. And when we start calling it by the real names like that, the deflection of the Republican Party becomes more transparent. The small businesses, we are the vital part of the ecosystem. Right? We are the ones that show up when no one else can. And if, from daycare perspective, my staff relies on the ACA. And daycare is not for the faint of heart. Early childhood development is a science. It is the neuroscience of your children developing from birth to 3, 70% of the brain. And we have the in-home centers in Wisconsin and across the country who are dedicated care providers who get their health care from the ACA. And they show up for you. And healthy daycares make healthy parents, and healthy parents make great employees. And great employees make America a lot of money. And so if we break it down, the interest should be bipartisan. It should be bipartisan. If they want a successful America, they invest in us, in each and every one of us, and we show up every day because we love what we do, even when it is hard. Thank you for having me today. Big thanks to the Democrats who care about the majority of the Americans, who are doing the fight. Thank you all so much, and thank you, Main Street Alliance.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Watson, but everyone calls me Trish. I'm a proud black mama, a daughter of Maryland, a fierce social advocate, a cutie patootie, and a woman who nearly gave 20 years of my life to serving the state as a psychiatrist. That same work left me permanently disabled, and let me be clear, I'm alive today for one reason: Planned Parenthood, Medicaid. And I'm going to pause and let that sink in, because I'm not just a number. I'm a daughter. I'm a mother. I'm someone's sister. I'm your cousin. I'm your neighbor. I'm your friend. I'm your advocate. We're in a healthcare crisis, a crisis created by President Trump and his backers in Congress. And because of their choices, people like me, who depend on Medicare, are being blocked from essential health care. Take your time. That means Planned Parenthood health centers, the very places keeping us alive, are under attack. I fought cervical cancer, breast cancer, lymphatic cancer that spread to my jaw, and I had to get part of my jaw removed. And right now, I'm waiting on more tests to find out if I'm facing stage 2 liver disease or if my cancer has metastasized again. And every single time, Planned Parenthood has stood in that gap. They didn't just treat me, they cared for me, they cared for my sons. They're connected to my life-saving support. They connected me to Susan G. Komen Foundation, who honored me as a Maryland Strength honoree. Because of that care and because Medicare covered me, I've been able to watch my oldest son, Mikhail, graduate from RIT with honors. Be inducted into Maryland's top 100 women. Hug my youngest son after picking him up from second year at UMES. And most of all, be here today to keep fighting, keep living, and keep mothering. And that's what this is about, values and why it matters. Dignity, access, family, and survival. People like me don't have the luxury of waiting on politics or red tape. We don't need debates, we need care. We need care. We don't need cruelty, we need action. I'm standing here today because Medicaid and Planned Parenthood gave me the chance to keep raising my sons to be amazing men, to keep serving my community and keep living. And that's not charity, that's humanity. That's survival. And let's be real, this is not about parties, it's about people. Protect Medicaid, protect affordable health care, because without it, people like me don't just get left behind, we die. Thank you.
In 2013, I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and that entire treatment would have cost $150,000, but I paid $3,000. That's because I had health insurance. And as a freelance artist and writer, I don't have coverage through a job, so I have to pay for it out of my pocket. And the year that I had cancer, the insurance, I was paying about a little less than $400 a month. And that's kind of a lot of money for a freelancer if anybody out here works for themselves. But it was the responsible thing to do. Having health insurance meant that I could get regular checkups, tests, specialists. It led to the early detection of my cancer. It's the reason why I get to stand here today with Trisha. It's the reason why I get follow-up care so that I can keep standing here and keep advocating. So since then, every year the premium goes up, and it's about $1,100 right now. And I expect it to go up again, of course. But the federal, but the tax credit helps to keep it lower. That's what makes it even possible for me to keep paying for it. It's pretty high, but it's absolutely necessary to protect my health, especially given my history. So last month, I got this email from the DC health insurance marketplace, and it said, your tax credits are ending, and I totally freaked out. I started kind of figuring out, what does this mean? I mean, based on the past, it means that probably I'm going to be paying double what I have been paying for healthcare. That means I'm going to be paying 20% of my income, 1/5 of my income. And that just blows my mind. I haven't quite figured out how that's going to even happen. So healthcare has always been a priority for me, even when paying for it meant sacrifice, and it's going to be a sacrifice. It's worth paying for because it means that I don't have to wait around until it's too late to find out about a disease that could have been cured if it had been detected soon enough. It means I don't have to forego my entire life savings and my home because of medical bills. I don't have to forego life-saving treatment because I can't afford it. And that's all about to change. I'm one of the people who's just above the 400% of the federal poverty line who's going to be most affected by this. And it sounds like a lot, 400%, but it barely puts me just barely into the middle class. Trust me, it's not that much money. And I'm going to be like I said, I'm going to be one of the people who's going to be most hurt when Republicans take away the tax credit. Without the tax credit, I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford health care, the kind of health care that once saved my life and could save my life again. As a freelancer, I already work way more than 40 hours a week. I can't actually take on any more work. I am maxed out. And so I am outraged that Republicans have driven up the health care costs. They're taking away our tax credits. Why? To put more money in billionaires' pockets. It's for their billionaire friends and donors and buddies. It's greed. It's greed. Greed. Greed is not good. Everything costs too much. Everything is getting more expensive every day. Trump and the Republicans are making it worse every day. Not just with this, but they're making it worse with their policies, and they're not doing anything to make our lives better. And I'm not just speaking for me and my Democratic friends. I'm speaking for everyone. It does not matter what your political party is. This will affect you. This will make your life worse. So I urge policymakers, do not compromise. Do not compromise on cutting anything, and don't wait another minute. We have to fight back. As our Congresspeople said earlier, we must fight back. We cannot compromise now. We cannot compromise for a year from now. We can never compromise, because this is about all of us together and about our basic human right of having health care. I don't want to have to keep worrying about this every time somebody wants more money for their friends or they want more power for them. So thank you so much for letting me be here today, and let's keep fight. Yes, fight back. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Give these women all the love. All the love. All right, we have more special guests who are walking down from doing the people's work to stand in solidarity with us. It's my honor and privilege to introduce a Congresswoman who's been fighting the tax fight for a long time. Representative Jayapal, please come to the stage.
Hello, everybody. Fight back. Are you ready to fight back? Are you ready to fight forward for our health care? Are you ready to say cancel the cuts? Save our health care. Lower our costs. That is what we're fighting for, my friends, and it is amazing to be here to say that Democrats, House Democrats, are all right here because we are doing our job. Meanwhile, these Republicans, it's like playing Where's Waldo? Where the hell are they? I don't know. They're all over the country having fancy fundraisers, and the government is going to shut down in just a few hours. It is unconscionable that they passed this partisan spending bill and then left. And it tells you what they think about their respect for the American people and your ability to have the health care that you deserve. It tells you that they don't think they need to negotiate. Well, let me tell you something. If you are governing, and if you have the House, the Senate, and the White House, and you have power of all three of them, then you have to govern. And you got to pass a bill that gets Democrats on board. And the only way that our House Democrats and our Senate Democrats are going to get on board is if we cancel the cuts, if we save health care, and if we lower costs. Now, they're trying to do the same thing they always do. They're trying to say, oh, this is all about those immigrants. Well, let me tell you something. It's not immigrants that stole your health care and cut your Medicaid. It was the billionaire tax cuts that did that. It's not immigrants who are shutting down rural hospitals across the country. It's the big bad betrayal bill that did that. It's not immigrants who are saying don't extend the health care premiums, the subsidies. It's those billionaires who want every dollar to go to them instead of to you. And so we have to be really clear about this fight. We have the strength of the people. The people are on our side. The people know that they deserve health care. The American people know that a mom who's taking care of her 2 kids on the autism spectrum, or a senior in a nursing home that desperately needs their health care, or any person who is fighting cancer across this country. This is not ideological. This is not partisan. This is not based on where you live. It is something that every American deserves, and House Democrats, Senate Democrats are going to stand up and fight back and make sure that we deliver for you. And we have the incredible honor and privilege of being led by somebody in the House Democratic Caucus who has been showing us what it means to keep Democrats united, who has been showing us what it means to stand up and fight for the affordability of people and not for the billionaires. We have somebody who leads the House Democratic Caucus who has kept us united on every vote, including this last one when we said, no, hell no, we're not voting for your partisan spending bill. So please join me in welcoming our House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries.
Thank you, Pramila, an amazing champion. Are you here to fight for the health care of the American people? Are you here to win? What an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you. House Democrats are here in the Capitol reporting for duty. Republicans are on vacation. We're here because we understand this is an important fight to win. We're prepared at all times to try to find a bipartisan path forward to fund the government, but it has to be funded in a manner consistent with our values and in a manner that lifts up the quality of life of the American people, that doesn't hurt everyday Americans. And so our position has been clear. We will not support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people. Not now, not ever. Now, yesterday, Chuck Schumer and I met in the Oval Office with the president and Republican leadership. In that meeting, it was extraordinary. Some of the Republican leaders said health care is extraneous. We said, no, health care is not extraneous. Health care is central to the quality of life of the American people, and that's why we're fighting. Now, after that meeting, Donald Trump posted this AI video featuring myself and Chuck Schumer. It was a fake video. It was a disgusting video. It was a racist video. It was unbecoming of anyone purporting to be the president of the United States of America. But y'all, I ain't scared. I'm from Brooklyn. We get down like Shirley Chisholm, unbought and unbossed at all times. So, Mr. President, allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm the House Democratic leader. The House Democratic Caucus is 217 members strong. We're part of a separate and co-equal branch of government. That means we don't work for Donald Trump. We don't work for J.D. Vance. We don't work for billionaire donors. We work for all of you, the American people. And that's why we're here together, House Democrats, Senate Democrats, standing together with all of you. Your values are our values, and our values are your values. And together, we're fighting to cancel the cuts, lower the cost, and save health care. We're fighting together for your Medicaid. Are we fighting for your Medicaid? We're fighting together for your Medicaid. We're fighting together for your Medicare. We're fighting together for the Affordable Care Act. We're fighting to protect your hospitals. We're fighting to protect our nursing homes. We're fighting to protect our community-based health clinics. And we're fighting for the principle that in America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, healthcare can't simply be a privilege. For the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. We're fighting for the principle that in this country, healthcare must be a right available to every single American at all times. At all times. At all times. And so this fight won't be easy, but I trust the resiliency of the American people. The heart, the soul, the spirit, and the strength of the American people. We stand on the shoulders of so many giants, many who we've served with, like the great John Lewis, who would always tell us in times of challenge, stand up, show up, speak up for what we know is right. And go out there and get into necessary trouble and good trouble. I said good trouble. I said good trouble. Are you ready for us to hold the line? Are you ready for us to stand strong? Are you ready for us to win this fight? Save your health care, lower costs, make sure we protect the things that matter for you and your families. Are you ready for us to put families and health care over billionaires? Well, I'm here to tell you we're in this fight until we win this fight. God bless each and every one of you.
We want health care. What do we want? When do we want it? I said, when do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? If we don't get it, if we don't get it, hadn't planned on doing that, but my brother Hakeem got me fired up tonight. Jumbo Bwana, everyone, I invite you to take notice of the solid ground beneath your feet and briefly acknowledge the original stewards and custodians of this land, Washington, D.C., the Anacostan, Pamunkey, and Piscataway Indians, and honor them and state that it's past time that we begin to share and care for this land with all native tribes. I am Fari Gamina Tumpe, a very proud Washingtonian born right here on Capitol Hill, still living in the home where I was born and raised, building community all my life, continuing the legacy of my grandmother and mother, helping to raise children in the community, being the child care workforce behind the workforce, teaching performing arts, and helping to feed the hungry. I worked hard for decades, and now with several autoimmune diseases, I too rely on SSI disability, Medicaid, and Medicare. I am also a 2-gen caregiver of 3 differently abled geniuses that have diagnoses that range from autism to severe social and emotional learning disorders, because my youngest child has schizophrenia, and they were born with many developmental delays, and for the past 2 decades, I've dedicated my life to raising them. But like all of my sisters here and like all of you, I am a healthcare hero. But I shouldn't have to be a healthcare hero in the United States of America. The very Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke of the civil rights movement and referred to it as the urgency of now. The urgency of now. To have Congress restore health care and prevent looming Affordable Health Care Act premium spikes and the expiration of said act at the end of 2025. The urgency is now. Stop snatching the lifeline of Medicaid from 22 million Americans and possibly shutting down 465 rural hospitals in America. Stop demanding prior authorizations for our life-saving medications. The urgency is now. Ending pro-billionaire agenda to the tune of $1 trillion a year in tax cuts. The urgency is now. There are only 800 billionaires in the United States of America, yet 340 million will suffer at the hands of Republicans in Congress. This big, beautiful bill is dismantling our democracy, and our most reverent prayer is for a caring economy, and the people will move its money and its votes until we live in a caring economy. Make no mistake about it. The power of the people is stronger than the people in power. And we will continue to stage global economic blackouts and global protests against the Trump administration if Republicans don't fund health care. We will choke the flow of money and remind them of the truth that the people are the economy. And we, the people, are in power, and we will prove this by our economic resistance. Health care is a human right and not a privilege. Republicans, we need you to stand up to Trump's authoritarianism. This administration has literally waged a war against its own people. And it's time we end this dystopian nightmare where there is great suffering and injustice. Republicans, I invite you to close with a future-oriented question. What is the story you hope people will tell about you when you're gone? The story I hope people will tell is how I lived to be one with the will of God and the will of the American people, and how I pushed people to be their best in spite of their circumstances. My fellow Americans, don't worry and don't fear. Let us not forget that true retribution is, was, and will always be solely in God's hands and in God's time. And if God chooses to make us wait a bit for that day of retribution, it is because he wants that day to taste that much sweeter. We all need a moment of life that supersedes politics and promotes healthy living and liberty for all Americans. My brothers and sisters, the urgency is now.
Hi, everybody. Are we still ready for the fight? And the Senate just rejected the vote. I want to make sure this is right. 55. What's somebody? Anyway. It failed. It failed. To those that were worried. Why are we here? We're here. You've been hearing all the stories. I have all year. I was at the University of Michigan, and I got in the elevator to go to my doctor, and a mother was there with her child, and she burst into tears. And she said, "You have to promise me I will still be able to bring my child here. He will die if my Medicaid is taken away." And I promised her she would, and then I called the head of the hospital and said, "I'll pay the bills if we have to. We cannot let children be denied health insurance or a chance for life." I've been at seniors, and seniors come up to me crying. My husband is in a long-term care facility. If I lose Medicaid, where will he live? Or does he just die? And now, here's the reality, as you've heard from so many, that insurance premiums are starting to go out now for 26. People get their information October 1st. The exchange opens November 1st. The tax credit expires at the end of December. A couple in my district, Michigan, 60 years old, both of them work. If they lose their affordable tax care credit, their premium is going to go up $11,000, $250. That is a 164% increase in what their health care insurance is going to be. Well, what the decisions they have to make? You know, after we passed the bill, I won't use the word I want to use. We were in all night. We seemed to do all of our work in the middle of the night. And I got a call. My mother was being rushed to the hospital by ambulance. She's okay. But I sat in the emergency room that whole weekend. She needed to be admitted, and there was no bed. And I sat there with many other patients that I got to know and their families. And all I could think about is our healthcare system is broken now, and we're making it worse. My church, my nuns taught me that our responsibility is that when you are sick, you took care of me. If you are sick in this country, you should be able to go to the doctor, get the care you need, and afford your medicine. And that's why we are here. Because we are in a crisis. People are going to lose their health care insurance. And we're here. The Democrats are here. We want to sit at the table. We want a bipartisan solution. You can't do it if you're not here. But at some point, it is worth the fight. And for me, telling little children they're not going to die because they've got a right to be able to go to the doctor is worth taking a stand.
Muchísimas gracias, muchísimas gracias. I'm Teresa Legia Fernandez from the beautiful state of New Mexico, but I am also the chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, and we are 96 women strong, and we need Speaker Johnson to swear in Adelita Grijalva so we can have 97 women fighting for you. Because we will fight for you, because women have had it hard. Women have had it hard. Across the country, women cannot get their health care or their cervical pap exams because they are shutting down Planned Parenthood. Across the country, women are worried about what to do with their children because there are not
enough workers for childcare, and there are no longer the women needed to care for our elderly in our nursing homes, and they are cutting Medicaid, and they are kicking people out of nursing homes with their bad bills and laws. And it is shameful. We need to use that word more often, shame, because what they are doing by ignoring the plight of women and families and people across this country who need health care is shameful. It is shameful, and we will continue to call it out. I need to tell you, I am a proud Latina, and I tell you, the most worst insult you can give anybody is that they are sin vergüenzas. They are without shame. And without shame means you have no morals and no values, and you do not stand up for your constituents. We are here standing up for our constituents. We are standing with you. We are standing with you because you're the ones who have the power. You're the ones who have the voice. You're the ones who show up, and we are here showing up with you because we are in the fight, and we will win the fight, as Leader Jeffries said. And I need to tell you, I'm a mom, and there are many moms and dads out there, and when your family is in crisis, you stick with the family until you solve that crisis. Right now, we have a health care crisis, and Republicans have not stuck with their family. They did not show up to work today, did they? They did not show up, but Democrats showed up because we're going to keep showing up. And a question keeps getting asked. But who will they blame for the shutdown? Now, I need to tell you, who will they blame for the shutdown? Well, guess who has the White House, the Senate, and the House? Republicans do. But that's not the question to ask. The question to ask, who will suffer the pain from the shutdown? Who will suffer the pain from taking away our health care? Who will suffer the pain from higher health insurance premiums? I need to tell you about Jen. Jen wrote to my office, and I just finished talking to her about 20 minutes before I got here. Jen has health insurance through Affordable Care Act. Jen now pays $605 for her family to receive health insurance. $2,300 a month, from $605 to $2,300 a month. She has a pre-existing condition, and Republicans would condemn her to have no health care under their plan. And Democrats are saying, hell no, we will never vote for your plan to kick Americans off of health care. We are standing here united, and I am going to now recognize one of my dear friends, Becca Ballant, the co-chair of the Equality Caucus.
I'm gonna come out to the side here because I'm too short to stand behind this. I may be tiny, but I'm mighty. I'm a scrappy little dyke from Vermont, and I don't take any crap. So look, you've been out here for a long time, and you know the stakes. I don't have to tell you. You understand that Republicans are trying to decimate Medicaid, Medicare. These asinine tariffs are going to drive up the costs of our prescription drugs. I represent a rural district. Rural hospitals are going to close. It's going to raise premiums for everybody. And we're out here because Democrats always protect health care. That's what we do. So I appreciate that you have a thank you, Democrats, because we're the ones that for 15 years they have been trying to dismantle the Affordable Care Act. And every single time Republicans, and now Donald Trump saying we're going to replace it with something better, they never have a plan. But every single time, Democrats will be here protecting your health care. So look, I want to focus on you. Because what I hear from my constituents, what I hear from my activists, is that people are tired, and they're anxious, and they're weary, and they feel like, how can I possibly keep at it? It's only 9 months in. How are we going to keep at it? And this is where, if only we had the votes. Here's the deal. We have to draw strength and energy from each other. We have to. And I want you to remember Don't ever let anyone tell you that only extraordinary people do extraordinary things. It's ordinary people that do astonishing things every single day. And that's what you're all doing in this fight. So thank you so much for being out here. We are so grateful for you pushing for us to do our best work. Love you all. Thank you for staying to the bitter end. We are standing with all of you. And now, one of the co-chairs of the Equality Caucus with me, Sarah McBride, representative from Delaware.
Thank you, Becca. And thank you to everyone who has done today what Republicans in the House of Representatives failed to do today, and that is to show up for this country. Thank you for coming out this evening, because we are here for a righteous cause. We are here for a righteous fight. And I have never been prouder to be a member of the House Democratic Caucus, because House Democrats are here ready to hold the line in defense of working people, in defense of health care, in defense of the rule of law, in defense of all of our constituents. Now, you've been here through a fairly beautiful sunset, but the sun has set on Capitol Hill, and we are now less than 5 hours away from a government shutdown that is the byproduct of Republicans in power. We are here because of one man's insecure and desperate attempt to consolidate power at all costs. We are here because Republicans in Congress, time and time again, are yes men to this authoritarian wannabe. We are here because time and time again, Republicans in Congress will do the bidding of Donald Trump. And we are here because of an unholy alliance between congressional Republicans, Donald Trump, and the billionaires who fueled their campaigns and who facilitated their absolute abuse of power. Now, this past July, Republicans in Congress, over the opposition of every single Democrat, passed a massive tax break for billionaires in an effort to pay off their supporters. The billionaires said, you give us these tax breaks, we'll fund your campaigns, and we'll allow you to destroy our democracy. And in order to just partially pay for it, congressional Republicans and Donald Trump raided the health care of the American people. They created a health care crisis. They inserted a ticking time bomb into the center of the American healthcare system. A ticking time bomb that, as it goes off, will result in the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, and skyrocketing costs for Americans who rely on the Affordable Care Act, putting those plans out of reach. And what happens when millions of Americans lose their health coverage? Well, often they go without care. In many cases, people will die. But people who don't have coverage, they don't never get care. They just get care when they're sicker, and the care is more expensive. And because it is uncovered, the hospitals pass the cost on to everyone else. And when you remove $1 trillion from the American healthcare system, hospitals, federally qualified health centers that are already cash-strapped, particularly in urban and rural communities, they're forced to close, leaving all of the communities that rely on them for care having to drive longer, having to take more time off work, having to wait longer to get the care that they need. We are already starting to live under Trump care. Millions of Americans losing coverage, tens of thousands losing their lives, and everyone else having to pay more and wait longer to get the care that they need. The bomb is going off in the middle of the American healthcare system right now. And that is why Congress cannot afford to wait to address this healthcare cost crisis. It's why House Democrats and Senate Democrats are holding the line in saying, we will work with Republicans to keep this government open, to guarantee that the rule of law prevails, and to address this healthcare crisis. But Republicans, in their shameful and cowardly actions, are nowhere to be seen here. It is shameful. It is shameful. But we also know it's intentional. Because we know that the fuel of Trumpism is the same thing that has fueled authoritarianism across the world. And that is when people are hungry and out of a job, when they're struggling, when they're sick, when they're desperate. That is what fuels Donald Trump. That is what fuels the MAGA movement. And so we are here because lives are on the line. We are here because we want to save and protect healthcare. And we are here because we recognize that if we do not solve this healthcare crisis, it feeds right into Donald Trump's hand. It helps him consolidate power. It helps him continue to fearmonger and scapegoat. And we are here to provide a different future. A future where every single person can get the care that they need. A future where everyone can take care of themselves and their family without having to break the bank. A future where every single working person is able to live and thrive in America. That is the future we will build together. That is the future we fight for. And whether you voted for us in the last election or you didn't, we are here for you, and you are welcome to our cause. Thank you all very much.
Good evening. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak regarding our health care. My name is Sparkle Edwards. I am a home care worker from the state of Virginia. I am a caregiver for my uncle. In the height of the pandemic in 2020, my uncle had a stroke. And because of his stroke, he needed care. At the time, my uncle did not have health care coverage because he could not afford it. So our family was paying out of pocket. We were renting medical equipment once he got out of the hospital. We were renting medical equipment to cover his care, paying out of pocket for medication. I was acting as a caregiver at that time while working a full-time job, while having my own family. As a result of this, I stopped working to provide care for him full-time. Applied for Medicaid. He was able to get covered, which covered all of his services. He had a cardiologist, a neurologist, a regular primary care doctor, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy. So all of these services were in place. However, as a home care worker, I was not making enough money to take care of my own family. So I had to go back to work in addition to being a caregiver for my uncle. I have always worked in the Medicaid space. I've worked in Medicaid for over 20 years. I know I don't look like it. I look kind of young, even though it's dark. But I've worked in the Medicaid spaces for over 20 years. So I've always had a heart for this population. So I understand what it means to have Medicaid, not just as a caregiver, right, but also as a person who sees how Medicaid impacts others. I see it from both sides. I see it from a provider side as someone who works in the space with recipients of Medicaid. But I also see it on a personal side as a family member who has a loved one who relies on Medicaid. I'm thankful that I had the experience and the knowledge that I had so that I can help facilitate and guide his services. And I was able to overcome a lot of barriers because I knew the questions to ask. I knew the places to go. I knew the things to do to get him the care that he needs. But every family does not have someone like me to advocate for them, right? So why I'm here today, although my uncle is getting better, thank you to the care he's receiving, what happens to him if his benefits are cut? What happens? Do we go back paying out of pocket for a neurologist, for a cardiologist, for physical therapy, for speech therapy, and the 9 medications that he's on 3 times a day. That cost is astronomical. I have not pulled out my calculator to add it up because I know it is outside of my reach. However, home care is something that is close to my heart. Caring for my uncle is something that's close to my heart. Caring for individuals who cannot advocate for themselves is also close to my heart. At present, I've decided to return to school to pursue a master's in healthcare law so that I can continue to advocate for others who cannot advocate for themselves. Healthcare should not be unattainable in this country, right? Healthcare is not a privilege. It is a right to have healthcare, right? Access to quality health care is something that every American should have. Access to quality health care helps to improve our self-esteem. It helps to improve our quality of life. It helps to improve our economy because healthy citizens can support the economy, pay into the economy, work at jobs within this country, pay taxes within this country. So we would be paying back into the system that we're getting from, right? So sometimes it's hard for people to fathom what it looks like to need access to this care. Maybe you know someone that was born blind. Maybe you know someone that was born deaf. Maybe you know someone that was born with some kind of physical or intellectual disability. Anyone can suffer from an accident or a sudden medical emergency. We're all one illness or injury away from being a Medicaid recipient or being someone that relies on disability or Medicare. It's just one illness, one accident, one diagnosis away from needing the same care that they're trying to cut. And all of our health care needs to be affordable. But the big ugly bill not only makes health care unaffordable, there's parts of that legislation that make it difficult for people who may qualify for the exemption to get that exemption because they're trying to overburden them with additional paperwork, trying to get through to apply for this exemption. A lot of people, like my uncle, who receives Medicaid, who has a Medicaid waiver, he does not know how to communicate his health care needs. He does not understand what his needs are. He cannot speak for himself. He cannot advocate for himself. So it's very critical and important that we understand that this bill cannot stay in place. It has to go. For me, and I'm sure for most of you guys here, protecting health care is not just because we have a loved one. For me, it's my uncle. He is my person. But for you, it's someone else. It may be someone's child. It may be someone's parent. It may be someone's significant other. We all have our whys. However, I'm jumping all over the place because it's dark and I can't see, but it's okay, right? I've seen the impact of affordable health care and what it does, not just for people like my uncle, but for the people that I have worked with on a day-to-day basis. I want our legislators to know that they need to remember why they were voted in office, why they ran for the position. They are here to serve. And as a servant, you put your needs last and put the needs of the people that you serve first. We need to be represented by people who understand what we desire and what we need as Americans, protecting our health care, fixing the cruel health care attacks made by the big ugly bill, putting people before money, before dollars. It's a shame, and my heart is broken, and I'm typically not a person who has a difficulty saying what I need to say, but it's a scary time because I don't know what we would do if he did not have access to his health care. I don't even know what that looks like for us. I don't even know. I wouldn't even know how to communicate that to him in a way that he can also understand. Because although my uncle is getting better, he cannot read his name. He doesn't even understand the medications that he's on. So he's always going to need a caregiver. And having one that can be paid is vital. It's important, but also having one that has a livable wage. I just thank you guys for the opportunity to speak. And I just want us to remember that we need to continue to fight to protect our care, to protect our health care, and to fight for those who do not have the ability to fight for themselves. Thank you.
What's DC? It's been an amazing day. I have come all the way from Ohio to stand with you all, to stand with our colleagues, and we will continue to fight. Good evening. My name is Katherine Henderson, and I'm a surgical oncology nurse at The Ohio State University, Wexner Medical Center, James Cancer Hospital. I am also very proud to say that I am a member of the Ohio Nurses Association, which is an affiliate of AFT. But I come here today somber. I am here today because I can't remain silent when it comes to protecting my patients and their health. I am here today for my colleagues, near and far, who have committed their entire careers to a cause greater than themselves. Here are the facts. This summer, Republicans in Congress and the Trump White House enacted a big, ugly law that slashed Medicaid and ended health care tax credits for working families, all to fund the tax breaks for the wealthy. And the result? A full-blown health care crisis. Up to 15 million people are at risk for losing their coverage. Hospitals and clinics could be forced to close or cut essential services. And when these insurance, and with those who have insurance like myself, the premiums will rise. It could literally mean choosing between health care or rent or groceries for the most vulnerable. And hospitals aren't just health care, which we all know is a fundamental right. They're economic anchors. When a hospital or a clinic closes, the whole community feels the ripple effects. Jobs disappear. Schools and small businesses suffer. The impact here is clear. If this crisis isn't resolved, these increased burdens not only on patients, but the remaining communities to provide care where capacity and nurses are already stretched thin. At the James, we take care of cancer patients from across the country. Without insurance, I worry that someone's mother or father or even their child would have to forego preventative care or treatment. Regardless of your political party, everyone knows that cancer doesn't discriminate, and early detection is life-saving. In other words, no one will be spared from this hurt if Congress fails to act. Now we face a looming threat to shut down the government and lay off workers rather than working together to protect Americans' health care. Republicans control Congress and the White House. If the government shuts down, it's because there was a choice made. One that prioritizes politics over protecting health care and keeps costs from rising. Our country, our patients, nurses, and families deserve stability, health care, and dignity. And we're going to fight for it. I urge Republicans to do the right thing. Work across the aisle to find a solution, one that protects health care, lowers costs, and keeps the government open. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Heidi Appel. I'm a critical care pediatrician. Every day, hi, thank you guys for being here. Every day, I care for some of the most vulnerable children you can imagine. Children who are fighting for their lives after a liver or bowel transplant. Children who depend on feeding tubes or ventilators. Children whose parents sit at their bedside praying that tomorrow will bring them a little more strength. For those families, Medicaid isn't just a program on paper. It's their lifeline. It's what pays for the medications that keeps a transplanted organ from being rejected. It's what covers the surgeries and follow-up care that give a child a chance to go home, to go to school, to simply live. When we cut Medicaid, we are not trimming a budget line. We are cutting into a child's chance to survive. The same is true for the Affordable Care Act tax credits that are set to expire. Without those credits, families I see every day will face impossible choices. Do they keep their insurance or do they keep a roof over their heads? Do they buy the medications their child needs or do they buy groceries for the week? No parent should ever have to make those choices, and yet that is exactly what will happen if these supports disappear. Those kids don't have lobbyists. They don't have political power. What they have are parents who love them fiercely, and doctors like me who will fight for them with everything we have. But no matter how hard I fight in the ICU, I cannot fight policy decisions that strip away their access to care. We should measure ourselves by how we treat the most vulnerable among us. And right now, these children are asking us, quietly, desperately, for stability, for compassion, for a chance. We cannot turn our backs on them. Thank you.
All right, I have an announcement to make. As of just a few moments ago, the Senate has held strong, and we are headed for a government shutdown. So we stand together. What do we want? Health care now. What do we want? Health care now. What do we want? Health care now. All right. So we're going to continue on because there are more stories to be told. The next champion that I'm so delighted to bring to the stage hails from Massachusetts, a state that knows exactly what to do because they passed the millionaire's tax. Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, welcome her with the big Fair Share America welcome. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you all for your patience. You know, it's I just keep revisiting King's words, where do we go from here, chaos or community? And this is certainly a moment of chaos, of cruelty, of corruption, but yes, of community. And so thank you for your patience while I leaned into that for a moment. You know, it's incredible to be here with all of you, and I would say, you know, on the in the midst of a fight to free D.C. and a military occupation, the fact that we're here is in and of itself a radical act. So thank you for being here tonight. And although I don't know you all personally, I know why you're here. You're here because you give a damn. You're here because you give a damn about your neighbor, your fellow worker, and every single person who calls this country home. I know we keep talking about the impacts of this policy violence on our most vulnerable, but the truth of the matter is in this moment, we're all vulnerable. This harm is coming for everyone. The moment we find ourselves in is a difficult one. I know my shoulders feel weighted and my heart feels heavy as we stare down this manufactured Republican shutdown, but solidarity is a powerful thing. And each one of you gives me hope. We are now hours away from Republicans shutting the government down. I want to talk about what that really means, not in headlines or the most palatable talking points, but what that means for people's lives, for people's livelihoods. When I was first running for office, actually to the city council many years ago, I often said that I wanted to be a voice for the voiceless, but I quickly learned that that's not actually my role. The truth of the matter is that there's no such thing as being voiceless. Everyone has a voice, but not every voice is heard. And so what I want to do in this moment is amplify the voices of our loved ones, of our neighbors, of our coworkers, the voices of the people that I was sent here to represent in the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District. Or people like a cafeteria worker who works in this very building who was sent home tonight without any hours on their schedule, unclear when and if their next paycheck is coming. The voices of folks on a fixed income, worried about essential benefits. The voices of families struggling to afford their health care, already facing the threat of losing coverage. Donald Trump is as clueless as he is cruel. He doesn't know what it's like to be a parent sitting in the parking lot of an emergency room waiting to see if their child's fever is too severe to manage. Donald Trump doesn't know what it's like to scramble to get the formula that your baby needs. Donald Trump doesn't know or care about this country beyond his own nose. But you, people of good faith, gathered here tonight because you give a damn. Every day, the cruelty of this Republican majority reinforces for me that there is no deficit of resource, but there is a deficit of empathy. In my district, the Massachusetts 7th, 29,000 people will have to pay more for health care. Over 35,000 people will lose their coverage entirely. These are not just abstract numbers. This is the grandmother in Dorchester who's already skipping meals to pay for her prescriptions. This is the young mom in Chelsea who told me she doesn't know how she'll afford her child's asthma inhaler if premiums go up. This is the federal contractor in Somerville who's already living paycheck to paycheck and may not see a paycheck at all. I was sworn into Congress in 2019 during the occupants' first government shutdown. I remember how harmful it was to workers, families, and businesses alike. For weeks, grant funding was withheld. Families were denied paychecks and businesses navigated uncertainty. That shutdown lasted 35 days, but the hardship it caused folks had a ripple effect for months, even years. Third-party government contractors, for example, never received the back pay they deserve from that shutdown. That's custodial staff and cafeteria workers who were never made whole. Right now, we're staring down a Republican-manufactured shutdown that would hurt our economy and my district. And instead of working with Democrats to do their job, to fund the government and address the health care crisis that they created, Republicans are cheering for a government shutdown and pushing a terrible bill that will push health care out of reach of our families. It is a shame. It is cruel, and it is avoidable. Totally preventable. This bad faith budget they put forward doubles down on the hurt and harm of the big ugly bill that they rammed through Congress. This is as cruel and unnecessary again as it is preventable. Republicans control the House, control the Senate and the White House. Y'all keep talking about this mandate you have. We'll do something with it that actually helps people instead of enacting more hurt and more harm. Put forward a budget that addresses the health care crisis that you created. Democrats are ready to do just that, ready to keep the government open, ready to protect families, and ready to mitigate the harm from this Republican-made crisis. I want to be clear. I will not stand by. I'm not going quietly into the night. while Republicans make our families poorer, sicker, hungrier, and more vulnerable, all in the name of so-called efficiency. That is not what we're here to do. To every family in the Massachusetts 7th and across our nation who would be impacted by a Republican shutdown, know this: I see you. I'm fighting for you, and I will not give up. Thank you, family. Appreciate you.
Oh, I can't see anything. Sorry. My name is Steve Gomez. I'm a father of 3 from Gilbert. Work in the telecommunications industry. First off, I have to state, Speaker Emerita Pelosi, that story that she told about the baby that was born with a heart condition and the $2 million in care, that was mine. So our journey's been a long one. My wife and I are self-employed, and we've been on the ACA for the past 5 years. That's how we've gotten our health care. During that time, we have seen our premiums go up. Everything goes up in price. Obviously, you know who can't help that, right? But the way that they've gone up recently and the way that they will continue to go up with the way that the Republicans, with everything that's happening with this bill that has been passed and the reduction of the subsidies and tax credits, it's just, we can't even imagine what's going to happen, how bad this is going to be. I'm not trying to be boastful, but I'm proud of my house. We live in a beautiful 2,800 square foot house in Gilbert, Arizona. Pool, it's beautiful. We love it. I love our house. We worked hard for it. My health care premiums are $677, more than my mortgage every month. We've taken and utilized the ACA subsidies in the past, as have millions of families. And families like ours, like many others, need these programs in order to keep their children healthy and in school, to keep parents healthy, working, and providing for their families, to keep the economy and their systems going. But if these subsidies expire, it's going to be catastrophic for millions. Families are going to have to choose between health care and other necessities, rent, utilities, groceries, etc. Yet the Republicans have chosen billionaires and corporations over their constituents, as evident by the fact that all of the Republican congressmen and congresswomen have flown the coop. The little boy that Ms. Pelosi mentioned, my son Anthony, he required and received a heart transplant at 6 weeks old. Since then, obviously, you have to provide care for his heart, but we've had a number of other specialties, including neurology. As a matter of fact, as I'm here, heavy-heartedly, he's in Phoenix Children's Hospital right now for seizures. He was admitted about half an hour ago. We have been told we utilize a higher premium, higher deductible plan through the ACA. We've been told by a number of people, well, go to a lower tier plan, spend less on your health care, or, don't cover Anthony because he is covered by Medicaid, another program that's taking a massive hit thanks to the big BS bill. But we don't do that. Like so many others, we are not looking for a handout. We're looking to provide and looking to do our fair share, unlike all these damn billionaires. We choose our plan based on the fact that Anthony's doctors are covered. Anthony's doctors are in network so that we can get the coverage for him and we can pay for it as much as we can. Do we offload some of that on Medicaid? Yes, as a secondary, we do that, and it's taken a lot to do that. But we are trying to, again, pay our fair share. Medicaid being under attack is another thing that we are so angrily afraid of. the cuts and the effects of these programs, and and the fact that it's going to have so many impacts on children and families across the state of Arizona and across the entire country are just so frightening. We have a number of people and families in our community that also utilize Medicaid to get services, whether it is straight medical services, whether it's therapeutic services, physical therapy, speech therapy, all of that. And everybody is afraid at the letters that they have been receiving from the Mercy Care Access branch of Medicaid, the Department of Developmental Disabilities in Arizona, as to their services being taken away or being reduced. It's a real life nightmare that people in Arizona and people across the country are facing. We have to remember that for the first 4 years of him being in office, we heard about how he and all of his lackeys and cronies were going to replace the ACA with something bigger, better, and cheaper for the American family. Of course, that amounted to the same thing that most of his statements amount to, and that's just a bunch of hot air. Now, thanks to the big BS bill he and his lackeys have passed, and the fact that they will not pass any health care extensions of the subsidies in this budgetary exercise, they're going to strip away health care from millions of families across the country. But of course, they're giving it to, they're doing it to give tax cuts to those who need it the most. Bezos, Musk, and the rest of the billionaires, right? Being frank, I don't know how to say this without sounding curt. I feel the shutdown almost might be a good thing. It is time for us as the people and the Democrats to hold the Republicans accountable. The shutdown is a result of them choosing their billionaires over the middle class and over their constituents. They always speak about wanting to speak about, well, we'll talk about it in December. It'll be a clean bill then. But kicking the can down the road is nothing but it's going to put healthcare interests in a corner again, back us into a corner, and put their interests at heart. Give them the advantage, and that's not fair. They've known about the cost of this bill. It's been publicized. It was publicized months before it passed. They've known about it, and they've known that the detriment it was going to do, the damage it was going to do to the health care for the American people, and they've chosen their side in this argument. They've chosen where their interests lie. I feel horrible for the cafeteria workers that were mentioned, for security guards, for all these people that are, park rangers that are going to be furloughed over the next few months. Well, hopefully not that long, few days, weeks, hopefully. But if that happens, it needs to be placed squarely on the shoulders of the Republican Party and of their dear leader. I'm not even speaking his name. It has to be placed on them. They need to own it, and the Democrats need to send the messaging to make sure that they know that this was their choosing. It was nobody was forced into anything. It was their choice. With that, I want to introduce Ms. Laura Packard, another great advocate. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Congressman Joe Morelli. I have the great privilege of representing New York's 25th Congressional District in Rochester, New York, and I am grateful today to be with someone who I love, and it's going to be a great conversation. Virginia K. Solomon, who is the CEO and head of Common Cause, which is like a amazing organization. Has done so many great things over the many years, and I'm going to ask you, Virginia, to tell us a little bit for folks who don't. I think everybody knows what Common Cause is, but tell us about Common Cause.
Well, I don't know if everybody knows who Common Cause is, but they should. They should.
Darn it.
So we were founded 55 years ago, actually, by a Republican who actually served in the Johnson administration.
Really? Who was that person? Do you know the name?
John Gardner.
Oh, okay.
And so he founded the organization because it seemed like everybody had their interests represented in Washington except for everyday people. So we were founded to be the people's lobby. We're a nonpartisan organization, and the way I describe it is that we call balls and strikes, right? So we just It's not about either political party. It's about what's best for everyday people who are struggling in this country to be able to have their voices heard. And so that's what we do, and that's what we're committed to every day.
How many members of Common Cause are there in the United States?
So we have a little over 1.5 million members and supporters. And so for our organization, we're in every congressional district, and we also are in 23 states where we actually have physical offices. So
And
it's
so
a
you
great
have
thing.
like state charters almost, or state chapters? Is that
So
how you
we're all
describe it?
one big happy
Okay,
family,
okay.
no separate entities.
Sorry, none of that. None of that business.
It's easier
Yeah,
for us
yeah,
just to
yeah.
be one big organization. But the great thing is that we're not only working here on the Hill to try and move legislation that helps ordinary people,
Right.
but also in state capitals around
Right.
the country. So it's a great organization in the fact that not only do we have really great and talented staff, but we have really great engagement from just like everyday folks
Yeah.
across the political spectrum who just really want to be able to help their own states and this country be better, basically.
Well, I do want to come back to this in just a few minutes because I want to talk about sort of this sense that people have that government isn't meeting the needs of people and there's a loss of faith and confidence in American democracy. There was a New York Times report. When we see this, it'll be yesterday's paper, but as we're recording it, just came out, 1,300 respondents. For the first time, according to people I listen to on the podcast, because that's, while I exercise, I was trying to educate myself, but that 36% of respondents named the first issue that they care about, the top issue, for the first time in, I don't know, maybe even since they've been recording this, it wasn't an economic issue. 36% of respondents talked about their concerns about democracy in America. Now, that can mean a lot of things to a lot of people, depending on your perspective, but it was 15 points greater than economic concerns, which was mentioned by 21%. I think I have those numbers right, but it's really extraordinary, and I do want to talk about that. But before we do, we are now, when people are seeing us about 7 hours, 8 hours into the shutdown of the United States government, and largely over, well, I'd be curious, how do you, when you talk to people about it, because people must say you're in Washington, you're in the middle of this, how do you describe what you think this fight is about?
Well, we talk about it's just about everyday people and what the people's agenda is versus the billionaires' agenda. And we've been trying to really make it very clear that the things that the Democrats are fighting for right now, and again, we call balls and strikes, so
Right.
we're just going to call it like we see it. Sometimes the Democrats are upset with us, sometimes the Republicans.
I'm never upset with you, just to be
Thank you.
clear.
Well, I
but I'm just saying.
appreciate that. But people get upset with us
Sure.
sometimes. And the reality is that what we're telling people and what we're hearing from folks is it just seems like the billionaires are getting tax breaks. They're getting tax credits. Donald Trump is enriching himself. And what about us?
Yeah.
These ACA tax credits that are about to expire, people are really worried about what's going to happen to their health care. Is our health care system going to collapse? Are people going to be able to actually go and get the care they need? What does that mean?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of talk because people have said, well, what about, the continuing resolution and you can get a clean CR? And what we've heard back from folks is that it feels like they've gotten a lot of promises from Republicans that they haven't followed through in or they've reneged on the past.
Yeah.
And so
I call this like the Lucy in the football syndrome.
Yeah.
Charlie Brown, for some reason, is persuaded every single time,
Every
despite
single
all the
time.
evidence to the contrary. It's kind of like they want to say, just trust us, when they have been as about as untrustworthy as you get. I mean, years ago, and I think this was true when I was in the state assembly in New York, we always had all the time I was there, Democratic majority in the assembly, Republican majority in the Senate. And there were a lot of times you just got a handshake, and that, they used to say your word was your bond. I mean, that's what you did. Here today, it's really extraordinary how many things the Trump administration is just unilaterally reneged on and taking back after appropriations have been passed. And so that's why I think, to your point, there just seems like there's no trust or faith here. And I do want to go back to something you said, because I think this is the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because people, at least that I talked to back in Rochester, when I'm in front of groups, I'll say, look, you're going to hear about reconciliation bills. You're going to hear about appropriation bills. You're going to hear about continuing resolutions or CRs. You're going to hear about clean ones, dirty ones, omnibuses. I mean, it's confusing. It's really, if you just boil it all down, it's how we decide to spend money on behalf of the American people. So that's what we're trying to do here. And And one of the things that I think is so important for Democrats in this moment, and I'm grateful to Leader Jeffries and grateful to Leader Schumer in this moment, is they're saying, look, there was a lot of damage done in the reconciliation bill, the so-called, we refer to as the big ugly, where 13 to 15 million Americans will lose health insurance, which is such an astonishing number that a political party would actually set out to take health care and health insurance away from millions of their fellow country people. And now in this, because of the Affordable Care Act, subsidies and credits potentially expiring, millions more people will be. It's like, who would ever design such a thing? Who would actually set out to make it harder for Americans to care for their families when it comes to a health care crisis? It's really astonishing. But to your point, all in service of giving tax breaks to the very wealthiest of Americans. It seems like, I don't know, I analogize this to, for me, like feeling like Alice when she fell in the hole and like up was down and in was out, and it like literally makes no sense.
It doesn't. And, you know, it's funny because my own son has insurance through the Affordable Care Act, through the exchange.
Sure.
And there's a tax credit program where it actually pays his premiums and he gets a tax, you know, instead of the tax rebate at the end of the year. He's over 26, so he's not on my insurance anymore. And he's not making a whole lot of money. He's just he's working, he's going to school. And he was just saying to me, he has a chronic health condition. And he was like, Mom, what do I do if I don't have insurance? He was like, I need my medication. And I had to say to him, you know, I am not going to let you go without medication. But at the same time, these are the conversations that people are having. And we shouldn't have to in this country, in the wealthiest country in the world. We're having conversations with people on how to prepare to not be able to be sick. Think about that. That's it's twisted.
It's twisted. And, you know, we often say you're only as happy as your least happiest child. And so true. If you have to worry about your kids, even as adults, because they're still your kids, it doesn't matter how old they are.
They're kids forever, You know,
I talk about my daughter who, I think you know, passed away 8 years ago now, breast cancer, and seeing your children be sick. At least we had the insurance to pay for her care until she passed away. But it is just awful to have to see that, to be present, and to worry about whether or not this is going to create, you know, cause you to go bankrupt, or you're going to have hundreds of thousands of outstanding bills when this is done. I mean, what a terrible. And honestly, you know, sometimes I think people in the Trump administration don't even understand the concept of insurance, which is pooling together large groups of people so we share the burden, because you can never know when some illness is going to come upon someone that you love, and then you're like struck by, okay, how do we deal with this? And after all the attacks on Medicaid, you actually told me a fascinating statistic, which I'm going to ask you to repeat, so I'm setting you up for this. So as it relates to Medicaid and the 15 million Americans who are going to lose it. But repeat for folks here what you told me about Medicaid.
Yeah, 63% of babies in the state of Louisiana are actually born on Medicaid, and 42% of babies born nationwide are born on Medicaid. So I don't know how you reconcile those things where you're saying we want to be pro-family, but yet we don't want you to have healthy babies because you're not going to have insurance. And it just, it doesn't make sense. Moms need to be healthy while they're pregnant to be able to have a healthy baby.
Right.
And so you can't say you're promoting family, but at the same time not promoting access to healthcare to ensure that you have a healthy family. It doesn't, you can't make the two connect, for me at least. And I think one of the reasons that you and I have such a good relationship is that we're not rich people. We're still people who get up and go to work every day. I mean, Congress is still a job. You've been elected to do a job, but you know, we're not wealthy folks. We're regular people with families living lives, and we understand what it is to be working class. I think you and I both, you know, worked and went to school just to get our education. We were taking care of families.
I went to school for a very long time.
You and I did, right?
in and out, but
We talked about this, right? Like we worked really hard. So it's not like we're separated from this issue or it doesn't impact us or our families. So I think that makes us experts in many ways.
And honestly, life is hard.
Yeah.
You know, when people, I have this a little bit of a pet peeve sometimes about people I love here in Washington, but sometimes we focus so much on what's happening here and being on TV and doing all the things that we do that we have to, communicate with people. But life is really hard for most of the people we represent. If you have young children, you're worried about, how to afford the cost of childcare, getting food on the table, making sure they're safe. If you have elderly parents, and we've both gone through the challenge of watching your parents as they age and have health issues. I mean, life is hard. You have to work. There's so much that goes on. And I think most Americans don't pay as much attention to what happens in Washington, and they're not supposed to. You said about calling balls and strikes. I say the same thing. We're sort of the referees. We're not the ball players, the people whose lives we're supposed to affect. They're the ones doing this day in and day out. But it does strike me, too. I suspect, I know you share this view. The idea that the president, in the middle of the shutdown, leading up to the shutdown, and people in his administration, basically threatening the American people. We're going to make this painful until we get what we want. I don't know why I'm so struck by this. It shouldn't surprise me or shock me anymore, but I would dare say in the 250 years that we've had this republic, that you've never seen a president, a Federalist, a Democratic Republican, a Whig, a Democrat, ever threaten the people that they're charged and swear an oath to protect and defend and care for, who would ever take it out on them and say, I'm going to make this really painful for you because I'm not getting my way. I mean, it's so infantile. I don't even know how to respond to it.
I mean, I think part of the thing, though, we talk about just everyday people. I mean, the idea that I heard most recently that the president had said that he was just going to start firing government employees.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, well,
because
it's
you're
kind
not
of
getting
Doge
your
too,
way.
Isn't it?
Well, but you're trying to hire people back right now because you finally realize that you just let people go without knowing actually what they do. So it's it's an empty threat in some ways, but it's still a threat. But then when I saw, I think we all saw online the little meme that he had put with Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffries, right? And are you kidding me? It's so but it's do you realize that how many Mexicans that we have? I mean, do you realize how racist that was? And just, I mean, I can say it, but it's I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, how do you expect people to follow you when you're a joke? Yeah. When you are making jokes about real things, and that the fact that the Republicans haven't come back, they're not here. So how do you say you want to engage in a negotiation when you're not here to negotiate? You're not willing to negotiate. And I think the thing that what I'm hearing from people all across the country and what our members are coming and saying to us is, where are they? Yeah. It's it's my way or the highway, basically. Right. And that's not what any negotiation that I've witnessed in my career. And as long as I've been working in Washington, I've never seen one side just completely walk away and say, well, give us what we want, or we're just going to shut it down.
It really is sort of an interesting dynamic when you think about it. So the expectation, and I've heard this from, some folks back home, not many, most of them are do not go along with this. This is, a bad deal for America. But it's kind of fascinating. It's so you're in charge of the White House, you're in charge of the House of Representatives, you're in charge of the Senate. So you have this design to do what you're going to do, take money away from average Americans and working class Americans, give it to the wealthiest Americans. And then, but here's the problem, though. We don't have quite enough votes. So we're going to need you to come along. It's come along. I'm so diametrically opposed to everything you're trying to do. Why in God's name would I give you the votes to come along? I mean, usually, and, I was in the state legislature in New York. Almost the entire time I was there in the assembly, Democrats were in the majority and the Republicans were in the majority in the Senate. Negotiating means sitting down and go okay, what do we need to do? What do we need to compromise on? Where we have common ground? And it's give and take. Their attitude seems to be, well, we're not going to give you anything. We don't care what you value. We don't care about your communities and the people you represent. And oh, by the way, we're going to blame you if you don't agree with us. Like, what? I mean, it's kind of absurd on its face. I said to a group back home on Thursday night that I had back in Rochester, like, what would I vote for? There's nothing in this that I find, there's like zero. You're trying to kick more people off health insurance. You're trying to take nutritional assistance away from pregnant women and veterans and seniors. And like, there's zero in this that I agree with.
Well, the other thing is, why would anybody vote for you if you're not standing up for them?
Right.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, we elect our leaders because we want them to be a representation of our voice in this country. And when the only people who are getting that representation are billionaires, why would the American people who, look, the 99% are not billionaires.
Yeah.
99.99%
are not billionaires, I suspect.
Why would we continue to vote you into office if we see that every time there's a fight, you walk away and to put your hands up? And so I think it's hard because nobody wants the government to shut down. But nobody wants somebody who's, for lack of a better way to describe it, who's a scaredy cat either. Like we want leaders who are going to stand up for everyday people.
And it's really, it is kind of shocking, although maybe it's, I guess nothing should shock me anymore. But I'm still kind of like, you know, whatever happened to decency and civility and honor? And to your point, what the president put out, that disgraceful thing about Senator Schumer and Leader Jeffries. And I mean, this is the president of the United States. I mean,
but did you see HUD's homepage today? I mean, take a look at HUD's homepage. It's like saying the radical left. Well, just everybody on the left can't be a radical terrorist. I mean, that's the way that they're describing people. And some of these people voted for this president, regardless of political party. And so people voted for this president because they felt like he was going to do something with the economy. What have we seen? Prices are still going up.
And they're going to continue to go up.
They're continuing to go up.
We're just seeing the beginning of the impact that tariffs are going to have. My business leaders back home are like, what the hell is this about?
How does a small business survive?
Or even a large manufacturer.
Yeah.
You're supposed to build a manufacturing line in the United States when it's going to cost you a lot more money than if you produced it overseas. It's nuts. But I do want to go back to, because you and I could talk about this
we
all
could
day
talk
long.
forever.
But there's sort of the connection to, and Common Cause is so vital to this, trying to restore faith that Americans have in their government. One of the things that we're working on is something we called HR 1, which Common Cause was very involved in, but now looking at it through a slightly different lens. How do we restore people's confidence in their government when their president is making billions on meme coins? I don't even know what that means.
Gold sneakers,
right? I mean, like crazy stuff. And is taking a $400 million plane from the government of Qatar and is going to use it personally when he's all done, in violation of not only the Constitution and law, but just morals. But the work that we're trying to do and think about this, how do we restore faith in government? How do we bring it closer to people so that they feel like people in Washington are looking out for them? And that's one of the big challenges here, don't you think? How to get back that sense of we're fighting for you, not that we're self-dealing when we get to Washington.
Yeah, but I think there are a lot of opportunities to do that. I mean, we've talked about many things from banning stock trades.
Yeah.
We've talked about HR 1. We've talked about the Freedom to Vote Act, or even just who's influencing their decisions. You know, the Disclose Act has been, from Senator Klobuchar, has been sitting forever, right? Just knowing who's doing who's trying to influence your vote when there are advertisements. There are a lot of small things from a transparency standpoint that could really reinstill the faith of the American people. But I think there's something else. Because this administration has been transparent. They wrote a Project 2025 with the Heritage Foundation, and they've done everything that they said they were going to do. So I think part of the challenge also is making sure that the American people know exactly what's going in it. Because, he said time and time again, that's not me. That's not my Project 2025. I've never seen that document. And page
Well, I
by
do believe
page,
that he didn't read it. I just don't think he reads. So it's not, maybe
people
there's a picture
around
book.
him
Yes, that's
may
true.
have been reading it
Yeah.
because
Or writing it. Yeah.
Yes. But and then when you look at when you look at just the inauguration, for example, and you saw who was standing there, billionaires, right? So there's something to be said about really knowing who's going to be put into office, knowing who's going to be holding these high-level government positions, for people to be able to understand what's in legislation, what's not. And I think we live in a fast-paced world. People are busy, like you said. We're living our lives. I think there's a way for members of Congress across the board to be honest about what's in there. And I mean, sometimes it's a joke. I know some people will be laughing like, Congress, honest. But I do think that there are some really great people in Congress who are fighting really hard for the American people. But we have to be able to call balls and strikes, all of us, and be able to see when there is bad legislation to name those things. And when there's good legislation, to also be able to communicate as widely as possible about how that's going to improve people's lives. And right now, I think people are just getting a lot of propaganda out of this administration. I mean, I've seen some of the rhetoric coming out of here, and I'm like, that's actually completely a lie. You know, I'm seeing things that I sometimes I feel like I have to pick my jaw up off the ground like multiple times a day, because I'm like, this is actually going to hurt people. But they package it in such a way, and they use these memes and these, you know, some of the influencers that they're using to put their agenda out, and it's just all like, we say, like a fugazi, right? It's all fake. And I think
and I can't tell with the president. I mean, it's clear I can't tell if he's intentionally lying or he's just so lazy that he just says what's on his mind as though it's reality. But it's astonishing either how little he knows about the world. He clearly doesn't care. I mean, you know, I know sometimes we'll be talking about things in my office and I'll obsess like, I don't know, is it 12% or 18% or does this, I want to know.
Yeah.
So give me a report from the Congressional Research Service or do something like verify that.
Facts, data.
And he's like the guy at the corner bar on the bar stools had too many. Is just spouting off his views of the world, except he's in the Oval Office and he's the president of the United States.
But it's the people around him too, don't you think? I mean, come on now, Stephen Miller.
Oh, well, he's...
You know, I mean, it's not like he's like the most honest personality in Washington, but I think about even what we saw today, you know, yesterday, when we're thinking about bringing all of the top military leaders from around the country to tell them they're fat. I mean, isn't there a better use of taxpayer dollars? I mean, I'm minimizing what was said, but I mean...
no, I don't actually think you are, really. I mean...
Well, that's one piece of it, right? It's like also women aren't going to be serving in combat anymore because they're going to have unrealistic standards. But even beyond that, right? Everybody's this DEI hire. I mean, they have used this insanely divisive rhetoric to be able to talk about policy and issues, and they're pandering to one very small portion of individuals. But I want to say the American people are smart.
Yeah.
And I think we underestimate people's ability to look and see what's happening, because everybody knows that you're still going to the grocery store. I went to the grocery store yesterday. $8.99 for a dozen of eggs. In what world is that normal?
Yeah.
It's
well, especially since he
normal.
said that was going to be his number one thing. So, you know, we keep talking about lowering costs, cancel the cuts that they did, and protect health care. But you're right. You'd hope at some point, and I'm with you. I have great faith. Ultimately, Americans will catch on to this. But all the things, you know, that he's talked about doing haven't happened. And honestly, the idea that you'd bring 800 generals and admirals from around the world, have them leave their command structure to come and tell them that you need to get rid of the wokeness. It's sort of funny. The president walked into the room and said, well, this is the most silence I've had walking into the room. And like, yeah, well, at least he had the awareness to read the room and know they can't be happy with you. They don't need Donald Trump or Pete Hegseth telling them about military operations, what it means to be in the United States military, what it means to follow the Constitution of the United States. It was breathtaking, just breathtaking. And I hope and pray that people understand it and that we get back to a point where we're really trying to do some problem solving, trying to advance the interests of the American people instead of taking things away from them. I mean, I guess we have to get through this moment. That's why I think this fight right now is so important. I just like to draw the line in the sand and say, no, Mr. President, you may be able to run the White House. You may be able to have the majority in the House and Senate. So if you can do what you want to do, go ahead and do it. But we will not be complicit in this. And we're not going to just look the other way while you dismantle the federal government, which they're going to do. Even if we pass this, they would, to your point, you can't rely on them to follow through anything they agree to anyway.
No, and the one thing that I really don't understand is why are they so angry? You have the House, you have the Senate, you have the White House, you have the Supreme Court, you have the military, you have every cabinet member who, whether they worked for, what is it, WWF or World Wrestling, I don't know. My point is that you have everything that you've wanted and you're still so angry because we want health care.
Yeah.
I mean, think about
the audacity of Americans to ask for health care.
I mean, it's so bewildering and mind-boggling to the average person that you've got everything that you want and yet you still want to take away health care for millions of people. And again, I go back to this idea that you can't talk about being the party who supports families, who is saying, go have babies, have more babies than you can, possibly afford. Guess why people aren't having babies? Because eggs cost $8.99 a dozen. And people can't afford to bring babies into this world with the cost of childcare, housing.
Costs, healthcare costs. I mean,
daycare.
Absolutely. And the president just saying, we've got inflation down, inflation's down. Him saying it, to your point, when you go to the checkout, like, okay, I'm paying more than I was paying a year ago, and the prices continue to rise. I mean, at some point, what he says, you'd think would be meaningless. I think we have a little bit of a way to go in talking to people, and hopefully conversations like this will get to people and they'll start to think for themselves about, particularly those who have supported him. I think hopefully will come to the realization that he's not looking out for their interests. He's looking out for his interests, right? I mean, that's first and foremost. Donald Trump seems to care about Donald Trump.
Well, when hasn't he, though? I mean, whether it was when, he wasn't paying people for, building, constructing buildings, or whether it was his employees at the casino in Atlantic City. I mean, we've seen this before. Yeah. I think what's most disappointing for most people, I hear this across the board, and especially seniors, because we have a lot of people in our organization who are senior citizens who they care about what's going to happen to their Social Security, to their Medicaid. Right. And they were like, well, Donald Trump isn't going to need this when he grows old because he's already old and he's already rich. But guess what? We actually really rely on these checks just to live, to be able to get by every month. And you think about how many people are struggling already right now, and you want to make it harder. But I'm more disappointed in the Republicans in Congress who aren't willing. I mean, that's been, I think, when I first came to Washington, and I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and I was just a young woman wanting to do something good in this country, to serve my country in a way that was meaningful for me. Right. And I think about, I remember the first time I was on the Hill, it was the Judiciary Committee, and I'm dating myself now, but Henry Hyde was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and John Conyers was the ranking member. And they were going back and forth. This is my first time seeing, and I'm like, wow, they don't really like each other. And then afterwards, and we were I was with a youth group. They said, all right, you want to go grab a drink? And I was like, wait, you actually like each other? I was so confused by it. And they said, oh, guys, we do what we do. But at the end of the day, we have different ways of getting to solutions. But we're actually friends. And I was just like, Henry Hyde and John Conyers, for those people who don't know who they are. I mean, two like big kind of personalities.
And someone's pretty progressive. Yeah.
And there's something to be said about the silence that we're seeing.
Definitely.
That is just... And you can, I'm literally speechless because it makes me sad. Yeah. It makes me sad for the American people, and it makes me sad for the future because so many young people they're seeing this as the way that our politics is supposed to work. And yeah, politics is messy and it's dirty, but it's all in service to the American people. And so when there isn't a willingness to compromise or negotiate or stand up for everyday folks, the 99.9% in this country who are just trying to have a simple life, a happy life where they can thrive and they can take care of their kids, and you can get sick and not worry about being bankrupt.
Right.
That's the thing that's, I think, most disappointing.
And that's what we call life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is supposed to be our kind of our creed here. And you said it so eloquently. That's going to be the last word. Virginia K. Solomon, thank you for being here and for all the work that you do and Common Cause does. And it's always great to be with you, my friend.
Thank you, and keep the faith. Look, there are a lot of people behind you and the fight that the Democratic leadership here is forging for the American people. Know that. We have your back.
Keep the faith.
Thanks.
Member Nanette Barragan. I represent California's 44th district, and we are here on the countdown to the Republican shutdown with my good friend Mark Veazey. And my friend Mark is somebody who I tell people is my favorite member, and I mean it. We started playing baseball together.
That's right.
And Mark would have the Veazey bus, we called it, and he would
take
drive
everybody
us to practice. On the way to baseball practice so we could beat the Republicans.
That's right.
But so Mark is from Texas 33rd District.
Right.
And that includes Fort Worth to Dallas. I've actually been there.
You have.
For one of your big events, your
That's right.
Dallas versus the Packers game, which is
that's right.
was pretty nice. And so we also sit together on energy and commerce.
That's right.
And you've been one of the big advocates for all kinds of issues, whether it's energy, to commerce, to healthcare, which is what we're here to talk about today. So, we Democrats believe that hardworking Americans should have access to healthcare, and
no doubt.
So, this is something that has been created by Republicans. It's the Republican created healthcare crisis by their vote on the big ugly bill, and we are focused on canceling the cuts to Medicaid from that bill and then lowering the cost of health care from, renewing and extending the ACA tax premiums. And frankly, it's just to save health care in America.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Mark, tell us some more.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, I'm Mark Veazey, Congressman for the 33rd Congressional District, and great to be here with my dear friend Nanette Barragan from California, from the LA area. Texas and California really do have a bigger kinship than what most people think. I mean, I have a lot of relatives that left Texas that moved to California back in the 60s, 70s, even before the 60s and 70s, and still have many that are there. And our state's economies are very large. We make up a great deal of the nation's economy. If you were to put Texas and California together, my guess is that we probably would make up a third of the country's economy. We'd probably be a pretty big portion of the country's economy. And I say that to just really highlight just how devastating these cuts are going to be, because it's going to be states like ours, California, Texas, Florida, where you're going to have a lot of people that are going to lose coverage, that are going to fall in these gaps and not be able to afford their health care. And they're going to be trying to scramble and figure out what in the hell they should do. And I want to make it clear too, because Republicans are now trying to say that it's Democrats' fault, and I've seen a lot of their Republican I saw a lot of the Republican influencers and things like that spreading a lot of misinformation, saying that people that are undocumented or that are going to get health care, and that's what we're fighting for. All a bunch of bullshit, right?
It is.
Like it's all a bunch of bullshit. The bottom line is that when they passed this big ugly bill, they didn't ask for our help. When they just passed the CR out, they didn't ask for our help. Now it's over in the Senate. They're trying to pretend like it's going to be ours when they didn't ask for our help on either time, and they're in the majority. They have the presidency. They have the Senate. They have the House. They have to own this. They have got to own the fact that they're going to kick millions of people. I've seen as high as I think maybe 18 million people could lose their health care coverage. That is scary. And if they wanted to pass that crap without having any input at all from Democrats, it is absolutely 100% theirs to own, period, end of story, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I have to keep reminding people. Republicans have the House.
Yeah.
Republicans have the Senate. And Republicans have the White House. The president himself has said we don't need Democrats. We're not even going to talk to Democrats. They barely had a meeting this week, as you know. And not very serious. Clearly, we've seen the president just come out and make fun of other people like he does in a childish way. In my district, I'm getting a lot of calls. Constituents are worried about what it means for them, what it means for their health care premium skyrocketing. Just 2 nights ago, I got a call from somebody and said, hey, am I hearing that our health care premiums are going to go up, that the ACA, assistance I get that makes me afford health care is going to go up? I said, yeah, that's what this fight is about. This fight is about health care. And so I think I have about 22,000 people that rely on some kind of a ACA help, some subsidy to afford their health care. I'm sure you've got a lot in your district in Texas.
Yeah, a lot.
And what it means, for people.
Yeah.
That's really what they want to know. What does it mean for me? It means, well, if your health care premium goes up like hundreds of dollars, does that mean now you can't afford something else? And people have said, I won't be able to, choose between my medications, or, my housing is already expensive. Prices are already too high. Now you're going to add health care to that?
Yeah.
Well, who's doing it? It's Republicans.
Yeah, it is. It is Republicans that are doing it. And just let me give everybody a cheat code, because Republicans are going to be lying about everything. Just like I said about the undocumented, and they're going to be lying about the fact that Democrats have the majority when we clearly don't have the majority, so it can't be our shutdown. But they're going to lie about that. And so they're going to be telling all of these falsehoods out there. So again, I'm going to kind of give everybody the cheat code about what's really going on. So when you hear them talk like today, that crazy speech that Hedgeseth gave when they flew all the generals in, and he's talking about wokefulness in the military and how they're going to take wokefulness out of the military and they're going to create a male-oriented military again, and they're saying all of these things. They are trying to create a distraction for this healthcare catastrophe that they literally are about to put on the American public. That's one of the reasons why they said when the bill passed, they want to make sure they did it after the midterms. So that's cheat code number one.
Right.
They knew this. They knew this shit was so bad that they were like, hey guys, let's make sure we don't implement this until November 2026 after the campaign.
And those are the Medicaid cuts.
And those are the Medicaid cuts.
In the big ugly bill.
Exactly, in the big ugly bill.
But still, even hospitals now are having to
Even hospitals now are scrambling because people have to start preparing ahead of time.
That's right.
So people are scrambling. So remember this, just so y'all know what's going on. You're going to hear all this stuff about wokeness and them sending troops out to American cities, and they're going to try to feed the American public and the MAGA base all of this red meat. But here are some important things to really remember, because people need to keep their eye on the ball here. 4 million small business owners and entrepreneurs and people that are self-employed in this country rely on getting their insurance through the marketplace. So remember that. They rely on these tax credits so they can get more coverage. That's what they don't want you talking about. So they're going to be talking about wokefulness. This lowers people's health care costs by an average of about $700 a year. Again, they're going to talk about all this other crazy stuff, and he's going to do unconstitutional things like send troops to American cities. So people aren't paying attention to this. It's going to have an impact on small business owners. It's going to have a major impact on older and retired adults. It's going to have a big impact on people with chronic conditions and people that used to be put in very expensive high-risk categories for their insurance that will no longer be able to receive these credits. And for a lot of their MAGA base that lives in these rural areas, as you know, Republicans really dominate the rural areas now. And so for especially that group, they're going to be throwing everything at them. I actually feel bad for that MAGA group because they're going to hit them up with wokefulness. They're going to hit them up with troops in the streets. They're going to hit them up with all sorts of crazy lies about people that are undocumented. They're going to make up all kinds of shit because they got to rob their own people in rural America. So they don't have any health care insurance because I think that the folks that live in these smaller towns and these rural communities, they're going to be hit just as hard as a lot of lower income individuals in districts like the one that you and me represent. And they don't want to talk about that. So they have to create all of these distractions because this is really bad. And, you think about some of these districts, and we'll go over these in a second, but there are districts in California, in Texas, in places like Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin that are going to be hit. It's going to come at them like a sledgehammer, and it is going to hurt. And they're going to be hollering about all these other things that don't have anything to do with these tax credits. But we got to remind the American public about these tax credits.
Right. Well, you talked about small business.
Yeah.
And just this last week, I was in my district talking to several chambers of commerce. And they were telling me how small business owners, entrepreneurs, the small ones, are so reliant on providing an option to their employees because of the ACA, because of the subsidy, and that if that goes away, they're going to be less competitive because you'll have other companies that can offer healthcare, but they can't, or that they're going to be stretched more thin because they're going to have to pay more in a premium for healthcare coverage. And then, of course, you need healthy employees for them to come to work.
Yep.
And there's already a shortage and a workforce issue happening. And now small business owners are saying, what are you doing? Yeah. And so the chambers we're hearing are now speaking out and speaking up, sharing the stories of their small business owners and how it's going to really hurt them. So it's also about small business, which we always say is the backbone of this economy, of this country, and we need to support small business. So small businesses are going to get hit hard, and you mentioned the people with the chronic conditions. Like I have a district that has a really high diabetes rate.
Yeah.
And if they can't go see their doctor for preventive care, like they're looking at maybe an amputation of a leg or foot if they don't get that preventive care.
That's right.
If someone's not testing their A1C to check to see that they're, on track. So this just, the impacts are going to be huge. People are going to really feel it. And I tell people, look, healthcare is not a Democrat issue or Republican issue. It impacts all of us. And we even heard a speaker come to the Congress just today about having cancer, and that cancer does not discriminate.
Nope.
It impacts everybody, and you need to go get that care. You need to, go get your treatments, and, people's prices are going to go up and are worried about access to their care. So I also like to focus on some of these Republican districts that you mentioned that we're going to go through.
Yeah.
And just to let people know, this is not just California, which is, you mentioned, a lot of people love to say, oh, California, you guys are crazy over there. They love to disparage our state. But as you mentioned, it's going to hit Texas, it's going to hit Pennsylvania, and I think should maybe go through some of these districts.
Yeah, that's right.
Of some of these members.
Yeah, because even in my district, you're talking about 91,000 people that are ACA covered in the district that I represent. And you're talking about 89,000 total that are covered by the premium. And that's like 12% of the district that I represent. That is a huge, huge number. Even in your district, I'm looking at 39,000 total ACA marketplace covered with California enrollees. So that's 5% of the district you represent. That is huge. But let's talk about some of these Republican districts because, I think that they really need to be highlighted because these people need to represent their districts. And the 10th congressional district in Pennsylvania, represented by Scott Perry, there are 17,000 people in that district that receive tax credits, and are going to see their health care costs rise if these tax credits expire. You're talking about for a 60-year-old couple that earns $82,000 a year, they're going to see their premiums increase by $23,000. Those are going to be people in Scott Perry's district.
That's a lot.
Oh yes, a huge number. And they're going to opt out of having their insurance. They're not going to keep their insurance if they have to pay that much more. So what's it going to do? It's going to make our emergency rooms more crowded.
That's right.
And it's going to just create a healthcare catastrophe, again, particularly in rural America, where there are already shortages.
And what about a family of four in Scott Perry's district? I think I've seen a family of four earning $64,000 a year. Their annual premiums are going to increase by $2,536. So just think about this for a minute. You're a family of four. You're in Scott Perry's district.
Yep.
And now you've got to go find another $2,536 just to have health care in that district.
Yeah, that's
Instead of, more money for food, for education, for the children, for whatever it is that, a family of four could use. But I'm sure they don't have just an extra $2,536 lying around.
No, nobody does. Nobody does.
And we know that for a family of four earning $129,000 a year, the annual premiums are going to go up by a whopping $14,000. That's a 149% increase. That is like you can't even comprehend sometimes what $14,000 is in the grand scheme of it. But that is a lot of money, and that's just Scott Perry's district.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's just Scott Perry's district. Motorcycle dude, what's his name?
Van Orden.
Van Orden, yeah, clean motorcycle. I'm not gonna lie, his bike is clean, but the numbers in his district are dirty. The numbers in his district are dirty. There are 30,000 people in Wisconsin's 3rd congressional district that receive tax credits, and they're going to see their health care costs rise if these tax credits expire. For a 60-year-old couple earning $82,000 a year, they're going to see their premiums increase in the 3rd congressional district, represented by Van Orden, by $22,000. And you talked about the family of four; they're going to see their annual premiums increase by about $2,571. That's a 362% increase. How are families going to take care of themselves like that? Why is he not speaking out for the people in his district?
That's a good question for him.
Yeah.
And he's not here.
No.
Why? Because they're on vacation. They're out.
He's probably riding that bike around on Lake Michigan, chilling.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. It's unbelievable that we are on the in the midst of a shutdown, and they're nowhere to be found.
Right. Yeah.
Just on vacation, just like out.
Yeah, that's right.
And gone.
Right.
And now here in Washington, like showing up for work. Just do your job.
Yeah, exactly. Just do your job.
And a family of four that's earning $129,800 in his district, premiums are going to go up by $14,268 as well. Oh, wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong number, actually. His district, a family of four earning $129,800, their premiums are going to go up by $13,553. It's 131%. So if you live in Wisconsin's 3rd district, maybe you want to have a call with your congressperson and tell him how you're going to be able to afford this extra money, because it's a good question. He's not here to answer it.
No.
And we know, by the way, one of the members that we sit on Energy and Commerce with is Colorado's 8th district.
Yeah.
We have Representative Gabe Evans.
Yeah, that's right.
He doesn't like to talk about this issue.
No.
He doesn't want to bring it up in committee. No. And whenever we bring up the statistics in his district, you notice how he just walks away.
Yeah.
He's not there.
Yeah, that's right.
He does not speak up and say, I'm fighting for my district. I'm fighting for health care.
Never say anything. He fights for his district.
And so let's look and see what the impact's going to be in his district.
Oh, yeah. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado, as John Denver said. Premiums high, 8th district, Colorado. 19,000 people in the Colorado's 8th congressional district receive health care cost tax credits. And if they expire, a 60-year-old couple earning $82,000 a year, they're going to see their premiums increase by $15,000 a year. That's a 224% increase. And for a family of four earning $64,000 a year, they're going to see increases of $2,500 or so. That's a 195% increase.
That's a lot of money. Look, I traveled to that district. I was there about a year or so ago. My sister lives in Colorado, a little away from there. And I was talking to people on the ground there, and they will tell you we need help with affordability.
Yep.
And so here we are with an administration and a Congress that said they were going to bring down prices on day one. And what's happening? They're raising prices, purposely, like not addressing this healthcare crisis, this Republican healthcare crisis. First of all, creating it, and as you said, don't want to even come to the table to talk about it.
Yeah.
Like, I'd be love to be a fly on the wall when a constituent talks to, Gabe about this skyrocketing cost of the premiums. And he's out to lunch. He's not even here. He's not here in D.C.
No, he's not. And when he does talk about it, I guarantee you that it is not pretty. When he talks, if he's being honest and being 100% straight up with the constituents that he represents, I promise you that it is not a good conversation. It is not a pretty conversation, because this is going to really hurt families.
Yeah, it is unconscionable.
Oh yeah, very, very. And then in Iowa we have Zach Nunn, that he has about 25,000 people in his district that receives the tax credits, and for a 62-year-old couple earning about $82,000 a year, that's a 200% increase, about $14,000, and for a family of four earning $64,000, that's about a $2,500 increase. That's 194%. That's going to be terrible for the people of Iowa. And I've been to Iowa, great people, awesome people, and I feel bad for them.
Well, we're here to fight for everybody's health care, right?
Yeah.
It's not just for our own districts. It's not just for Democrats. We're fighting to cancel the cuts to Medicaid for all Americans, not just our areas. And that's what this fight is about. It's also fighting to bring down these costs of the premiums in places like Iowa's 3rd District, where I have never been to Iowa's 3rd District. But it's not about that for me. It's about how do we help people? How do we help people have access to health care? Because we know that when we all have better health, it saves costs. It's more efficient.
Yep.
It saves the government money. It saves, patients money. And as you mentioned, ER wait times. I don't know how many times I've heard from people saying, the wait is already too long when I go to the ER. And imagine if people lose their health care.
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to get the preventive care, so they're going to be where? In the ERs, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. So they're going to be there, and
sad.
And it really is. But it's why we're here.
Yeah,
we're here. We've showed up. We're ready to negotiate. We're ready to talk about how do we help cancel these cuts and bring down the costs and save health care for Americans. And we're ready. Well, Republicans are just on vacation. On vacation.
Yeah,
so,
totally on vacation.
And where's John James at?
I don't know where John James is.
Michigan's 10th district.
Yeah. He kind of keeps his head down. Doesn't because of issues like this. And 34,000 people in his district receive the tax credit for a 60-year-old couple earning $82,000 a year. That's about a $10,000 increase, or 149% increase in their premiums. And for a family of four earning $64,000 a year, they're going to see about a $2,500 increase, or 221% increase. And that's just going to kill people in Michigan in that district, probably literally, and and literally speaking, it will kill some people. They won't be able to get health care costs. They're not going to be able to get affordable health care anymore. They're going to be pushed into emergency rooms. They're probably going to put off going to see a doctor. They're probably going to put things off to the last minute and just pray that they don't get sick. And for people that live in the 10th congressional district, it's going to hurt. And then when I say killing people, in the figuratively speaking, I mean, how can you do things like just pay for your kids' tuition anymore? Go get clothes for back to school, help take care of your aging parents. Like, how can you do like any of that if you're going to see these types of increases, in this 10th congressional district represented by John James? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that. My guess is that these people are just, they're going to be in a bad spot. And I feel bad for them.
Yeah. Well, costs are going up for everything.
Yeah.
Because of this administration and House Republicans' policies on even things like tariffs, where we've seen now the price of coffee go up. And you mentioned the kids going back to school, those supplies, or sneakers, or backpacks, or shoes, all that stuff's going up. And wait till Christmas season comes around.
Yeah.
You know, the president has said, hey, no, you can't have $10 anymore. You're going to have $1.
Yeah.
Basically something to this effect.
Mhm.
Like people are going to have to find where to cut. But, people cannot afford to cut their health care.
No.
Because we know that one trip to the emergency room
Mm-hmm.
could be a $10,000, $15,000 bill. They could
Yeah.
bankrupt you.
Yeah.
They could put you in bad credit. And we know that you need credit sometimes to buy a car. You need credit to get a house or even get an apartment sometimes when they run your credit. So
Yeah.
there's such a big impact that healthcare has and the cost of healthcare has that it is going to be tough for families everywhere. And when I did this roundtable with hospitals and doctors about the impacts, I even said to one of the physicians, I said, some people say people are going to die. My colleagues across the aisle say that's hyperbole. It's not true. And the doctor said, oh no,
Yeah, it's true.
people will die.
Yeah, they will.
And this is straight out of the doctor's
Yeah.
mouth.
Yeah.
Not me.
Yeah.
But trust the healthcare physicians that are telling you this is going to cause people to die.
There's no question.
And people are not going to be able to know about their illnesses earlier, which is going to cost more money down the line. More people are going to suffer, more pain. So it's a real serious situation.
Yeah, it's a very serious
and
situation.
that's why we're here.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can't yank that many people off of their health care insurance like the Republicans are doing and think that it's not going to have some sort of an impact on public health. It's just completely unrealistic. Look at some of these nationwide stats right here that I have. Enrollees are going to experience about a 97% increase in monthly premium costs. That's going to translate to about $125 more that they will pay for each month's coverage. You're going to have 1 in 4 people with chronic diseases that are going to lose coverage. We talked about those high-risk schools a little bit earlier when we were speaking. You're going to have about 1.6 million children that are going to be at risk of losing essential healthcare services, which is going to force families to make tough decisions. And again, the millions of people that are small business owners and self-employed that really require on these marketplace credits. And they're going to see their healthcare premiums rise. And we actually have some really amazing stories that I just want to stop to take the time to thank these individuals for their willingness to share these stories, because these are very personal people. And you heard the guy today when we were on the steps of the Capitol that came with his daughter who got a cancer diagnosis, and now he or his wife can't work. And he talked about how shameful it was for him not to be able to work and for him to have to be on Medicaid. And that is sad.
It is.
Yeah, that is really sad. Nanette, tell us about Judy Moriniello from Maine.
So Julie is from rural Maine, and she's 58 years old. She's a self-employed artist, and she pays $460 a month for health insurance, which also covers her 14-year-old daughter. And last month, Julie received a notice that her health care premiums could nearly double next year if the health care tax credits are not extended. But going without health insurance isn't an option either, because Julie has a history of cancer and she needs ongoing care. So just imagine Julie gets this in the mail and it's like, oh my gosh, my premiums could double. Like, where am I going to get this extra money from? And so it's not going to be easy for Julie to come up with an extra $5,000 a year to pay for premiums. She would have to think about canceling things like her membership at a local YMCA. And for many, a YMCA membership means access to fitness classes and youth programs.
Yeah.
I mean, we all have a local Y, near us that we rely on. Julie says that she'll have to use her savings if she can't pay the higher premiums. And so, again, it's a situation of hurting people across this country. Here we're talking about Maine and a rural part of Maine, where Julie is just trying to get by with health care for her daughter and herself and keeping them healthy. So, but this is not new or unique to Maine. It's going to happen in Alaska as well.
Yeah. And let me tell you, I've never been to Alaska. I've always wanted to go. I've heard it's just breathtakingly beautiful and stunning. And, and even with living someplace like that where you don't have the woes of living in the city and what have you, people still got to be able to take care of themselves. And when I read this story about Natalie Kinley from Alaska, it really made me sad. You know, what she told us is that, and she's 43 years old, and she says that she expects her family's premium to jump to more than $2,000 from about $1,600 a month. And Miss Kinley of Palmer, Alaska, whose husband owns a dental practice where she also worked, she has MS. And so she, you know, needs the coverage. And what she told us was that, quote, she's really concerned about healthcare costs because they are very unpredictable. And that's sad for her for a lot of reasons. That's sad for her own health, and that she has to be concerned with that, particularly with MS, because we saw what happened in the past before the Affordable Care Act was passed and people were pushed into these high-risk pools.
Or denied coverage.
Or just denied coverage. Yeah. And for people like Natalie, you know, if she's going to see her health care premiums jump and increase that much, the fact that she would spend money to do things in town, to go out to eat, it's going to impact the local economies too, because if people can't take care of themselves anymore, they're not going to put as much money of their discretionary income into the economy, if they even have any discretionary income left after dealing with different things like that. Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm reminded of this story when I was an intern and a law student. I didn't have health insurance. Yeah. And I was working at the California Supreme Court. And one day I've been told that there's a softball team that the court has. And so I get recruited to play on the softball team for the California Supreme Court. And I don't have any health insurance. And the first game, I'm at bat. And it's like the seventh inning. And I get a hit. And I'm running to second base. I'm running past first. And I get waved on to second base. And, you know, they probably said, oh, there's a girl there. She's going to get her out of second base. I'm going into second base. And the ball comes almost at the same time. And the guy almost like tackles me in softball, splits open my eyebrow, like blood gushing everywhere. I'm lying on the floor. And you know the first thing I thought about? I don't have any health care.
Yeah, that's right.
What is this going to cost me? I don't have any health care. And I just remember thinking, I can't really afford to go to the ER. So, I mean, you can imagine the millions of families out there that if they lose their coverage or they move to catastrophic or high premiums, that they're going to have that same thought about how can I afford to go. Now, in my instance, we had the lawyers all get together to help pay for the bill. But that doesn't happen to everybody. And this was one instance where it was my eyebrow got split open. So I just think about them. And of course, we've heard from other people in New York, Charlene, who also shares her story about, hey, I already feel the cost of everything being too high.
Yeah. Charlene's 60 years old. She lives in New York. And again, I want to thank everyone for sharing these stories with us. She purchased her insurance in 2019 under the state's health insurance marketplace enacted after the ACA passed. And she remembers how her rates plunged, and she was so grateful that her rates plunged, as anybody would be, because healthcare being affordable is always something that people have to grapple with. And since then, she and millions of people that are her age and older that rely on healthcare coverage, they're worried about seeing these tax credits go away. If Congress doesn't extend these premium enhanced tax credits, their healthcare costs are going to jump. And remember, 60 years old, could still be working, could still have a small business. They're going to need that money. I think that Charlene Sterle says that the tax credits are saving her about $35 to $40 per month on healthcare premiums. And once you start taking that away for her, she says even if it's $5 a month, that's going to really hurt her because she still has an electric bill that she has to pay and that she has a hard time with, and that she has other areas in her life to where even what sounds like may not be a lot to someone else, for her, it is a big deal. And there are so many millions of other people that are like that. And I just pray for them. I really do hope that Republicans can start thinking about people like this again. I know that Trump and the way that Trump is kind of mean to people and the way that he talks to people, that they're like really in that season where we are in politics right now, to where they just have lost a lot of their compassion. But I really do hope that they can find it, because otherwise the constituents that you and I represent and the constituents that they represent are really, really going to suffer.
Yeah, and all these people whose stories we've just shared, we're here in Washington.
Yeah.
Democrats are here in Washington, while Republicans are out on vacation,
Yeah.
because we're here to fight,
Yep.
to cancel these cuts to Medicaid. We're here to lower the cost of their premiums. We just went over a lot of the premiums and how it would impact them. We're here to lower the cost of healthcare premiums, and frankly, it's to save healthcare.
that's right.
And so we remain here. We're willing, ready, and able
Yeah.
to negotiate a bipartisan deal.
Yeah, that's right.
To make sure that there is no shutdown, but to come to an agreement to save
that's right.
healthcare. So if we don't act, over 20 million Americans will see their premiums, copays, and their deductibles skyrocket. So that's why more than ever now we need
Yeah.
to continue this fight. We're in this fight. I know you're in this fight.
I'm in the fight.
And I know we're going to stand together. We're not going to rubber stamp any kind of a Republican
No.
spending bill that's
definitely
causing
not.
so much pain for
Yeah.
Americans across the country. And so thanks for joining me here today.
Absolutely.
And talking to Americans across the country.
Absolutely. Good to be with you, and let's pray for our nation, and let's pray for people that need these premiums to be able to keep their lives going.
Great. Thank you.
Good morning, Representative Troy Carter. It's Congresswoman Yvette Clarke here, and it's so good to be with you this morning. Unfortunately, it's under duress. You can't hear me?
We can hear you, Representative Clarke. Go ahead.
Very well, very well. I just wanted to say we're here this morning, 6 hours and 36 minutes into the Republican government shutdown. And it is just so distressing to know that we have a federal government that is not taking the negotiation that Democrats have brought to the table seriously. You know, there are so many in our communities across this nation who are relying on responsible humans, the responsible adults to come to the table to make sure that the basic needs in their lives are met by the federal government that is supposed to be there to make life a little bit easier. And here we are at 6:37 a.m. and unable to
I can't hear anything. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Troy. I can hear you. And we're going to get that audio fixed. You know, this is a live stream. And as we continue with this conversation, we will make sure that the first vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus is looped in. But in the interim, I was just sharing with those of you who are watching this live stream that you may be aware we are now 6 hours and 38 minutes into a federal government shutdown. And the Democrats in the House of Representatives, through our leader, our very able leader, Hakeem Jeffries of New York, have requested a sit down with the Republicans who, mind you, are the majority in the House, the majority in the Senate, as well as holding the executive branch to do the work that needs to be done to make sure that the American people continue to have access to health care. We know that the big ugly law that was passed made a massive and draconian cut to Medicaid. It's had a bearing on Medicare. And now, as we look at open enrollment coming up in the next few weeks, the Affordable Care Act is under threat. We cannot have a nation, a productive nation in the United States of America that does not take care of the needs of health care for its people. That's just unconscionable. How can we be the most effective, most productive nation in the world when our population is worried about their ability to maintain their health? And that's all we're asking for in this negotiation, is that we extend what have been Affordable Care Act tax credits to those who stand the chance. And we're talking about tens of millions of people across this nation of seeing their premiums and deductibles skyrocket within the next couple of weeks. We are being responsible adults. Unfortunately, we don't have other adults in the room. We're dealing with a lot of juvenile behavior. And this is where we are today. But we know that ultimately there has to be a bipartisan solution here. We will not be complicit with what the Republicans are serving up and what they're cooking, because that is not in the best interest of the American people. And as we go through this shutdown, we first of all want to say to our federal workers how much we truly, truly appreciate you. You have been the backbone of the middle class in the United States of America. You are the professionals who have made it possible for our federal enterprise to really serve the American people. And you have been through some of the most horrific actions taken by this administration against their own people. You know, when I think about the fact that we as Americans are getting this type of horrendous actions taken against us by our own government, it really just infuriates me. America is America because we all add our talent, skill, and ability to making it one of the most historic nations in the world in terms of productivity, in terms of innovation, and in terms of just how we are able to, out of many, one as one, move forward among nations. That is all being disrupted now by a Republican majority that does not hold the same values. And so as we go through this this shutdown, we want the American people to know that we cannot be complicit. We cannot be complicit with the demise of those in our communities who heavily rely on the government, on the federal government, to do their job, to make sure that they have access to Medicaid, to have access to the Affordable Care Act, and whatever insurance they may utilize in order to have health care. And what everyone needs to know, whether you are insured through the Affordable Care Act marketplace, whether you access healthcare through Medicaid or Medicare, all of our premiums go up when healthy people are unable to access insurance. That leaves a pool of individuals who are heavily reliant on those benefits as the main driver for cost. This is horrendous. And I have to tell you, we, not only in the Congressional Black Caucus, but in the Democratic Caucus, recognize that we have to draw a line in the sand. These individuals on the other side of the aisle have no conscience when it comes to dealing with what we know are families struggling to make ends meet in one of the hardest economies we found ourselves in. It's a manufactured economy by the Trump administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We have to draw the line in the sand. Otherwise, we will be beholden to those who have made it clear that they will only pay attention to and give credence to the wealthiest of the wealthy in our civil society. That's only 1% of the population, less than 1% of the population. Let me say that at the end of the day, we are very focused on the fact that if we if we are not successful in these negotiations, we are damned if we do and we are damned if we don't. Because at the end of the day, our constituents will pay the price. And the price that we're paying today is the shutdown of the federal government. You know, what's so ironic about this is that if our colleagues were truly wedded to this horrific cut to healthcare in our nation, they have the votes to pass it. In the House of Representatives, they hold the majority. In the United States Senate, they hold the majority. And again, you have the White House. We, as Democrats, will not be complicit with the demise, the ill health, the inevitable death that comes from people who are looking to maintain their health, who see and utilize these healthcare benefits and programs as a lifeline to their own maintenance of health. We will not be complicit with those individuals, unfortunately, losing their health care under any circumstances. And not now, not ever, not today, not tomorrow, not next week, not the week after, not next year. We will fight until the end to make sure that our nation of Americans are covered with health insurance. I want to also just say how critical it is in this moment for us to understand, for all Americans to understand that, we are being held hostage by the Republicans in the House of Representatives, the Republicans in the Senate, who want to have a partisan bill passed by a bipartisan body. That just does not work. You cannot impose upon the entire Congress your desires to see people without health care. This is about a bipartisan body. And as a bipartisan body, there are negotiations that must take place. We will not take wholesale what these Republicans are peddling to pass it along to the American people. That would be totally inappropriate. And it would certainly be beneath us to do that to the American people. I see that Brother Troy Carter has joined us again, and I've been talking a whole lot, Troy, about this shutdown and why Democrats are standing firm against these cuts to health care. Would you join in?
Thank you. Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I was having a little technical difficulty on this very early morning, the first morning of the Republican shutdown. We've been here around the clock. We've had multiple times to talk to you about what we know is absolutely wrong. We've demonstrated to the American people that we're here. We are in Washington. We're on the ground, and we have made it very clear that we want to negotiate, that we want to create a framework that the American people can continue to enjoy their government fully functioning. However, our Republican counterparts have chosen to be on vacation or to be wherever they are, but clearly they aren't here with us. We're here in Washington as the people, as people's representatives. They sent us to Washington to fight for them. They sent us to Washington to make sure that we brought down the cost of health care. They've sent us to Washington to work with our Republican counterparts. We have a Congress that is led by the Republican Party. We have a House that's led, a Senate that's led, a White House that's led, and arguably a Supreme Court that's led. All branches of our government are now in control by the Republican Party. So if they wanted to keep the government open, the government would be open. To the extent that we have the power, we're here to demonstrate to the American people that we're committed to fighting to make sure that not one federal employee loses his job, that not one agency is disallowed from doing its job. We know that through this exercise in the past, no one has won. This has been a losing proposition every time someone attempted to shut the government down. At some point, you beg to ask the question, what's really at play here? Is it yet another form of distraction? Is it to take the American people's mind off of what's happening at the White House? Is it a form of distraction to take away the attention from the Epstein files? Well, none of that is important. None of that is fair. What is important is that we can do more than one thing at a time. We can keep our government open. We can continue to service the people, and we're not going to forget about the Epstein files. We're not going to forget about the things that you hope will be a distraction. We will continue to talk to the American people about this big, ugly law that is threatening to put 17 million people off the roads. We'll continue to talk about the fact that as we shut down government, it's costing the American people billions of dollars in tax dollars as a result of this shutdown. We'll continue to talk about the reality that our seniors will have undoubtedly delays in getting their Social Security checks because we will have limited employees to process them. We'll continue to talk about the fact that during this shutdown, air travel will become very challenged because we'll have limited workforce as it relates to air traffic controllers and TSA workers who will show up to work but unfairly will not be paid. This is a horrible game of brinksmanship that the president and the Republican Party is playing. They're intentionally trying to exact pain from the American people to prove a point. Well, there is no point to prove. We are all here at the behest of the American people. We all take an oath of office to fight and defend the American people, to provide the resources to the American people. We are the richest nation in the world. Yet, this Republican Party seems hell-bent on denying affordable health care to the American people. Democrats are here. Democrats are committed. We're at the table, and we're inviting them to come back. You know, we were on earlier. We were at the Capitol until past midnight. We're still here. It's not too late. Yeah, government is shut down, but we can make this a very short shutdown. Come to work now. Let's hammer out a deal. Let's reopen government so every facet and function of the government operates so people are served. So we're doing the job that the American people invited us to do. Listen, we're not going to back down. We're going to stand firm. You've heard of a deal that was too good to refuse? Well, the deal they've offered is too bad to accept. A deal that hurts the American people, a deal that denies fair access to health care, a deal that takes away the ability for people to be able to continue to fight against dreaded diseases. Just yesterday, we had Mr. Gonzalez, who stood with us on the Capitol steps. He shared with us that he is a college professor and worked full time. His wife is ill, so she is unable to work. His ACA subsidies, conjunction with his own personal payments, is the only way he can survive. This is someone who's paying into the system, but without these subsidies, he won't be able to afford the care that he gets while he's in just finished his radiation and trying to live and care for his family. How cruel can you be to continue to deny these resources? There was another young lady who was with us who had 2 children who were severely autistic. They required around-the-clock care. They were, one was nonverbal, one was still in need of diapers and assistance. They're 13 years old. These are young people that cannot live without around-the-clock care. They will lose this if this continues. During the chairman and I both serve on Energy and Commerce. During our markup, we spent nearly 27 hours around the clock talking about what would happen if we took away people's access to health care. We attempted to put faces in the place of widgets, faces in the place of spreadsheets that were just numbers, to have them see that these are real people who are working hard, who go to work every day to try to provide for their families and to provide for their loved ones who may have disabilities that require around-the-clock care. Our seniors who are living in assisted living who require some form of help. Listen, we are imploring our Republican counterparts. This is not a game. This should not be a fight. We are coming to you in earnest. We're here and we're ready to work with you. We told you about this months ago. This is not something new. Months ago, we knew we would be coming to this shutdown. We knew what the 30th of September meant, and we asked for an opportunity to visit. We were scheduled to meet with the president last week. The president canceled that meeting. The leadership had a meeting with the president just yesterday. Absolutely nothing came of it because, again, it appears that the real mission here is shut the government down. I'll reiterate, the House is controlled by the Republican Party. The Senate is controlled by the Republican Party. The White House is controlled by the Republican Party. Republicans own this shutdown, but Democrats are still here willing to reverse that ugly action and fight for the American people.
Absolutely, Troy. Nothing, no one could have said it better. You know, when I think about the fact that the administration has been doing such juvenile actions like drawing a sombrero on Leader Jeffries' head and drawing a mustache on his face, a clearly bigoted and racist action coming out of the White House. We have to ask ourselves, what kind of world are we living in when the leader of the free world is behaving so childishly, when the imperative in this moment is making sure that the American people have the bandwidth and healthcare that they need to be able to be productive Americans, to be able to feed their families, to make sure that in the midst of skyrocketing prices, whether it's the lack of affordable housing, the lack of affordable medications, the lack of affordable groceries, life has become extremely challenging, specifically economically, for the American people. You pile onto that, you compound that with a reduction in access to health insurance, and it's a perfect storm, man-made and created by Republicans against the very people they represent. It's
it'll only get worse under this system that we have, where you don't get your way, you kick rocks, and you hurt the American people. This notion that we're going to have a my way or the highway approach to how we govern is defiant of how the framers of the Constitution intended our checks and balances to go. We have three separate but co-equal branches of government. However, this president boasts of being able to control all three. And unfortunately, he's demonstrating through his actions that is correct. We're encouraging our colleagues to demonstrate the ability to come to the table. How do you say, I don't want to negotiate? How do you say we're not going to work together? How do you say that the American people do not deserve to have access to affordable health care? How do you say just let it go? We can't do that. We're not going to do that. It's now nearly 7 o'clock in the morning, just 7 hours since the government has shut down. It's not too late. Yeah, the government is shut down, but we can reopen it. We can reopen it by having a negotiated discussion about how we compromise, about how we do the things that are necessary to make sure that we can create a framework. This notion that we keep passing these temporary CRs, kicking the can down the road, you wouldn't operate your home that way. You wouldn't operate your business that way. So how do you attempt to operate the government this way? I heard some of the leadership on CNN last night saying, well, why don't they just give us a 10-day window? Well, we talked to you about this months ago. We didn't need a 10-day window. We had months. It isn't as if this day of closure snuck up on us. We knew the 30th of September was here. We knew that we had things that had to be worked out, which begs again the question, how much of this is intentional? How much of this is to prove a point? How much of this is to just flex? Again, to reiterate, who controls the House? Who controls the Senate? Who controls the White House? Listen, we may not have the votes, but we have our voice. And the American people should know this very clearly. Democrats are not running. We're not hiding. We're here. We're here to stay. We're here to commit ourselves to doing what the American people have sent us here to do, and that's to fight for them. And we're going to fight, and we're going to negotiate tough, and we're not going to settle on any deal that hurts the American people. We're not going to settle on any deal that takes away the ability for affordable health care for the American people. So let the message be abundantly clear. Democrats are here. We're prepared to turn this shutdown around. Anything short of that, the shutdown belongs to the Republican Party. We invite you to come back and work with us because we are here to work.
And when Congressman Carter says we're here, we're literally in Washington, D.C., while our colleagues, our Republican colleagues, on the other hand, are still on vacation. This is unheard of. There's no urgency for them. And, quite frankly, cruelty is the point. They know what this deadline means to the federal workforce. They know what it means to the small businesses that rely on the federal workforce for their sustenance. There's a domino effect that takes place when workers are furloughed, when workers are laid off. All of those small businesses, from food trucks to dry cleaners to shoe repair shops, you name it. These are all businesses that are part of the ecosystem that our federal workforce has been historically supporting in Washington, D.C. and around this nation. So the economic fallout of this is not just with the federal enterprise. It will permeate into every sector of our small business communities across this nation. We've got to get to work. We're here to do the work. We need our colleagues, our Republican colleagues, to man up, woman up, and do the work that needs to be done to bring this to closure, to reopen the government, and to make sure that all of our communities, the families and workers, are covered with health insurance, quality health insurance, so that they can meet the needs of the people in their families, in their communities, and more importantly, they can be productive in our civil society. Without your
And the
health,
chairwoman, the other thing that's important to note, in the past, we've had when the Republicans have shut down government, people were furloughed. They went to work, they didn't get paid, but eventually they got back pay. Under this cruel and unusual form of a shutdown, the White House is planning to lay off thousands of people, to not just furlough them, but to lay them off, which adds insult to injury, because not only are you not working, it's not certain if you ever come back. The pain that causes the American people is unparalleled and just cruel and unusual. And as you mentioned, when people aren't working, they aren't paying their mortgages. When they aren't paying their mortgages, they threaten to lose their homes. They aren't paying for their children to be educated or to feed or clothe them. They're not shopping in the local restaurants, as you just mentioned. The residual impact is yet another blow to our economy, another blow to the economic ecosystem, as you just so eloquently said. There's so many moving parts that go into this shutdown. People may say, well, how will this impact me? It's going to impact you if you need to get a passport. It's going to impact you if you need to access the resources of the federal government. It's going to impact you if you are a senior waiting for your Social Security check because there's no one there to process it. All of these things are interconnected in this huge organization called the federal government. I cannot emphasize enough. We are in Washington, D.C. We're at the Capitol. We're imploring our colleagues, come to work and do your job. Demonstrate to the American people that we want to reopen our government. Democrats fought to keep the government open and will continue to fight to reopen it.
And you know, with our Republican colleagues, and I call them MAGA Republicans, you know, cruelty's the point. These folks don't have an empathetic bone in their body. It's as if, you know, they don't recognize that, you know, when people don't have access to health care, all of our health care is at risk. All of our premiums and deductibles will go up. This is something that it doesn't happen in a vacuum. And so for colleagues who have this knowledge, access to this information, to be off just, you know, doing whatever it is that they're doing, not doing their jobs clearly, and not having any empathy for what our federal workforce is going through, what our families will be subjected to if we don't negotiate this, is unconscionable. But this is the world we're living in right now. And, you know, thank God, you know, the Democrats are level-headed. We're focused. And we cannot relent. We will not be complicit with the demise of healthcare and access to in our communities. We just cannot do that.
Come back to work, guys. Meet us halfway. Come to the table. If you're listening, if you're paying attention, if the listening audience is near a telephone, near your computer, send them a text message. Go on social media and say, why aren't you in Washington? Why aren't you working with the Democratic Party? Why aren't you at least at the table trying to find a solution? Our leader often talks about the 3 C's. We talk about the Congress, the courts, and the community. We're members of Congress, and we're here doing the job that we have been sworn to do. And when we believe the Constitution is being challenged, we go to court, and we will continue to fight for the constitutionality of our rules, of our rule of law, of the enforcement of the laws that we have. And the 3rd C is you, the community. We need the community to weigh in, make your phone calls, write your letters, visit your members' offices peacefully and ask them, please do your jobs. Meet the Democrats in Washington to reopen our government, make healthcare affordable for all Americans. This is a very simple prospect. We're fighting for Americans. And by the way, Republicans and Democrats will benefit from affordable health care. Republicans and Democrats will benefit from a government that is fully open and functioning. It is reckless and irresponsible to shut down our government, and we are here to keep it open, but we need you to join us.
We're 7 hours and 7 minutes into the shutdown. And let's, also make sure that we don't fall for the propaganda that's out there. The idea is to divide and conquer with this administration. And one of the things that Donald Trump has been saying is that we are fighting for health care for undocumented or the illegal population, when in fact, by law, they cannot access any of our health care, federal health care benefits. It's just crazy, the things that are being said and done so that people can basically cut off their nose to spite their face. We as Americans have to recognize that they have put up a lot of straw men in order to pursue their agenda, which is again shifting, the federal treasury to the most wealthiest people, the top 0.1% of the population, while the rest of us, they're saying, let us eat cake. This is unreal. We have got to stand up. And if we don't stand up in this moment, we will be rolled for the rest of this administration. The American people want a functioning government that is respectful of their humanity and that is respectful of the rule of law. The Congress has the role of creating the policies, of passing a budget that is reflective of all of the Americans. We get to that through negotiation. And while Democrats don't hold the majority, we are holding firm in our values. We cannot compromise them. We will make sure that we do whatever it takes to make sure that American people, our constituents, people of the 9th District of New York, people of the 2nd District of Louisiana will have access to health care. That's an imperative.
Hey, good morning. It's Rep. Becca Ballant. I represent all of Vermont. Vermont's so tiny, we only get one representative. I'm it, and I'm very happy to be up this morning talking to you about what's going on here in Washington, D.C. So I think many of you know, Democrats came back to town this week. We were fully prepared to engage with our Republican counterparts on a plan to prevent a government shutdown. And what I need you to know is they aren't here. Speaker Johnson had no plan B. He sent people home last week with no plan if the Senate did not pass his funding bill. Senate rejected it. House Republicans are not here. They're literally not here in Washington, D.C. It was really so strange to be walking around all of the offices yesterday, to go on the House floor. There are no Republicans here ready to work. And, you know, what's so shocking about all of this is that it didn't have to be like this, okay? It's not as if we didn't know funding was going to run out. We've known this for months. And Leader Jeffries has consistently reached out to the Speaker of the House to say, look, we have to come together and make a plan. And what I need people to understand is the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. And President Trump and Speaker Johnson have said repeatedly, you know, we don't need to work with Democrats. We can do this by ourselves. In fact, you had them saying, don't work with Democrats. Okay? So, all right, so it's time to put up or shut up. If you don't have to work with us, if you don't have to come to an agreement that will help our constituents, your constituents, if you don't have to do that, then do the work yourselves. But they didn't. They didn't have a plan. So they left town. They're not here. And I think you know the government shut down last night. And we are taking a stand because we know that what Americans want is for us, for Democrats to fight for their health care. That is what we have done over and over and over again. This year is the 15-year anniversary of the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, okay? They have tried to dismantle the Affordable Care Act over and over and over again. I think it's like 80 votes that we've had in Congress over the last 15 years to try to take away your health care. And what's happening now is just more of the same. They make these promises. We're going to replace it with something better. We have a plan to make sure that you have better health care, cheaper health care, more accessible health care. It never comes to any kind of plan because they don't have a plan. These are not serious people. They don't come to work in the morning ready to do the work on behalf of all of you. It's all about gimmicks and ego and raw power. That's what this is all about. This is about them giving the president even more power. Look, I was a history teacher. Okay, this is what I want you to understand. The framers of our Constitution never imagined, could not have conceived that you would have a House of Representatives run by Republicans that would willingly give over all of their power to the executive branch, right? This only works with checks and balances. If the Congress is not going to check the president's power, then there is no way to stop this administration from seizing more and more power. And that's what we're seeing right now. They don't feel like they need to work with any of us. So here's what we know. Here's what we have figured out from watching the Joker in the White House, from watching this very unserious Speaker of the House, is the only way to respond to bullies is to go toe to toe. You can't bend a knee. You can't acquiesce. You can't say, okay, we're going to give a little bit here because they're going to give a little bit. They never give a little bit. Okay. So all you parents out there, you might have heard of the book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. Okay. They just keep coming back for more. That's what we have right now in this president. That's what we have in this Republican conference. They are not going to work with us because they never work with us. And they lie and they spread misinformation. And the most recent one that the president has been hammering on, and I've seen my Republican colleagues doing the same, which is they're lying to the American people, saying that if you are here as an undocumented immigrant, that you are on the Medicaid rolls, that you are taking advantage of taxpayer-supported healthcare. And it is, once again, untrue. It's a lie, but they've never been beholden to facts, okay? When Trump has been in office the first time, and now again, it's very easy, right, to go on TV if you're not beholden to facts. It doesn't matter. You just make stuff up, and that is what they do. And so they're blaming people who are undocumented. They're also blaming trans people once again. And I can tell you, as a co-chair of the Equality Caucus, this is what they do. They go after trans people again. Trans people in this country are a very small percentage of the population. And newsflash, they're entitled to the same rights as everybody else. And I'm going to be fighting for those rights every single day. And what they're saying is, pay attention over here. Blame undocumented immigrants, blame refugees, blame trans people for the fact that your health care is unaffordable. Blame them. Don't direct your rage at the people responsible, which is the Republicans in the House, the Republicans in the Senate, and Donald Trump. 15 years. 15 years they've said they're going to deliver on better health care. So look, we have to take a stand. We have to fight back. We're not going to roll over on this. And they keep saying, oh, well, look, why don't we just get a short-term funding plan now? And then what we'll do is, over the next few weeks, we'll sit down and work out a plan. They always do an end run around us, because what happens is they make a deal. Handshake means nothing to them. Like in Vermont, like handshake, your word is your bond. They don't know about this, okay? So what they do is they make an agreement, and we've seen this time and time again. I've only been in Congress for 3 years. I can tell you it happens over and over again. They make a deal, and then they don't follow through on it. And so why would we, at this time, when we're saying we need to have a substantive deal on healthcare, why would we ever agree to a plan when we know that they could decide, and they will decide, to go back on that agreement? Am I wrong, Troy Carter? Am I wrong?
You're absolutely correct, Congresswoman, and everything that you've said is so eloquently put and so clear. We want the American people to understand this. Don't fall for the okie doke. Don't fall for the manufactured arguments that somehow this is being done to benefit the American people. Don't fall for the okie doke that the reason they are shutting down our government and clogging the system and denying affordable health care to the American people is because some manufactured absolute lie that illegal immigrants are somehow accessing our healthcare system. It isn't so. It's illegal. It's against the law. So it's not a matter of changing the law. If you think there are some violations, it's a matter of you enforcing it. But we know that isn't happening. And the attempt is to just continue to cloud the issue, make you believe that this is why, when the reality is, if the Republican Party and our president wanted our government to be open, our government would be open. Make no bones about it. Democrats are here in Washington. It is now 7 hours and 20 minutes since this Republican shutdown. We have been here. We have demonstrated our willingness to be at the table. We've demonstrated that Democrats are here to work, that we take our oath of office seriously, and that we're fighting for the American people. We're fighting for the American people in word and in deed. During markup, when we passed that big, ugly bill, which is now a big, ugly law, many of us worked around the clock in our respective committees, offering amendment after amendment after amendment to push back against this big, ugly law. On the final day that it got to the floor, many of us testified and were in Rules Committee, and then bled from Rules Committee to the House floor nearly 37 hours around the clock. We may not have the votes, but we have our voice.
That's right.
Democrats are using their voice, and we're demonstrating to the American people that we're going to fight for you. We're going to fight to the very end. We're going to make the tough sacrifice. We're going to be here. We're going to stay at the table, and we are imploring on our colleagues, join us. Join us in this discussion. Don't walk away from your responsibility. Don't shirk your responsibility. Don't be derelict in your duty to represent the American people. Being cowardice and shutting down the government, kicking rocks and taking your ball home when you don't get your way is not the American way.
You know, Troy, that's exactly right. That's what I was thinking about this week too. It's like, well, I'm taking my marbles and I'm going home, right? I'm not getting what I want. And that's why I say they're not serious people. They're not serious people. And they expect that Americans are just going to accept the fact that they continue to screw them over. We know this. Our Republican colleagues are literally voting to take away health care from their own people, their own voters, over and over and over again. You know, the Speaker of the House is doing that same thing.
My home state. In my home state, where we have a huge number of individuals in every single congressional district in Louisiana who will be negatively impacted. When I was in the state Senate, under the Democratic Governor, John Bel Edwards, we expanded Medicaid. As a result of expanding Medicaid, rural hospitals started opening. People were getting health care. People were getting being able to stay healthy because they were able to exercise preventive care. We know that preventive care is significantly cheaper than curative care. What's going to happen now? Unfortunately, the first time you will see people in a medical setting will be in an emergency room when you can't deny them access, but it's going to cost exponentially more money. And as morbid as this may seem, and we cannot sugarcoat it, people are going to die.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. People, of course, they're going to put off care if they're not going to, be able to afford to get that preventative care. And of course, they're going to get sicker and sicker. And as you said, it comes down to something so bleak, which is people will die. People will get terribly sick because of the callousness of our Republican colleagues. Because they are, let's go back a minute, because I think people have forgotten the crux of the big, ugly bill that was passed was about giving tax breaks to the wealthiest in this country.
Reverse Robin Hood, stealing from the poor and giving to the rich.
I mean, what is more sick than that? We're going to take away your health care. We're going to make it harder for you to take care of yourself while giving it to people who don't need it. It's sick, Troy. It's sick.
And when when we're back home, and as we were approaching this looming deadline, people said, "Well, why don't you guys negotiate?" And with great exasperation, I said, "We're trying. We've been at this table. The president was scheduled to meet with our leadership last week. He canceled the meeting, rescheduled it yesterday, but absolutely nothing came of it. It was a very clear my way or the highway." Well, Mr. President, that's not how government works. It is not your way or the highway. We don't work for the president. We work for the American people. We are a separate but co-equal branch of government. When our system of checks and balances work as the framers of the Constitution intended it to, we should be an equal but co-equal branch. However, this president boasts that he controls the House, the Senate, and the White House, and arguably the Supreme Court. Well, that is a constitutional crisis on steroids. The American people, Republican and Democrat, and I call on Republicans and Democrats to get angry about this demise of our democracy, this demise of our rule of law. This will hurt you too. This is not just something aimed at the Democratic Party. And we're not just fighting for Democrats, we're fighting for the American people, as we should. Listen, I'm a proud Democrat. I make no apologies for it. But I understand this. In order for us to get things done, we have to work together. Come back to Washington, negotiate with us, do your jobs, reopen this government and provide resources to the American people. It is your responsibility. Democrats are here. We're going to continue to fight for the American people, and we ask you to join us.
Yeah, Troy, I really appreciate what you said. You know, we hear from constituents in Vermont as well. You know, people want us to be able to work together in Congress. And what I always try to explain, and I'm sure you do too, you know, you have Republican colleagues that you work well with, that you're friendly with, but in the end, if they're not actually willing to work with us, if they're not willing to negotiate, if they're not willing to compromise, that's what the government is predicated on. You've got this give and take. You've got the checks and balances. If you don't have anyone willing to meet you halfway, there can be no negotiation. And that is what we've seen from this president and this Speaker of the House time and time again. They are not interested in partnering with us. We could have dealt with this months ago.
And you know the difference, Becca? As you know, the common denominator here is President Trump. Because we've been able to work with Republicans in the past. We've enjoyed the ability to have a bipartisan effort to work together. But it seems to be a directive from this White House. Don't work with the Democrats, even if it hurts the American people. Don't work in a bipartisan vein. Let's shut the government down. Let's exact pain from the American people, all to create subterfuge, to take your eye off the ball, to take your eye off the horrible things that's happening at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, to take your eye off the Epstein files, to take your eye off of the atrocities of what's going on. This president said that when he was elected, he would have the war ended on day one. He would bring the price of eggs and milk and grocery down. Well, Mr. President, nothing has happened. In fact, quite to the contrary, the war is still going on. People are dying every day. We are still seeing prices of eggs and milk and groceries and the cost of living to continue to rise. And now you want to add insult to injury by taking away one's ability to have affordable health care. Absolutely unacceptable. Democrats will fight you tooth and nail against this un-American action that you're taking to hurt the American people.
Absolutely. And I think it's always good to ask yourself, am I better off now than I was 9 months ago? I mean, I went to buy coffee the other day, Troy, and the prices have gone through the roof because of the tariff regime. When you put the tariffs on top of this, this presidential administration that is not interested at all about caring for Americans. When you're president, you're supposed to care about everybody, right? That is the awesomeness of that job. But over and over again, it's clear that he only cares about people at the very top, his billionaire buddies, the people who were sitting right behind him at the inauguration. And I just feel so frustrated that here we are in DC fighting for our people, making sure they get health care. And we have an administration that doesn't give a damn.
And when you look at what happens, and undoubtedly, Becca, you've had these conversations as I have, and you mentioned that, listen, this notion that Republicans, Democrats, we walk around cussing each other out all day and throwing stones, that isn't true. We're cordial. We see each other in the hallway. Our offices are near each other. We have lunch. And in our private settings, many of them will say, man, this is crazy. I hate that we're going through this. But when the cameras come on, they take the party line. Hey, God, we got to get some backbone. We got to stand up to this guy. We got to demonstrate that together we're gonna protect our democracy. We're gonna demonstrate to these guys, that this guy in the White House, that we're not going to let you ruin our democracy. We can have different ideas. We can have different ideological views. We can agree to disagree. But what we cannot do is shut down this government and deny access to the American people.
I couldn't agree more, Troy. And, you know, one of the things that I was saying to a group yesterday, it's very revealing that in the Republican conference earlier this week on a conference call, you had Lisa McClain, who's in leadership, say to Republicans, stop talking about healthcare, because when we talk about healthcare, we lose. That should tell you everything you need to know. They're not fighting for your healthcare. For 15 years, they've been trying to dismantle the Affordable Care Act. And in the big, beautiful bill, that was the largest amount of money that's ever been taken away from healthcare in the history of this country. Going
and
after
they realize so much that this big, ugly law cannot be defended, that they have pushed the effects of it back past the midterms. Why? Because they know they can't defend it. So they want to be able to say at re-election time, see, you haven't felt the pain, because the bulk of the pain has been pushed back until after midterms. If that is not demonstrative of them saying, we know what we did was wrong. We know that we will hurt the American people. And to my Republican colleagues who are going to unfortunately be casualties, because this president recognizes that they're disposable, that, they will lose their elections and there'll be new Republicans, but they're treating them as disposable commodities. These are human beings, man, and we're here to represent the people. We've got to get back on track. We've got to get back to America that fights for the people and not have this notion of my way or the highway, kick rocks and let the people suffer.
Right. And if they're going to continue to operate in that way, then we're going to punch back. Because that's what bullies respond to. And that is what we have right now. And look, I say this all the time to my constituents. They're just like, I don't understand why Republicans don't band together. They don't use their power. They all tell us behind closed doors how embarrassed they are that this is their president, how crazy it has been for 9 months. And they can't imagine that we're going to have 3 more years of this. And yet they do not stand together. They do not stand with us for their own constituents. It's shocking. And, you know, on a human level, I can understand that they don't want to be tweeted about. But as a representative of my people, if you can't do the job that your people have elected you to do, then get out of the way.
Lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way.
100%. 100%.
You know, we have been at this now around the clock. We've been around the clock demonstrating that Democrats are showing up, showing out, and here to work. It is now 7 hours and 34 minutes since the Republican shutdown, and we still remain waiting, imploring you, come back to work, shorten your vacation, shorten your trips, come back to the nation's capital, join Democrats to reopen this government and provide resources to the American people before the pain gets even worse.
That's exactly right. And it was so irresponsible of the speaker to send Republicans home and not call them back when he knew that we were heading towards a shutdown. It's just shocking, the incompetence. And my understanding is we've got Representative McClellan, who is going to join.
Yes.
Hey, Jen.
Hey, good morning, Jen.
Good morning. How are you all this shutdown morning?
Guys, I'm gonna tag off and let you guys have it, but God bless you all. Thank you for being the tireless soldiers that you are, defending our democracy, fighting for the American people. I could not be more proud to serve with all of you. God bless.
That's how I feel.
Me too.
Well, good morning.
Good morning. How are you this shutdown morning?
I'm full of piss and vinegar. That's how I am. I'm angry.
Yes.
I'm angry. How are you?
I'm, angry as well. I first just want to say a big shout out to our federal workforce.
Yeah.
From day one of this administration, Russell Vought said he wanted to traumatize our federal workers. He said he wanted them to be seen as villains and not want to go to work. And then shortly after the president was inaugurated, they got to work doing that and representing Virginia, which has over 100,000 federal employees that work or live there. And we have already seen many federal workers who have been fired by this administration. I think I saw a report that as of September 23rd, over 200,000 federal employees had been fired. And I don't want to get lost in the shuffle here that last night at midnight, we also saw all of the federal workers who had taken the fork in the road and who had deferred retirement, or I don't know what they called it. But those folks came off the payroll last night, no matter what happened with the budget. And so a big thank you to our federal workers, and we are fighting for you. We want to make sure that we get you back to work as soon as possible, that we get this government open as soon as possible. But what we're not going to do in order to do that is just give the Trump administration a blank check to continue decimating our federal workforce, which is what the bill that they want to continue from March did. And so I just want our federal workers to know we're fighting for them.
Yeah, Jen, I know that you have that weight on your shoulders. You've got so many federal employees that live in your district, and I know that you feel it really deeply because this administration has been treating Americans, has been treating federal workers as if they are disposable, as if they don't matter. They're the people on the front lines who are delivering so many resources to the American people. And it's just, it's very telling that this president and his administration doesn't fully appreciate the extent to which your workers every single day, they show up to do right by the American people. And it's just, it is infuriating. It's heartbreaking. And I know that you and I have talked about this. It is a weight that you feel. And we as Democrats, we understand that we continue to show up. And look, we don't want to shut down. We don't want to shut down. But this president is a bully. The Speaker of the House is a bully. They don't actually want to work with us. In fact, they've said they don't need us. They don't need Democrats. They can do it without us. Well, then, okay, do it. Yeah. Then do it if you don't need us. But it turns out you do need us. So come back to the table.
Yeah. And again, just to reiterate how they have treated our federal workers. I mean, I literally have been getting texts from federal employees that just say, help us. It's everything from an employee at the Richmond VA who came to work one day and tried to log on to her computer, couldn't get on. And she's like, have I been fired? And her boss is like, no, I'd know if you were fired. Call IT. It's a problem with IT. So she called IT and he said, yeah, you were fired. There was an email sent out Friday letting everyone know that got the email. You had 15 minutes to clear out. And so, and she had been
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. And she had moved, she had been with the VA for years. She had moved from Texas, but because she was in that 1 year period in her new position, she was summarily fired by, Elon Musk and Doge. And that's the kind of callousness that we're dealing with. And I want to also reiterate what else we're fighting for. Yeah. We're fighting to solve this healthcare crisis that Republicans have caused with their draconian cuts to Medicaid and the big ugly law, which they want to extend. That's what they want us to vote for in the CR they put forward. They refuse to extend the enhanced premium tax credits for under the ACA. And between just those two things, CBO estimates that we could have 15 to 17 million Americans who lose their health insurance.
Yeah.
But they're still going to get sick. They're still going to show up in the hospital. They're going to get treated, and we pay the rest. And so,
they drive the costs up for everybody else.
Yeah, and And they say we're fear mongering. This is what really makes me mad. They say we're fear mongering. I traveled around Virginia during the August recess, not just in my district, but all over Virginia, because I sit on the Energy and Commerce Committee. I'm one of two Virginians on there. The other is Morgan Griffith, who gavelled in and out without even recognizing Rosa DeLauro yesterday, by the way, when she tried to put forward a bill. Visiting healthcare providers in his district who said they were worried about they were going to close if these Medicaid cuts took effect. He's like, oh, Democrats are fear-mongering. Well, less than a month later, 3 rural hospital or healthcare providers closed.
Yes.
And they said they were closing because of the Medicaid cuts coming in the big ugly law. So what we're not fear-mongering. We are sharing the stories we are hearing on the ground in our districts, in Republican districts, about the impact that their actions are having.
Absolutely, Jen. And look, you can't pull $1 trillion, right? So $900 billion in health, in Medicaid cuts. You can't suck nearly $1 trillion out of the healthcare system and not impact the entire system. And I represent, Vermont is rural. We also, our hospitals, especially our rural facilities, Medicaid is the margin that keeps them open.
Yeah.
And that's not just true in Vermont. If you represent a rural district, that's the margin. So I think about it in Vermont, you're going to have people who are going to have to drive for hours to get their health care. And Republicans, I'm sure, are hearing this from their rural healthcare providers. So it is just a blatant lie that we are fear-mongering. We are amplifying the voices of people in these rural areas saying people in our areas aren't going to have healthcare access. And for what? For what? So that we can continue to deliver tax cuts to the very wealthy. That's what's so sick about all of this.
Yeah. It's incredibly frustrating. They keep saying, well, Democrats want to shut down the government so that, illegals, first of all, people aren't illegal, can get health care. It's already the law that if you're an undocumented immigrant, you're not eligible for Medicaid under federal law. So that's already the law. That's not what we're fighting for, is to make sure that 17 million Americans don't lose their health insurance. Period. And that health insurance costs don't go up. Because the other thing we're hearing from everybody, and Trump's making it worse, is the cost of everything's gone up.
Oh my gosh, so much.
Whether it's from his tariffs, his healthcare policy is making the cost of everything go up. And he said he got elected to lower costs, but he's not done that.
No, not at all. And it is insult after injury, right? So prices are not coming down. People can't afford their health care. Premiums are going up, right? That's the other piece of this, right? Premiums are going up because they didn't extend the ACA subsidies to make it more affordable. You've got groceries continue to be so high. People can't afford their housing. We have a housing shortage in this country, right? So materially, people are worse off now than they were 9 months ago. Okay? Things are not getting better. And adding insult to injury, now you've got Republicans who are directly taking an axe to the healthcare system. And something that I've said over and over again is for 15 years, Republicans have been trying to dismantle the ACA. They have never, ever put forward a healthcare plan. Think about that. They've never, ever. It's just all smoke and mirrors and bluster. Which party continues to show up to protect healthcare time and time and time again? It's not Republicans.
Right.
It's not Republicans, because they're always talking about the worthy and the unworthy. That's sort of how they roll, right? Like the rich will always be able to have access to healthcare, right? And so we need to get back to basics here. When you have a bully who is not interested in taking care of the American people, then we have to go toe-to-toe and fight back. And no, did we want to shut down? No. What we wanted are our colleagues to do their damn jobs. That's what we want.
Yeah, we were there. You know, we were there Monday. We were there Tuesday. You know, I saw maybe 2 House Republicans.
I didn't see any Republicans on my floor.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. And, you know, and Becca, what's frustrating, I mean, you were a state legislator. You know, what's frustrating is in Virginia, we were able to work with Republicans to expand Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act, to pass a law to create a state-based healthcare exchange, because those Republicans in rural areas in Virginia understood that the more people have health insurance, the better off everybody is. And you know what was, you know, I'm on Energy and Commerce. I sat in that 26-hour markup of the big ugly bill. And there was like this disconnect between what Republicans said they wanted to do and what they actually did. They said, well, you know, all we're trying to do is strengthen Medicaid and make sure that it's around for the people it was intended for. It was intended under the Affordable Care Act to cover people who cannot afford to buy insurance.
That's right.
And don't get it from their employer through Medicaid expansion. And making sure everybody got covered so that when people need to go to the doctor, whether it's for preventative care or an emergency, that they can pay for it. And then and that you don't have so much uncompensated care that then passes the cost off to everybody else. And our rural areas benefited the most. We had rural hospitals that were ready to close in Virginia that were begging us to expand Medicaid. Now those rural hospitals are worried that they're going to close because of these Medicaid cuts. And so, you know, it's just, it is frustrating coming from a state where we were able to work together to make sure more people had health insurance and we strengthened our system. And the other thing the Republicans say is like, you know, well, the costs of Medicaid are out of control, but they've done nothing to address the underlying cost of healthcare. They're just making sure fewer people can access it, driving the cost up for everybody else.
Right. And one of the things that I always bring up when people talk on the Republican side about this, I say, look, I sit on the antitrust subcommittee of the judiciary. We should be going after, the players within the healthcare system that are driving up these costs. We should be going after the fact that we have incredible vertical and horizontal integration so that people don't have choices, right? It is that, you know, you can't claim that you're interested in bringing down costs and then not look at the cost drivers, and just simply, what I say, they always punch down, right? And you know, my Vermont is overwhelmingly rural. I know that my small businesses, they can't provide health insurance for their people. They want to take care of their employees. Some of these folks, they have employees that have been with them for decades, right? Because they take good care of them. They can't afford health insurance for them. So you have to have an exchange through which they know that their employees are going to get health care. I mean, this is not rocket science here. You got to take care of people so that they can live their best lives, so they can show up to work, so they can take care of their families. And when we don't provide them an avenue, of course, they get sicker and sicker, which is terrible for them and their families. And it drives up the costs for everybody else in the system.
Yeah, that's right. I talked to the other day a small business owner in my district, the owner of Mama J's restaurant. I want to give them a shout out.
Shout out to Mama J's.
Shout out to Mama J's. And that's exactly right. They want to provide health insurance and can't. And so they themselves and their employees get insurance through the exchange. And then, you know, there are a lot of employers who purposefully only sign employees up for 29 hours a week so they don't have to provide health insurance. Or you have people who slip through the cracks. You know, I had another constituent who was in construction, who got injured, who can't work. He's waiting for his workers' comp to come through, and he had to go on Medicaid because he doesn't make enough to purchase out of the exchange, but he does qualify for Medicaid. And these are hardworking American people who are just trying to get by and want to know, if I get sick, I can go to the doctor and not go bankrupt. Or I can get the preventative screenings that I need that catch cancer early enough for it to be treated. And, you know, and whether you're Democrat, Independent, Republican, rural, urban, suburban, that's what I hear from everybody.
Yeah. You want peace of mind, right? You want to know that you're going to be able to take care of yourself or take care of your kids. And I just, you know, it is the priorities of this modern day version of the Republican Party, which is really the MAGA party right now, because even the people who claim not to be within the MAGA movement, they fall in line, right? They absolutely fall in line when it comes time to vote. And what is shocking about this is just take care of your people. Just take care of your people. You know, it is just shocking to me that we know they're not doing town halls. I was going to say they go back to their districts, right? And they don't show up to answer the questions about what they have done, right? Yeah. And I just, they have, I heard yesterday, I was at a press conference last night talking about, it was a healthcare over billionaires rally. And they have become morally bankrupt when it comes to how they think about the kind of care that everybody deserves, right? They think about the worthy people and the unworthy people. That's how they sort of divide up based on their rhetoric, right?
Yeah.
And it's so clear to me that they have abandoned their own base on this issue. 100%.
Yeah. And, you know, and what's frustrating to me in particular is so many of them who tout their faith to justify things that they do.
That's right.
And my faith tradition teaches me, you know, you feed the hungry, you care for the sick, you welcome the stranger, you visit the imprisoned, you do for the least of these.
Yeah.
And that is not what we have seen over the last 9 months. And it's and people, you know, people look to their government, their elected officials, their leaders to help them and solve problems, to help them, you know, the best of government helps people who through no fault of their own fall on hard times. You know, my parents saw the best of government and the worst of government. They grew up during the Great Depression under the tyranny of Jim Crow. And they saw the best of government in the New Deal that said, you know what, we're going to feed the hungry. We're going to care for the sick. We're going to make sure that we have a safety net because the market failed.
That's right.
And millions of people lost everything, went hungry, you know, homeless, and that's the best of government, you know?
Yeah.
And the worst of government is when you oppress some for the benefit of others, or you take from some to give to others. And that's what this bill, this big ugly law that they passed in July, that they want to double down on through appropriation bills going forward. It just, you know, is the biggest transfer of federal investment from the bottom 10% of earners to the top 10%. And we're, you know, this bill that they wanted to shove down our throats was just to kick the can down the road for a couple of weeks, right?
That's right.
To give them time to pass longer term budget bills that continue those cuts.
That's right.
And let's not forget that this fight is ongoing.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think that you really went to the heart of it there, Jen. It's like government is supposed to be about helping people solve their problems, right? And, you know, the way I sit on the budget committee and I sit on the Judiciary Committee, and the kind of rhetoric that comes from so many of my colleagues right now. And it's about, the worthy people and the unworthy people. And all we're trying to say is everyone's worthy.
Everyone's
worthy. Yeah.
Well, when we take the pledge of allegiance, it ends with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah.
All. Not the worthy, not the people who look like me, not the people who worship like me, not the people who were born in the same country that I was. It is all.
That's exactly
it is a government by, of, and for we the people, not the worthy. All
That's
of
right.
us.
I couldn't agree with you more. And I see that Representative Pingree is ready to come on. I'm going to jet. Jen, it's been so great to have this time with you this morning. Good morning, Shelley.
Hi there.
I'm about to jet, but I am so honored to be able to be in this fight with all of you. And let's go get them.
Well, I'm honored to be in the fight with you. Thanks for all the good work you do and being in my neighboring state of Vermont. We're northern New England neighbors.
That's right. All right. Take care.
Bye, Becca. Good morning, Shelley. How are you this shutdown morning?
Oh, it's a sad day to wake up and know this, we're in this clusterfuck of the Republicans' creation, and we got to go, home and talk to our constituents about it. I'm just really sad about it. I've been through some other shutdowns and they're never good, and nothing good comes out of it. And I wish they would sit down at the table and negotiate with us. And I'm sure you're really feeling it. I mean, you've got Virginia. We have a lot of federal workers in my state, but man, people must just really be hurting with all the previous firings, illegal and unconstitutional. And now this. How are you feeling back at home? Or how are your people feeling back at home?
Well, you kind of put your finger on it. They've been suffering from day one of this administration. Virginia has the second highest number of federal employees. And people don't realize that over 200,000 federal employees already were fired, impacting services.
What's that number again? Say it again.
Over 200,000.
Wow, 200K already. Wow.
That's the estimate that I saw as of September 23rd. And then last night at midnight, or this morning, I guess, anyone who took the fork in the road and the deferred termination, they came off payroll as well. And we don't know what that number is yet. But our federal workers were already decimated. Many agencies and departments and programs were effectively already shut down because they didn't have the people to do it. And the bill that the Republicans wanted to continue was that funding bill from March that gave the Trump administration and Russell Vought a blank check to continue traumatizing our workers and firing folks and impound money that Congress appropriated. And so, folks in Virginia were already upset and want us to fight for them.
Absolutely. And we're going to fight for them every day. That's why we're not backing down to, as you said, that horrible agreement that they got a CR in March. I think a lot of people don't understand, I don't want to get wonky here, but they talk about a clean CR. There's nothing clean about this. And, the fact is, I'm on appropriations. We're 9 months into this. They just calculated yesterday. We had 92 hours of markup on the 12 bills of appropriations. So we have been there every day, hour after hour, late into the night, trying to negotiate with them about getting to, final numbers to a good bill. But they've gone along with all of the impoundments and rescissions, these, fancy Washington accounting terms that just mean Congress decides how much money to go ahead with in a bipartisan way, and then they steal it back and they don't consult us. Like I said, I've been doing this for a while, and we used to get, reduction in force information before they would ever remove personnel. They would tell us, I'm a ranking member on a subcommittee. They would tell me at the Department of Interior or the EPA, here's where we're going to downsize or reorganize or change a department. Here's what we're going to be doing. And they would consult with myself and the Republican chair. And we would go through all these things. And now they just, in the dark of the night, I'm sure you just hear from your constituents sometimes, oh, I got a notice, get out of your office in an hour, take all your stuff.
Or 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, not even a thank you for your, 20 years of service to this country of cleaning up, EPA not EPA, but, brownfields or, dealing with disasters around the world. Just goodbye and get out. It's horrendous how they've treated federal employees, but also this lack of respect for the Constitution. We like to say we got the power of the purse in Congress, but that's for real. The founding fathers did that for a reason, so we wouldn't have a king.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, I'm glad you're on appropriations because maybe you can, help me explain back home. The bill that they tried to dram down our throats, it only kicked the can down the road for a couple of weeks.
I think was it 7 weeks? The CR they wanted us to pass, you mean?
Yeah. But it wasn't.
They said, give us 7 weeks to negotiate, as if we haven't been trying to negotiate for 9 months, but keep going.
Well, and then, and again, it's a continuation for 7 weeks of a bill that already had cuts.
Right.
That then they doubled down on those cuts in the big ugly law in July.
Right.
And talk about how some of the cuts they want to continue going forward. It's not like they're saying, we want to negotiate something good. They want to negotiate more cuts.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, they're making up these big lies and saying, Democrats are asking for $1.5 trillion in new, gilding the lily kind of things and saying that we're, trying to do all this stuff that's not true. We're just saying, fix these Affordable Care Act premium tax credits so people can continue to be able to afford their health care, restore the cuts of the big ugly bill, particularly Medicaid cuts, which are going to devastate many of our hospitals. And don't lie going forward, make an agreement and stick with it.
Yeah.
But you're right. When the CR was presented to us, somebody was describing it to me yesterday. Usually a CR is a continuation of the last funding level we were at when we all agreed on it. So here's where we were. They're just saying, just keep going at this for 7 weeks. No, they're saying a CR with all of these illegal and unconstitutional cuts we've made for the last 9 months. And so we're way down here and then, go from there. And all this money that they took away that we've had no say over, the defunding of USAID, Department of Education, they've gone through the whole federal government. You just talked about the number of people that are gone and the dollars that are gone for vital services. They're saying, sorry, we're not going to talk about that. We're just going to, try to move forward from there. And we're like, we didn't agree to any of that. When do you expect us to be at the negotiating table?
Right. And the clean CR that we did agree to, which then President-elect Trump supported, was what we passed in December. Not what happened in March.
Right.
That then was doubled down on in the big ugly law in July.
Right. And when I've heard Speaker Johnson say, this is the same bill you voted on 13 times in Congress. And it's like, no, we didn't used to do things this way. This isn't what happened last December. And, fool me once in March. Clearly, between the House and the Senate, we ended up going along with that. I didn't. You didn't probably. But we said, look, we saw what you did in March. You didn't come back to the table and negotiate. You just kept cutting.
That's right. That's right. and what are you hearing back home? I mean, what are your constituents afraid of, or what do they want us to do?
Well, they're so worried. I mean, I think particularly they're worried about healthcare. Even before we got to this day, I'd already been hearing from my constituents about their concerns about the rising costs of their insurance. And as people have been saying, it's not just going to be the people who buy insurance on the exchange. We will all be impacted because starting today, when they get those notices of the increase, and those who have already been hearing have sent me stories that say 2 times the cost that I'm used to paying, 3 times the cost. I mean, outrageous numbers, thousands of dollars. And generally what that means is we go back to the time when a lot of people just couldn't afford healthcare. So they get off. And, it changes the risk pool entirely. Young, relatively healthy people will do what they always used to do, is say, I'm going to go without healthcare insurance. I can't afford it. It doesn't come with my job. I don't make enough on my job. I just can't do it. And so everyone will see these increases because they'll be absorbed throughout the system. And then when you couple that with the Medicaid cuts, nearly $1 trillion that won't go to our hospitals anymore, won't go to our providers, you'll see more hospital closures, and you'll see them having to do more charity care. And once again, spreading the cost to those few people who will end up with insurance. So this is going to be devastating for everybody. And you add that to the costs that people are already talking to us about: housing, childcare, the cost of food. They're saying, where's my relief? Donald Trump said on day one he'd reduce our costs. When's it going to come?
That's right. And the other thing that I hear is from the providers. During the August recess, I traveled all over Virginia. They're from a long-term care provider in my district in Waverly, a dental clinic in Morgan Griffith's district in Abingdon. And they're worried about keeping the door open and hiring workers. And so the long-term care provider said, look, I'm competing for employees to meet the healthcare needs of very vulnerable people with not only urban areas, urban long-term care providers, but Amazon. Because Amazon is paying, in some cases, more than what I can afford to pay. And with these Medicaid cuts, that makes it even harder for me to pay the workers that I need. Oh, by the way, what the administration is doing on immigration is making it harder for me to get employees. And for the dental clinic, this is a dental clinic in an area where before this clinic opened, you had folks in far southwest Virginia who waited once a year for a dental clinic to come to get all of their dental needs. Then this clinic opened. 80% of their patients are on Medicaid. The other 20% are uninsured. And it made a huge difference for people who now can get everything from, cleanings to fillings to full dentures. And they're worried about, how are we going to keep the doors open? They have a waiting list of over 2,000 people, and they're like, we don't know how we're going to keep the doors open. And yet when I share these stories, the other Republican on Energy and Commerce with me, the other Virginian who's a Republican, is Morgan Griffith. He's saying, Democrats are fear mongering. No, we're listening to what your providers in your district are saying. Then sure enough, we saw a healthcare provider close 3 rural centers in Virginia. And they said it's because of the Medicaid cuts and the big ugly law that we don't think it's going to be sustainable to keep these places open. And now people have to drive even farther to get the care that they already were trying to get.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that you brought up dental care, because I think that's been one of the big issues for a long time, is having enough dentists who take Medicaid, because it's hard for them to make ends meet in their practice. So it's often so difficult for people to find those that coverage. It honestly, it boggles my mind. Mental health and dental care have always been sort of these side issues, like, okay, maybe we'll get you your health care, as if those aren't just as vital of services. But with dental care, an infection in your mouth can go to your heart. I'm not a dentist, but I know these things are really serious, not to mention the day-to-day pain that people feel when they need to get a root canal or a tooth extracted, or they've lost teeth and they need, work. I mean, it's mind-boggling to me, because the kind of pain people go through and have to live with it forever because they can't afford the care or don't have a dentist. It's outrageous. And we know that Medicaid is vital for that. It's funny. When I was flying down this week, I just happened to sit next to somebody on the plane who had been visiting the beautiful state of Maine, because people like to come up there for, their tourists, or he happened to come up to get married, which was wonderful. But anyway, he worked for the Dental Association, and I said, I'm big fans of you guys, and thanks for the work you do. And you need more Medicaid. You need more Medicaid, because the issue has always been, how do we get them more? And now we're facing this cliff where with the $1 trillion cuts, just as you said, they're going to be looking forward into the future and saying, we're not going to have the funds we need to operate our clinic, and maybe we just have to shut it down.
Yeah, and you can't look at the Medicaid cuts in isolation. I mean, when you look at, and you touched on this, just the funding that Congress appropriated, that the administration just said, we're just not going to pay it. All of these cuts to NIH, to medical research, the tariffs that the administration has put in place, that has also impacted the cost of everything from, it affects hospitals, it affects our farmers, it affects everybody. All of this also has put a big, huge strain on our state and local governments. And I think what you're going to see is, as hospitals and healthcare providers face really difficult decisions, do we close our doors or do we cut services? And you touched on it. The first ones to go is your OBGYN services, your mental health services, the ones that are not profitable, but the ones that are critically important to keeping communities healthy and safe. Then you're going to have these state and local governments that have holes in their budgets being blown by this administration, who are going to have to decide, do we cut services or do we raise taxes? And so the cascading effect of everything happening in Washington out of this administration, the congressional Republicans are just saying, yes, we'll do, yes, sir, whatever. It really is going to have a ripple effect on all of our communities.
Yeah. And so much we've already seen in my state. The Waterville Hospital just recently closed. It's not the first one to close, but it's the most recent, and a fairly big, for Maine, but we're not Virginia. A big city to us is 60,000 people, and they probably have about 40,000 there. But it's just shocking to see that hospital close, and people are so worried that that's going to continue to happen, because, as you say, many hospitals have already had to cut. Certainly maternity care. I think they call them maternity deserts now. And when you live in a big rural state like I do, facing an hour and a half drive to the maternity ward when you've got kids, I've got kids, you're like, oh my gosh, do I have to sit in a hotel next door in case the labor goes quick? This is a very vulnerable position. What?
Right. Or if the labor goes wrong, in my case, when I started bleeding one morning because my placenta ruptured, and, it took me 10 minutes to get to the hospital. But if you've got to go an hour, if you've got to get be heliported and you can't get a helicopter, people could die.
Yeah. Yeah. People will die as the result of, distance to care. The magnitude of the cuts. And, you said something earlier that I think is worth going back to. You were talking about how the Republicans, or someone had said to you, oh, you're just fear mongering. That's never going to happen. Then, of course, it happens. And I hear that a lot, like, oh, this is just the Democrats fear mongering. This doesn't even kick in, like the ACA issues don't even kick in until the end of December, or you're just saying all these things are going to happen. But they tell us we didn't really cut Medicaid. We're just throwing lazy people off the rolls. So, you have to go to work to get your Medicaid. And you're like, $1 trillion in the Medicaid system is devastation. Cuts to the NIH and the CDC and public health on top of the ACA tax credits. This is just like a kind of growing storm cloud. And yes, we're talking about the future, but that's our job in Congress. Like, I don't expect my constituents who are just paying their bills every day and going to work and trying to be with their families. It's not their job to know what it's going to look like, a year from this September or a year from this March. Like, that's our job. And it doesn't take you don't have to be a genius economist to say, I'm pretty sure if you take this much money out of the healthcare system and we lose this many people and this much support, people are going to be hurting in June of next year. And if we don't prevent it now, it happens. And that's the thing about this. When everybody says to us, well, just sit back and let us work out a deal. Yeah, come on. I've been around long enough to know you aren't working out a deal. You're just going to think up clever ways to make more cuts and sneak them in the American people. And, you know, I know this is all going to their big tax cuts for billionaires and increasing the deficit. Like they don't have some good plan. I mean, we all saw Donald Trump's, you know, fake post that there are going to be these med beds, and you lay down in a med bed. I mean, it was AI generated. It's not even real. It's a QAnon conspiracy, but like, you know, it regenerates your limb. And you're like, don't feed the American people this total bullshit that comes out of like cartoon outer space. Like, this is for real. This is about your dental appointment or your physical.
Well, and people, you know, and people and businesses and organizations and governments need to plan. And to your point about the ACA tax credits, open enrollment starts soon, and the letters are already going out now in the next few days about here's how much your premium's going to go up because of this. And people need to make decisions about renewal or change or dropping now. And state governments who had a pole bone in their budget, you know, what the big ugly law also did is not just, you know, kicking people off of Medicaid, but it handcuffs states' ability to pay their share, because Medicaid, you know, is a state federal partnership, and it limited their ability to do provider taxes to pay for that. In Virginia, when we expanded Medicaid, we did that through a provider tax that the providers wanted to pay, because they understood that the more people got insured, the lower the cost for everybody else, including them.
Right.
And yet this bill caps what you can pay. So now you have these states that are like, how are we going to pay our share of Medicaid? And they're going to be making those budget decisions in some cases now. In Virginia, I know they'll start in January, and they're trying to figure out, like, how do we backfill that, plus the cuts to education, like all of the other federal funding cuts that they're going to have to look and say, and they can't print money. They can't, they can't, you know, extend their debt levels. They got to pass balanced budgets. They're going to have to make very, very difficult decisions about what services get cut.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Were you a state legislator before you came to Congress, or were you?
I was, and I was on the Senate Finance Committee. I was on the Senate Finance Committee. I was on the subcommittee that dealt with healthcare. So you know, so I know exactly how this is going to hit Virginia in particular, but a whole lot of other states.
Absolutely.
And then for those states that didn't expand Medicaid, and so it's either uncompensated care, the exchange, or your employer, and they're on the exchange, and now their premiums are going to go up because Republicans refuse to extend the tax credits. They're going to be, the number of uninsured are just going to explode.
Yeah. And I think having had that state legislative perspective, I was in the legislature too. And I was talking to a few of my colleagues, I guess in August while we were home on the break, and just saying, like, I fear for you guys trying to figure out how to deal with the budget next January when you're back in session and you're starting a new budget year, because everything that you said, most states have to have a balanced budget. They don't carry a deficit like we do at the federal level. And it's not just Medicaid, although that will be a huge portion, but I'm on the Ag Committee. You know, we're making big cuts to SNAP, and we're saying, oh, the states should pay their share, as if they're sitting on, you know, surpluses that they ought to start spending, or at least that's how the Republicans characterize it. And then you add that to all the other cuts that have already been made. I mean, I was talking about, I have the EPA budget in my subcommittee on appropriations. Well, we've made deep cuts there, and a lot of that EPA funding goes back to your state to deal with federal permitting. So you just start adding all those things up, Department of Education cuts, you know, the number of places where there will be limited funding, and these poor states are going to get back in there and say, oh my God, where'd the money go? And how do we do this? Because you can't just turn around and increase the taxes on your citizens through state income tax or property tax. They're going to be furious. And it's going to be very hard for people who see an increased property tax bill because the cost of education going up to know oh, that was the federal government that did X, Y, or Z, and it's led all the way down here. They're just going to be mad at, their local city council or their, mayor. They're going to say, why are you guys increasing my property taxes? And it's like, the Republicans did this, but they'll be saying like, oh yeah, we didn't do that. We just kicked lazy people off the rolls.
Well, no. So So I want to talk about one of the things they did with Medicaid is these paperwork requirements they put in place to prove everybody's got to prove that they're working. And Virginia, when we expanded Medicaid, we looked at whether to put those requirements in place. Only 2 states did it. I think it was Arkansas and Georgia. Mm-hmm. Arkansas saw that people who were working and eligible for Medicaid were still kicked off their insurance. Georgia undid the program, in part because they saw that the cost of implementing it, they paid more for that than they paid for care under their Medicaid. So those states that have experimented with these paperwork requirements have proven it's just a way to kick people off through onerous paperwork.
Right.
But we'll come back to something else. I'm glad you mentioned the SNAP cuts because we govern in silos, but people don't live in silos.
Right.
And if you can't afford to feed yourself and your children, their health care is going to be impacted.
Right.
But a lot of people don't recognize the connection between SNAP eligibility and public school funding. And by reducing the number of people who receive SNAP, you are also reducing the amount of funding that goes to our Title I public schools, which is yet another hole that our state governments are going to have to figure out how to fill.
Right. No, that's a really good point. I mean, all these things are connected. And I think that's one of the things that people can't always understand when they just, hear Donald Trump or listen to the sort of headlines on Fox about, getting rid of all the, fat and federal government and the people who needed to go and, all these things. The fact is that each one of those cuts will have an impact eventually in your community. And most people don't care about the people at the EPA who do the permitting. But the fact is, when those permits slow up, then construction slows up, then, you're supposed to go to work on a construction site, but they hold it up for a couple of days. All those things happen, as well as your state is dealing with the cuts here, the Title I cuts. Each one of those impacts the bottom line of the budget. And you're totally right about the SNAP benefits. Like a lot of people think, again, because they've tried to position this as people who shouldn't be getting SNAP, like they should be out there working as if
they're working.
They have a disabled child or they're not, 62 and got a bad back or all the issues that people deal with. Anyway, that will impact school lunch funding. So our state has universal free and reduced or universal free student school lunch, which is great. But the fact is, we're going to lose a lot of that federal funding that helps our state to support it. Then the state has to kick in more. And it's like, oops, that's going to come out of somewhere else.
Yeah. And another connection I don't think people make is how SNAP helps our rural grocery stores or even urban grocery stores and food deserts stay in business. So I represent Surrey County, very rural county. It has one grocery store that just opened in, I think, December. And before that, they didn't have a grocery store for 20 years. And 10% of their income comes from people who have SNAP benefits. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but they said they can always count on certain times of the month, knowing that if they buy fresh fruit and meat, that those SNAP the SNAP recipients are going to buy it. So they can afford to buy, the grocery store can afford to buy those fresh produce and meat. Without those SNAP benefits recipients coming in, they can't afford to buy it and have it sit on the shelf and go back because it's got a very short shelf life. So that's why you see a lot of grocery stores in rural areas don't have fresh foods because they don't have the critical mass of people who can buy it. Now, then I sit in...
Don't mind me. I'm just getting a Kleenex. You can tell I got an eye thing going on.
Yeah. So then I sit in the health subcommittee and listen to Robert Kennedy Jr. talk about all of the stuff they're doing to make America healthy again and how they want to make sure that people are eating more fresh food. And it's like, well, yeah, but how is the Surrey market going to be able to do that when now you've taken away the one thing that ensures that a critical mass of people are coming in that grocery store, most of whom are seniors, by the way,
right,
who live right next door in a senior facility and walk over to get their fresh food. And I heard that also. I represent, the city of Richmond, the market at 25th Street. Same thing. They talked about the same thing, because both of those are food deserts until those grocery stores opened up. And SNAP is a big part of how they stay open and provide those fresh foods to customers.
Absolutely. And I think, again, in a rural state or in an urban area where you've got corner groceries, we need these merchants to be in the business, and they're going to be deeply hurt if these SNAP cuts are implemented. And, we just have to keep we have to keep fighting back on that, because these are devastating cuts.
Yeah. So I think, speaking of which, we got another Energy and Commerce member who I think is getting ready to come on, Representative Lori Trahan from Massachusetts. So I think she wants to join the conversation. And good morning, Lori.
Hi, Lori.
Good morning. Hi, how are you?
It's another day, unfortunately, a sad day.
And
Yes.
I am going to jump out and let you two continue this conversation, but just thank you. There's nobody else I'd rather be in this fight with for the American people than the two of you. So thank you all for being here. We're still here in Washington. We're still waiting to get back to work and get the government open. But I'm going to turn this back over to you guys.
Great. Well, nice to see you this morning, Lori. And thank you, Jen. It's been great talking to you about Virginia. And Lori, I'll stick around with you for a little while and hear what you're thinking about what's going on in Massachusetts. We're practically next door neighbors, made in Massachusetts, and we were part of Massachusetts till 1820, but we're now our own state. But we both are facing a lot of the same big issues. So what are you thinking this morning when you woke up?
Yeah, well, one, I think a continuation from yesterday, deep disappointment that Republicans aren't here in Washington. As the government shut down at 12:01 this morning, and leading up to that, our Republican colleagues were not here. They were nowhere to be found to negotiate a deal to prevent this from happening. And so, it's a grim day for our country. Shutdowns benefit no one. I think we're all eager to get back to the Capitol, to get back to work, to have those conversations so that, we can mitigate the devastation that not just that a shutdown creates, but also what these healthcare cuts are causing. So Shelley, you ask about Massachusetts. I mean, we, of course, know that if Republicans don't come to the table, if we don't act, healthcare prices are just going to surge in every state across our country. In my home state of Massachusetts, 240,000 residents stand to lose healthcare coverage, including 65,000 due to the expiring ACA premium tax credits. Another 337,000 residents will just see their healthcare costs skyrocket without an extension of those credits, which is why this timing is so important. Everyone says, "Oh, we'll open up the government and then we'll negotiate." They don't end or they don't expire until the end of the year, but that is not dealing in reality, because we know that insurance companies are going to be mailing out their rates for next year. They're doing that now, today, October 1st, because re-enrollment starts on November 1st. And so without an extension, without predictability or certainty, we know what happens. Those premiums are going to go up. And so when people say, like, why now? Why is this timing so important? It's because we're trying to prevent that surge in premiums. And, I've looked at a lot of data in terms of the impact in Massachusetts, and it is astounding to me that, for a 60-year-old couple who earn $82,000 a year, they're going to see their annual premiums increase by more than $14,000. That is just untenable and cost prohibitive for, a couple making that money. A family of four who earning $64,000, they're going to see their premiums rise by more than $2,500. And, someone who grew up in a family living paycheck to paycheck, that really causes anxiety around the kitchen table. It's all of a sudden you're making tough decisions on whether you're going to pay your premium and keep your health care or pay for your utility bills, which, by the way, are up, pay for your grocery bills, which are much higher at checkout. So I think at a time when working families are already being crushed by the rising costs of groceries and housing and utility bills, they can't afford another price hike, especially one that's caused by, reckless policies and a refusal to work together to find a viable path forward.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm hearing exactly the same stories from Maine. We asked our constituents for comments, and many of them have already been informed about these increases. So the numbers you're talking about are very real. One thing I found really interesting in the comments that we got, there were people who told us about double the costs. Like they were already worried about how much they are going up and then being, unable to buy insurance at all. But one of the things that I saw a lot in Maine, we have a lot of self-employed people, a lot of small business owners. Many of them go to the exchanges. 27% of the farmers in this country go to the exchange for their health insurance. Fishermen in my state, a lot of people who work in those kind of businesses, that's the only place you can get insurance. You don't get it with your job. And if you're lucky enough to have gotten it, and now you find out that these costs are going up, healthcare costs are going up, but to add this injury onto it because we're unwilling to extend these credits because the Republicans won't sit down and negotiate on it. I mean, that's horrendous. And you talked about the timing. How many times have we been told this is just fear mongering? This is way off in the future. Well, I'm sorry, but that is our job. Like, I don't expect my constituents today to know what their healthcare is going to look like in March. But you and I know that these costs are going to kick in. These other devastating costs are eventually going to kick in with the cost to, Medicaid, the cuts to Medicaid at the NIH, the CDC, public health. All these things are going to compound, hurt our hospitals. It's going to be really problematic how we deal with all this. And I know, day one, here we are, October 1st, those notices are going to start to go out. So many more people will hear about this.
There's no question. I mean, yesterday we did a roundtable with small business owners, right? Entrepreneurs, people who are, just creating jobs in their community through, through their small businesses. And they're going to be severely impacted by premium hikes, right? I mean, this is where so many people get their health insurance is on the marketplace. It allows people to start their own business and they're going to get priced out. Either they're not going to be able to insure themselves and their family, or they're not going to be able to extend health care to their families. And that has a huge ripple effect across our economy. I mean, we know what happens when people who do drop their insurance because they can't afford it. Many of them are going to roll the dice. I've got boys who are, 27 to 32, and they're going to just roll the dice and say, hey, I'm healthy. I'm not going to sign up for insurance. That ER visit that they go to is going to be more expensive for all of us. The pool that's left is a sicker pool that is more expensive to insure. That means all of our premiums go up. I mean, it is just so irresponsible. And you're right, Shelley. I wouldn't expect anybody at home to be looking at the deadlines and the milestones that we're looking at, but that's what we're paid to do, right? We are paid to come and take a long-term look to protect people from, surges in prices or lapses in coverage. And we're already seeing a healthcare crisis because of this big, ugly bill that was passed into law this summer. I mean, in Massachusetts, we got screwed over by Steward Healthcare. I have a hospital that closed in the heart of my district in Neshoba Valley. When a community hospital goes down, there's no plan B. There's nothing you can say to alleviate the anxiety of people who are wondering, am I going to get to an emergency room on time? How far do I have to travel to get urgent care? Or, it wreaks havoc, and we're already seeing it. Hospitals are shuttering services, their least profitable services, right? We're seeing maternity
Right.
deserts across the state. So when you compound that, the Medicaid cuts that are creating a ton of instability across our healthcare system with the ACA tax credits and not extending those, you're just creating a dire situation for families who don't deserve it. And the fact that Republicans aren't here trying to solve that problem, misrepresenting what the problem actually is, using ridiculous talking points to say Democrats want to just extend health care to people who are in our country illegally. That is not what this is about at all. And the fact that they think that they can get away with lying to the American people that way is just, it's abhorrent. So I know we're here. I know we're going to talk about, the families and the real people who are impacted by these cuts. And it's on us, community by community, to make sure that people understand that this is a fight that we have to go to battle for, because if we don't, what we're going to see is just a crumbling of our healthcare system that's really going to impact the people we represent.
Yeah, I've never seen, obviously, we've never seen this large of an attack on the healthcare system all at once when you combine all these things. And you talked about hospital closures in Maine. Most recently, we lost the Waterville Hospital. That's a fairly significant city. I know it's nothing in Massachusetts, but, our largest city is only 60,000 people, but Waterville is an important community. They had to shutter their hospital. That means longer drives for people who live in that area, but also we're a very big rural state. And so people are already traveling a long distance to get to their hospital. And we've already had the same issues you were talking about, these maternity deserts now. And you've had kids, I've had kids. And the idea that you might be an hour and a half away from the hospital now, that's a panic item for that family. So does that mean you say, well, I'm going to move out of that community? Or how's that going to impact those surrounding communities that are no longer stable, or the employers who worry about their workers leaving the jobs because they're like, yeah, my grandmother's sick and I don't want her to be that far from the hospital if something happens. These are big issues in rural states, but also in urban areas where you need the coverage, you need emergency care, you need all these things. And that is a real impact that's already worrying people in our state. When you have a closure, people immediately say, oh shit, that's what it means. What it means when the hospital closes, the place I'm used to going. And it's our job to say, look, you can't cut all these places at once. You can't just say, we're going to take this much money out of the system. And as you said, they're only arguing back. They're not in the hallways. They're not with us. They weren't in the chamber yesterday. And they're just arguing back with these falsehoods, like saying, oh, the Democrats are just putting this to illegal immigrants' health care. And that's already illegal. That's not part of this conversation. I saw a post yesterday where they said, came out from the Appropriations Committee. I'm on the Appropriations Committee. And this was the Republican side saying, we've got a $1.5 trillion wish list that we just dreamed up overnight. Not true. Right. And if we're talking about over $1 trillion, that $1 trillion is actually what you took out of Medicaid, Republicans, to give to tax cuts to the wealthiest. We're talking about a real healthcare system. Yeah. And I remember back, you were talking about your sons and the pool. I remember back when all of our calculations around the Affordable Care Act was to say, how do we get everybody back in the pool again? Because young, healthy people weren't getting health care. It was too expensive for them, but they were taking a huge risk. And now we're seeing all the stories of, younger people being diagnosed with cancer. So if you don't get those early screenings, you might be 28, you might be 32, but if you didn't get your mammogram or your colonoscopy or the things that you might need, then all of a sudden you don't know. And these are scary times. So you take away the screenings, you take away NIH, you take away cancer research. We are doing serious damage. And over the next 2 or 3 years, as all of these things, cut in, and get impounded, if we're not able to stop them, we're not doing our job for our children and future generations and the responsibility that's on our shoulders.
Yeah, you're exactly right. What brings the cost curve down in healthcare is when people co-produce their care, when they go for their primary care visits, when they go for their annual checkups, when they go and have an early diagnosis or preventative care. That's what we want people to do. You need insurance to go and do that. And if people don't do that, the costs skyrocket, right? We're going to have sicker people. We're going to have people who are diagnosed later, which is an enormous economic burden. I mean, the whole point of giving people insurance is so that they can, exercise, preventative measures. They can go see their doctor, and they can, be healthy and understand what that will, take and get on a routine. This is exactly the opposite direction from that. This is going, and the fact that Republicans aren't talking truthfully about how that impacts everyday Americans. I mean, there won't be a person who doesn't see an increase in their premium, and you can't dismantle a system without putting another solution in place. And that, I think, I've been watching Republicans rail against the Affordable Care Act since it was enacted. You've obviously been there in the fight since the beginning. They've never had an alternative. Their alternative to giving people the health care that they deserve and they need is zero. It's about taking away, and that is a huge disruption to our system. So, I mean, I think one of the things you hit on, maternity health deserts. We're already seeing that across our country. I mean, women are just disproportionately impacted when these cuts are enacted to Medicaid and to the ACA, and women, particularly pregnant women, and children battling rare diseases. So I think when we talk about the Republican healthcare crisis, these aren't just numbers on a spreadsheet. These are your family members. These are real people, and women in particular are going to be hit hardest by the cuts. And I think it's important to start with the basics. Medicaid isn't some government slush fund. It's the largest single payer of maternity care in America. Nearly half of all births in this country are covered by Medicaid. So that means your prenatal checkups, your ultrasounds, your, safe deliveries, postpartum care. And that means the difference between a healthy pregnancy and a dangerous one. So when Donald Trump and Republicans cut $1 trillion from Medicaid, they didn't cut waste. They cut the very care that millions of women depend on when they're bringing a child into the world. And this comes at a time when America is already in the middle of a maternal mortality crisis. The United States has the highest maternal death rate of any developed country. Women are dying at rates we simply should not accept. And the risks are even higher for Black and brown women, who are 2 to 3 times more likely to die from a pregnancy-related complication. So cutting $1 trillion from Medicaid doesn't just ignore the crisis, it actually pours fuel on the fire. So I think you represent rural communities. If you think about what this looks like for a woman in a small town whose local hospital is already struggling to keep its door open, that hospital relies on a Medicaid reimbursement to keep its maternity ward running. And that when that funding is gutted, the ward shuts down. And so as you so credibly pointed out, now the closest place to deliver a baby might be an hour or more away, or to get that ultrasound or that prenatal care. Right. I mean, that's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. So it really is. I think one of the things that yesterday was so important leading up to the stroke of midnight was all the voices that we heard. We, of course, heard from small businesses. We heard from parents with kids with disabilities. We heard from women. We've just heard from people who put a human face on Medicaid and a human face on the premium tax credit that they use to get their health insurance through the marketplace. And when you multiply that across the country, we're talking about millions of people. And that is why I can't understand how Republicans, there's no averting your eyes here. This is the issue that they have to face and that they have to work with us on, so that we are not allowing a healthcare crisis to just get worse in our country.
Yeah, and you were talking a little bit about, people not understanding necessarily what all these wonky things mean. Medicaid some people it's like, oh, that's just, poor people who don't go to work. But as you said, it covers a huge segment of our population, at least a third of the people in the state of Maine, often, children with a disability. In our state, we call it Maine care. So often people say like, well, I don't care about Medicaid. And you're like, well, do you get Maine care? It's like, oh yeah, that's been great. It's really helped me to make sure that my kids got coverage and that I could take them to preventative care. But also, Maine is the oldest state in the nation. We're not proud of, well, we're proud of it, but we're also trying to, get more young people into our state. But the issue is that means a lot of people spend their final years in a nursing facility or some kind of long-term care where, most people after 6 months run out of their savings and then they're dependent on Medicaid. And we've seen a lot of closure of our long-term care facilities because yet again, there's not enough reimbursement. It's hard to make ends meet. People think, oh, that's Medicare. It's got me covered. No, it actually isn't. That's Medicaid. And so your grandmother or you may be dependent soon on this. Not you, of course, Lori, but I mean, there are going to be many people, and I know in my state, anyway, it's a huge issue. And I think a lot of times people don't understand that that is a vital part of our healthcare system is taking care of our seniors. That's where a huge percent of our healthcare costs occur. And that is covered by Medicaid. So once again, we get caught up in sort of the myths and the lies. Oh, this is just, making lazy people go back to work. That's all we're doing in the $1 trillion cut. Well, that's not $1 trillion. And in fact, for a lot of the states that have tried the paperwork solutions that these guys are going to burden many of our workers with, I think both Arkansas and Georgia found that these systems don't work when you make people do more paperwork and reporting. I know in my state, again, because we have a lot of people who work independently or work in the woods or go fishing, they don't get a computer generated paycheck every month. So having to report your income is incredibly burdensome. And what they found in states like Arkansas is if it's too much of a burden, people drop it. So it wasn't that they didn't deserve the care. It's that these crazy paperwork requirements were so complicated and you didn't have enough time at the end of the day after you're putting in time on your job and picking up your kids from school and making them dinner and all the other things you have to do to fill that in. And so suddenly you join the pool of uninsured. And going back to why we had healthcare reform in the first place, going back to the early Obama days was to say, how do we get everybody in the pool? How do we have universal coverage? It should be a right in our country. We shouldn't even be debating this. And this is a way of dismantling it in a very sneaky way that says, well, we'll just take a little of this and we'll just take a little of this. And before you know it, you get a year from now and you're looking at it and you're like, this is just an empty shell. The money is gone. The people are gone. You can't administer these programs anymore because they cut all the staff, but the states don't have the money anymore. And I'm worried about, my state of Maine, when they have to deal with these cuts to Medicaid because the state pays in a share, and to compound that with the SNAP benefit cuts and the last 9 months of all these illegal and unconstitutional cuts that they've made to Department of Education, to the EPA, across the board. I used to be a state legislator. When they come back in next January and start looking at their budget needs, like every other state in this country, they're going to say, holy shit, what are we going to do? Because, we don't have the tax dollars to do this.
That's right. It's going to blow like huge holes in state budgets across the country. And I'm glad you brought up Arkansas and Georgia. I mean, we obviously debated this on the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Healthcare Subcommittee. And the only thing that increased paperwork caused was for people who were deserving of healthcare to lose their healthcare. I mean, that is literally like if you just, if you read all the data and that is the net of the story of those, case studies. It was people who deserve to have healthcare lost their health care. And that is unacceptable. You talk about seniors, and I'm glad that you did, because we're seeing the same thing with assisted living centers. They're in a full-blown panic around if they're going to have to shutter. But let's talk about another group that is uniquely vulnerable in this healthcare crisis, and that's children, especially children who are battling rare diseases. I mean, I think for families who are raising children with serious or chronic conditions, healthcare coverage isn't optional. It's right. Not just a nice to have. It is a difference between life and death, and the difference between a child growing up with a fighting chance and a child going without the treatment that they need to survive. And Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, those are lifelines for families. They cover the pediatric specialists, the hospital stays, the feeding tubes, the therapies, the seizure medications, all of the things that no parent could ever plan for, but that every parent would do anything to provide if their child's life depended on it. And when Trump and Republicans, gut Medicaid by $1 trillion, they're not trimming around the edges. They're ripping away that lifeline. And we've got a Boston Children's Hospital for children who were born with congenital heart defects, cystic fibrosis, rare forms of epilepsy. That cut translates directly into fewer doctor visits, delayed surgeries, missed treatments. And, and for parents, which we're both parents, it just translates into sleepless nights, wondering how to pay for care, how to keep the lights on, how to give your child a shot at a healthy future. That's like, it's just unthinkable that we would put children with rare diseases in that position and their families. But there's also millions of children who rely on routine care, right? Checkups, vaccines, school physicals, so that they can grow up healthy. And when families lose coverage, those basic services become luxuries, right? Kids miss their immunizations, ear infections, go untreated, asthma gets worse. I mean, small problems become big ones. And those big problems end up costing families more. They cost hospitals more. And ultimately, the way our healthcare system is designed, it costs all of us more. So the expiration of the tax credits are going to make that worse. Families who don't qualify for Medicaid but still rely on marketplace coverage, and for us in Massachusetts, it's Mass Health, they're going to see their premiums skyrocket. And for a middle class family, that could mean thousands of dollars every year. And at a time when, I know families that I represent, they're already stretched so thin. That is the difference between keeping their coverage or losing it entirely. So this is what this is about. It's about families who are already living on the brink being faced with just the unthinkable, not being able to keep their family safe and healthy.
Yeah, and your position on energy and commerce is so helpful because you've been, through so much legislation and the hearings around all these things, and you see the breadth of what's going on here. We, again, as Mainers, we are really grateful for the Massachusetts healthcare system, and I've met so many kids with rare diseases and cancer. I have a close friend who's got a daughter with neuroblastoma and really takes advantage of the services of Boston Children's, and it's so vital both to have that coverage as a family, to have Medicaid coverage, which kicks in, but also to have the vital research. And you've seen what they're doing to cuts at the NIH and other research. And this is one of those areas where I think, if this wasn't in Washington, and we weren't just talking to the Republicans who don't even show up, but Americans in general, Republicans, Democrats, and independents, everybody would say, I want my tax dollars invested in curing childhood cancer. I don't want to see one more, sick child. I don't want to think about one more family that has to go through this and the devastation that there is there. And it's like we're in charge of investing your tax dollars, and we're just trying to make sure that everybody knows. Do you understand this is what's being taken away? And it might be your next door neighbor or your grandchild or your child. But everybody cares. Even if you don't even know a child who's been sick, everybody says no one should go through that. And every family should have access to all those vital services. So in many ways, all we're trying to do now is just say, hey, if the Republicans won't tell you this stuff, we just want you to know it's about your grandmother. It's about your next door neighbor. It's about how your, college age kid is going to make sure that they continue to get healthcare coverage on their first job that doesn't cover it. And one of the things that I've seen that I think is really interesting from what the constituents have been telling me is there are families that are making, $80,000, $90,000 who are looking at these increases and saying, wait a minute, I got a kid in college, I got a mortgage. This is more than my mortgage. I can't afford healthcare coverage anymore. And somebody else who said to me, my costs are going up $100 a month, but $100 a month for me is way too much. So whatever level you're at, these costs could impact you. And this is going to interfere with everyone's life. And then all the people who don't even know that their costs are going to go up because of the whole way the pool works. This is going to be very broad-based level of devastation, from research to public health to the CDC, and then, here in these Affordable Care Act coverage that we're going to lose on the exchange. People are finding out today.
They are. And, I think in Massachusetts, especially because you represent, so eloquently just sort of described the healthcare ecosystem that, our economy relies on in Massachusetts, but also where we find the next cure, the next treatment through our life sciences sector, which is world-class. It's sort of the life science capital of the world, dependent on NIH grants. Those partnerships with academic institutions that are really on the cutting edge of research, spawning companies that are really coming up with, the cures for so many of these chronic illnesses, and then just our hospital infrastructure. I think people in Massachusetts, they understand what these cuts mean because they're already seeing it. Shelley, I know you're already seeing the warning signs. Rural hospitals are closing because before this $1 trillion cut, they were already in the red. Community hospitals in communities like mine, they're stretched to the breaking point. They're already cutting services. A community health center in my district is laying off employees. And look, I want to be clear, the Trump administration, they knew this would happen when they passed this bill. They knew it. And, I do sit on the Energy and Commerce Committee. Just a few weeks ago, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. testified before us. And I asked him directly, what's the plan here? If Republicans are blowing $1 trillion hole in Medicaid and letting healthcare coverage costs skyrocket, how exactly are they planning to keep hospitals afloat? And you know what? He didn't have an answer. And they've never had an answer. Instead, Republicans created the so-called Rural Hospital Fund, right? $50 billion, as though that's going to, fix things. And they like to point to it as proof that they're trying to fix the very crisis that they created. But that fund is a Band-Aid on a gaping, bleeding wound, right? It doesn't even come close to making up for the damage that they caused when they decimated Medicaid, and it's woefully underfunded. And so JD Vance has the gall to stand there and act like this is the thing that they're protecting. It's not. They're protecting tax cuts for the billionaire donors. And the policies that they passed, like cutting Medicaid, that is what's paying for it. And so, I've already seen the consequences firsthand in my own district. I mentioned Steward Healthcare. They were a giant for-profit corporation. They ran hospitals into the ground so that their CEO and their executives could line their pockets. And 4 hospitals were slated to close, 3 of them in my district. And despite our best efforts, one of those hospitals did close permanently last year. And what that does to a community is beyond comprehension. It means that patients have to travel an extra 30 or 40 minutes for life-saving care. First responders having to transport people in need even further, wasting critical time because, they have to go further in both directions. The next closest hospitals are suddenly overwhelmed. They're stretching already thin staff and resources to their limit. And that burden is just insurmountable. The devastation is real. And I promise you this, communities across the country are about to experience the exact same challenges as this Republican healthcare crisis gets worse. Look, House Democrats are here in Washington. We're fighting tooth and nail to stop this crisis. We're working every day to protect people's healthcare, to shore up our hospitals, to push for real solutions. But Republicans aren't here. I don't know where they are. They're on vacation, they're at home, but they're not at the negotiating table. They're not listening to folks who are about to get hurt. And what that signals is that they don't seem to care about the very real consequences of their own action. And that is what this fight is about. It's about working families, seniors, kids, communities across our country getting the access to the care that they need.
Well, it's been great doing this and talking with you, Lori. I appreciate my colleagues so much. I appreciate the great work that you do on energy and commerce. And just can't say enough. We're here in Washington. We're going to be connecting with our constituents even more and saying, how is this impacting you? And we're going to be asking our Republicans every day, please come back to the table, because a shutdown isn't good for anybody. But neither are these healthcare cuts. So we're going to keep fighting. I think we're going to pass it off to the next people coming along. And I will say goodbye. And I think,
Kelly,
this has
thank
been
you
great.
so much. Yeah, thank you so much for your leadership. You've been in this fight a lot longer than me. And so, you know, the ins and outs of, you know, these cuts as an appropriator. But I treasure your partnership and your leadership, and really enjoyed the conversation and just kind of breaking it down so people can understand what's at stake.
Yeah, well, great talking to you. Thanks so much. And thanks to all our constituents who are out there letting us know what they're experiencing and fighting back with us.
Thank you.
Was their choice. With that, I want to introduce Ms. Laura Packard, another great advocate. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Laura Packard, and I'm a small business owner in Alexandria, Virginia. Thank you, everybody who's still out here tonight. It has been a long and hard day. But let me tell you a thing about long and hard. I'm here because the Affordable Care Act saved my life. 8 years ago, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and what that meant was 6 months of chemotherapy treatments. Every other week, I would go to the chemotherapy center, sit in a chair. They would inject 4 types of poison into my body for several hours. I would then spend a week or more feeling like hell. And just when I was starting to feel better, it was time to do it again. That was my life for 6 months. But that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was the day after that first chemotherapy session, when I was on my couch trying not to die. That's when Republicans in the U.S. House voted to take away my health care and the health care of millions of other Americans, and then they held a party to celebrate. That was 8 years ago, and now they're doing it again. But we know how to do hard things. We are here to fight for the health care that all of us need and deserve. So thank you to every speaker tonight. Thank you to everybody who is attending here tonight, because when we fight, we win.
I'm a little challenged in the height department here. And I know it's getting kind of late, and we've been here for a long time, but are you really, really ready to fight for health care over billionaires? Oh, come on! I can't hear you! Are you ready to fight for health care over billionaires? That's more like it. I'm Julia Tilley, and I'm a home care worker from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I take care of my daughter who has physical disabilities as well as autism. Home care workers have the essential job of empowering seniors and people with disabilities to live with dignity, health, well-being, and freedom in their own homes, because no one wants to live in an institution. Like many home care workers, I had to quit my full-time job to care for my daughter. And I'm very proud that I was able to make that decision, but it has been very financially difficult for my family. For my home care work, I only make $14 an hour. I have no health care benefits from my job. I have no time off, no vacations, no sick days. My daughter and her home care and all her health care are funded through Medicaid. For a long time, my husband and I also relied on Medicaid for our health care, and just last year we were able to switch to our state's private insurance program through the Affordable Care Act. So our family is facing a double whammy of cuts to both Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. A situation that no family should have to face. These cuts would absolutely devastate our family and the health and the economic security of working people across our state and across our nation. The Medicaid cuts would rip health care from over 600,000 of the most vulnerable Pennsylvanians, including seniors, people with disabilities, children, and low-wage workers. If the ACA tax credits expire, for our state's health insurance, the marketplace premiums would skyrocket by an average of 82% for 450,000 people. It is a shame. For an example, if there was a couple, each of them making $50,000 apiece, their premiums for both of their insurances combined would be $24,000 a year. Imagine trying to fit that into your budget, right? So taken together, the Medicaid and the ACA cuts are going to put almost 900,000 Pennsylvanians in danger of losing their health care. And these cuts won't just impact people who depend on Medicaid and the ACA. Everyone will face increased health care costs and drastic cuts to health care services. This crisis is coming at the absolute worst time when America's population is aging, struggling with chronic diseases, and needs much more care than ever before. We don't need less money, we need more money. And my congressman, who I know is not here, Scott Perry, he's never where we want him when we want to talk to him. We've held town halls in Pennsylvania, invited him over and over, and he never shows up. And he's shown that cowardice today. We also have 8 other Republican congressmen in our state that also have enthusiastically supported these cuts. And why they're pushing the biggest health care cuts in American history? Just to pay for the biggest tax giveaway to billionaires and corporations in America's history. And that is a shame. They extended the tax credits for the billionaires. Right, but now they're refusing to extend the tax credits to keep people healthy. That really ticks me off. It is unacceptable and it is un-American. It doesn't matter if you're Republican, Independent, or Democrat. We are all in the same boat. Everyone should have the freedom to afford the American dream, especially health care. And if billionaires just paid their fair share in the richest country in the history of the world, we could so easily fund what we need and more. I'm here today to call on all our elected leaders not to bow down to billionaires who have taken over our public system, our political system. Don't sell out just to give your billionaire masters handouts. Do absolutely everything within your power to restore Medicaid funding, to extend the ACA tax credits, to stand tall and fight for the health of your working and middle class constituents. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bernita Richardson. I am a physician assistant who did not plan on becoming a Medicaid advocate, but I also didn't plan on becoming a full-time caregiver for my mom, my dad, and my son. Life throws challenges at you, and we, like many families, rise to meet them. We sacrifice and we work with what we have. But let me be clear. What makes this possible is Medicaid. It's the difference between my family having what they want and what they need, or nothing at all. But now, with Representative Kiggans and other Republicans voting to slash Medicaid funding, I'm left wondering how long we will be able to hold on. We're already living off my savings, my parents' Social Security. We're bracing for higher health care costs on top of extremely high grocery bills, rising gas prices, and even utility bills are going up. And now this. These are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. These are our lives. But let's be honest about how we got here. Republicans in Washington, led by Trump, passed a law that gave away $4.5 trillion in tax cuts to billionaires and giant corporations. That was